What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. Liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking... What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's Newsday, Tuesday, lads. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Today is... It's Newsday Tuesday. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world, obviously, but this is the part of the broadcast where I will tell you about my personal news. It is Tuesday, October 1st, the first day of October, the October surprise. A lot of surprising things and not so surprising things happening around the world. We're going to be talking about all of that. It's 10:55 a.m. I'm actually literally 10:55 a.m. I'm early. There's a reason for why I'm early. And I think a lot of you already know why I'm early, what that reason is. But before I get into the live news broadcast coverage of the things that are happening in other parts of the world, Iran has officially launched its missile attacks in retaliation to Israel. I urge everyone to be restrained. I urge everyone to not be openly callous and celebratory in the chat, because regardless of the cruelty and inhumanity of the Israeli government, the reality of the matter is you can never be anywhere near as callous in the way that you advocate for emancipation for other peoples. Hold on one second. One second. I got a situation in front of me. Anyway, someone link him to CNN vid about Mossad headquarters. Yeah, no, we'll do that. We'll do all of that. Obviously, human shields, whatnot. All these conversations are going to be taking place, and you will find out that there is no such thing as human shields when it's Israel, because it was a completely fraudulent concept to begin with. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we got a lot to talk about. I'm going to get into all of that. Personal news wise, obviously, today was supposed to be a very different day. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Last night I went to USC. We didn't even get to fucking look at that. We're not going to be able to get to look at the clips of that. But I went to University of Southern California, also known as University of Spoiled Children. You know, I did a little bit of a monologue. People said I popped off on it. I'm actually kind of surprised because I was very scared. I was very nervous. I had not prepared for it at all. And I think I was able to get the room going a little bit. And the talk was good overall. The professor that interviewed me was like an actual Hasan Abi. He might be in the chat right now, but it was dope. It was an incredible experience. I will definitely be doing it again. 10/10. This is good. This is good for you guys. The college Hasan Abi heads. Like, I might come to your campus next, you know? So there is that. Okay. So it was a overall fantastic experience. And I greatly enjoyed it. Literally, stand up, you killed it. Yeah, I just freestyled it. I freeballed it. Anyway, it was wonderful to see you guys. I did a meet and greet afterwards, met some of you as well. That was a lot of fun. And after that, I went home and immediately passed out because I was, you know, very tired. But Himbo destroys woke heckler live on college campus. I did destroy a pro-Israel heckler who was at least like gracious enough to wait until the very end of the interview, the very end of the event to like try and heckle me. And he was like an old guy, and I was like, damn dog, you were like 48. Like, we'll take care of your children. Yeah, but apparently they sent 27,000 emails to the college and also planned a disruption to stop the event from happening. That's part of the reason why the event was like slow to start. We had a lot of police presence at the event as well, specifically because yeah, there was a lot of emails being like, this guy's a racist, please do not let him speak. And the racism that I had demonstrated, they did not actually admit to, because that would be stupid if they openly said, oh, he said cracker, that's why they banned him, because like a bunch of fucking Nazis did a campaign similar to the campaign that we're running right now to get Twitch to take action against a white guy who said the word cracker, something that everybody laughs about now. But hey, you know, use anything to your advantage as you can. Any videos out yet? We live stream the entire process. Anyway, I went to sleep. I woke up. I played some motherfucking b-ball this morning. You have on a bulletproof like Onision? Who the fuck is Onision? What? What the fuck is that? Kick streamer was on a roof in Israel and captured the missiles landing. Insane footage. Bro, Israel is the most kick-coded country on the fucking planet. That is the least shocking thing I've ever heard. Like, that is... Like, Israel is one big kick country. You know what I mean? Oh shit, we got an article up on the New York Times. Not just fun and games, politics edges deeper into live streams. More streamers discuss politics, including major events like Tuesday's debate. They've become the focus of intense interest for both political campaigns. Hey yo, let's go, Ken. Okay, Kenny Benzinger. Damn. My New York Times article is out. Okay, Kenny B. Anyway, we'll look at this later. God damn, dude. You so Kick Cody, you are disrespecting Kick. Israeli army spokesperson asked people to stop posting footage. Oh, they did? Anyway, imagine what the Palestinians must have been seen on fireworks. Just to see a developed country get hit by a few dozen rockets looks horrifying and is blowing up on the internet. Yeah, dude. Now that Iran is actually striking back against a country that like the Western media has designated a real country with real human beings, you will actually see war coverage that places the fucking victims in the forefront. Okay, so I'm just letting you know. We're gonna dive into all of that fucking news reporting. There's gonna be a lot of fake news around. I'm just letting y'all fucking know. Okay, I'm letting y'all know. There's gonna be a lot of stuff today. There's gonna be a lot of attention on the stream. A lot of people that are waiting, salivating at the prospect of turning this into a fucking drama. So, lock in, be normal, behave. But yeah, Scheinbaum, shouts out to Claudia Scheinbaum, who is now officially the president of Mexico. White House briefing is about to start on the matter. All right, let's just fucking blast off. Oops, no pun intended there. I'm going to Iran is striking back at Israel. I am live. JD Vance versus Tim Walz debate later. Get in now. Yeah, everything is falling apart. I have to tell the Lebanese the Palestinian historian guy that I can't actually talk to him today. Does anyone have a blast off meme? Trump ran an ad with this. This shit was like paired up alongside. Does anyone have a motherfucking blast off meme or not? Is Hasan Abi drinking an elixir? Yes. This is alchemy. I'm drinking a potion. This is a muscle potion. I put this on. When I get my potion, I end up eating a bunch of mana. Okay, dude, that's the. What is that? I can't use this as a blast off meme. People keep saying I'm a queer baiter for you guys. By the way, Israel doesn't want footage to come out. That is way too inside baseball to post. Okay. That's too inside baseball to post. Give me something normal, please. No, I'm not posting that. Okay. McGurk and Sullivan said, fuck the CIA, fuck the State Department, fuck the Geneva Convention, fuck the election. We're starting a war. Let's go. Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy. A lot of the Dick Cheney ends up offering Dick Cheney's support for Kamala Harris starts making so much sense when you realize that, like, and I think Jeremy Scahill made a similar point. A lot of the Dick Cheney is supporting Kamala Harris. Shit makes sense when you realize that the Democratic Party is like literally giving the neocon dream like everything they want. The Democratic Party currently, and I'm telling you right now, do you think Israel gonna respond? I live in Iran. I kind of hope you say no, Keg W, bro. I have no fucking idea. Okay, I thought Iran was in. First of all, Israel will definitely respond. I just don't know how. I don't know where this goes. If there's one thing you know, Israel literally does not de-escalate. Okay, they do not have. It's the most cop country on the planet, brother. It is such a cop country that it literally trains our cops. Okay, the IDF trains our police, brother. The passive voice being used for domestic American police brutality is also used for Israel for that reason. It is the most cop-coded country on the fucking planet, all the way down to like the fuck shit that they engage with on a regular fucking basis. So what do cops do? They never de-escalate, brother. They always escalate. So they're gonna escalate. It's just, do they have the capacity to do so? And how much is America going to fucking, how much is America going to give them? All things considered, Holden Blood Feast will get to feast on blood once again. Okay, that's it. This morning, I was fucking dropping absolute bombs on my buddy on the basketball court when I found out. Got a text message from Noah Call when he said the big one's happening right now. I was like, oh no, what do you mean the big one? He said, turn on Sky News right now. I fucking dropped the basketball. I literally fucking turned on Sky News on my goddamn phone, and I saw the Tel Aviv sky lit up like a goddamn Christmas tree. Okay. So, and it's hitting. Like, they're hitting fucking targets, brother. Shit is not all right. Israel is currently experiencing shit that it does to other countries in a much more limited fashion, mind you. Okay? So I assume you guys are going to, for the first time ever, see news media coverage that centers the victims of a bombing campaign for once, because it's on the good guys' side. The good guys are the ones receiving the bombing from the fucking perspective of Western media. So trust me, they will remember how to cover conflicts. Now, as far as I understand, the Iranian message ahead of time was they're not trying to target civilian targets. They are trying to target military targets. The problem is, you know what? I'll let CNN's Jim Surito explain what the problem is when you're targeting military targets. Let's take a look.
The U.S. intel view that among the targets were Israeli airfields, but also, and this is crucial, the headquarters of Mossad, the International Intelligence Service of Israel, which is inside Tel Aviv. It's in the northern part of Tel Aviv, but it's in the city. It's in a densely populated area.
Oh no, wait a minute. Does that mean that Israel's using human shields, brother? Is that because that's what you taught me. That's what you educated me on, Jim. Jim Sequito. I ain't never seen you wear the fucking vest before. I ain't never seen you wear the helmet before, Jim. You're in Tel Aviv. Why are you wearing the helmet, Jim? So many of his colleagues were assassinated by the Israeli state, dressed up exactly like that with American bombs, mind you. Okay. So it turns out there is no such thing as fucking human shields. Okay. And that's something that I understand. And that's something that you need to understand as well. It's just that I actually believe that these fucking scumbags only deploy that when it's Israel that is in the crosshairs of a bombing campaign. Just going to point that out real quick. Okay.
And of course, the concern is if you're firing, even though Iran might consider that a military target, it is in a densely populated city with civilians around it. And that's just one more layer of escalation.
Oh, that's an escalation? Wait. So striking military targets that happen to be in fucking densely populated civilian areas is an escalation. Is it an escalation through, is it a de-escalation tactic through escalation? Is Iran de-escalating through escalation right now? Is that what's going on? Or is Iran doing something that is unimaginably cruel and unusual to Israel? I don't know. Because like I said, I've only learned from mainstream media. I've only watched mainstream media. So I'm like a little confused. I'm a little confused right now as to why the tone and the coverage is like so dramatically different. Because for the past 12 months, that shit was awesome, right? Like, it was sick. Israel was so mighty and so good at what it does. Israel also literally fucking has an Iron Dome, okay? Israel currently has the might of the American military, Jordanian coverage, American coverage, Saudi coverage. They got literally regional partners trying to defend Israel to the best of their fucking ability, and the Iron Dome is getting fucking overwhelmed, okay? let's see what Al Jazeera is saying.
Sayyid Ali Khamenei, who has the control over the all armed forces, and he has the right to declare war on any other country.
I will warn all of you, don't get fucking callous. Do not think you can post like an Israel defender, okay? You cannot. I'm letting you know right now, you will literally go to prison, okay? Your life, they will end your life. You will go to jail potentially for supporting terrorism. It don't work that way. Do not fucking Fed post. Do not fucking Fed post in the chat. I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know right now. A lot of you motherfuckers did this. You did this on October 7th too, and you got. Okay? You will never, you will have to sit there and eat the callous indifference and the cackling hyenas over on the side of Defending Israel Brigade every damn day as they fucking point to like children in body bags, children in fucking trash bags, and say they deserve it. And if you were to ever say anything even marginally close to that, if you were to ever even celebrate it, you will get branded a terrorist. I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know right now. Don't fucking do it. Don't do it. Okay? Having said that, however, the hypocrisy is a little bit alarming. I mean, it's thick. It's thick. You know, I'm experiencing things that I didn't think I would. I didn't think I'd be seeing. You know, coverage that I didn't think I'd be watching.
Starting a ground operation, and then this hit today is changed completely the course of event, but it's also spoiling Benjamin Netanyahu presented himself as the future leader of the Middle East who's going to punish anyone that attacked Israel.
Elijah, you said Iran was, quote, escalating to de-escalate, which is, you know, it's kind of a strange quote, but it's one we've heard several times in the last few days. And really, the first time we heard it was from Israel, that's what they were trying to do in Lebanon against Hezbollah. The idea of escalate to de-escalate is essentially show your military muscle, show that you're stronger in order to deter your enemy and prevent a bigger war. If everybody's doing the same thing and is adopting the same logic, where's this taking us?
Well, it's all in the hand of Benjamin Netanyahu. He is the one who's dictating the tempo. He's the one who's going to war on Lebanon. He's the one who started an all-out war on the Gaza against the civilians, not only Hamas, and then turned against Lebanon, hit Hodeidah, and then went to Iran and assassinated Ismail Haniyeh there. He bombed the Iranian consulate in Damascus. He is the one who is escalating for his personal reason to remain in power. And because he's feeling all this victory, he doesn't feel concerned about stopping the war. On the contrary, he wants to continue. And this is why Iran is saying, I'm going to come
footage of missiles hitting an airbase, the Nevatim airbase in the Negev. Bro, that's crazy shit, okay? Now, look, they got they got bunkers, okay? Iran does not have the same munitions that Israel has. Iran is not fucking flying F-15s over targets and directly fucking striking them. Their capabilities are diminished in comparison to what Israel can do to a defenseless area that it occupies, such as the Gaza Strip, or a defenseless country with a paramilitary that is all that remains to defend them, like Lebanon. Okay, Lebanon does not have any anti-air systems in general. That is by design. It's so that Israel can fucking fly over it and destroy it when they want to. Okay? And I need you to understand. I need you to understand something. Okay? This entire situation, and I want everyone to remember this. This entire situation could have been avoided since day fucking one. It could have been avoided from the jump. All it would have required was demanding that Joe Biden do the elder statesman thing, which is reign in Israel. People in his corner told him to do that. People literally told him over and over again, hey dog, you know how Israel gets, bro? Please please tell him to dial it the fuck back. He was like, nope. Wow, how about it? Oh, look alive, Jack. I love Israel. I'm a Zionist. Israel can kill as many babies as it wants, Jack. Look alive. Here's the facts. I'm a Zionist. Okay? Rein it in. Rein it in. I've said it a million fucking times. I said it a million times over the course of the past fucking 12 months. I was like, rein it in. Rein Israel in. Please, rein Israel in. I even said, listen, if you're a bloodless, monstrous, sociopathic piece of shit, but you still care about at least like retaining power, at least if you care about the Democratic Party winning the election, don't fucking leave Netanyahu with a fat fucking arsenal of weapons and a willingness to do the bidding of Donald Trump, because he's in the tank for Donald fucking Trump. He's going to go to war with Lebanon. He's going to invade Lebanon. Everyone's like, Hasan, you're being ridiculous. Hasan, you're being crazy. Where the fuck are we now? Where are we now? I said it for months. Am I fucking prophetic? No, I'm a dumbass, okay? I'm a stupid fucking idiot who sits around in front of a computer all goddamn day. I just know a little bit about the way Israel behaves. That's it. I've just done a little bit of reading. That's it, like a minor amount. If you are even remotely interested in the history of the region, you arrive at this conclusion on your own. If you only get your shit from fucking, I don't know, random YouTubers who are dick riding Israel into fucking oblivion, or if you're only getting your news from MSNBC, CNN, Western media without ever like applying a little bit of fucking media literacy or applying a little bit of critical thinking, you're like, oh, how did this happen? Israel's the victim once again. It's crazy. Dude, they've been doing this. They've been doing this like for 76 years. Of course, a lot of the fucking regional actors have basically designed their entire existence around maintaining a defensive posture, maintaining a deterrent strategy, and developing an arsenal specifically to combat this kind of thing that Israel does on a regular basis. And since October 7, Israel's been doing infinitely worse shit that Tel Aviv is receiving currently every goddamn day. Every goddamn day. Every day, dude. So if you are now going, how could this have happened? How is this going? How could this have ever happened? Who would have foreseen this? Like, I've been fucking telling you that this was gonna happen. Oh. I mean, I'm sorry. This isn't normal. Every single one of these rockets is meant to kill. Yeah, no shit, dude. That's what rockets do, dumbass. That's what your rockets do to the fucking Palestinians. Like, get the fuck out of here. What are we doing? Never seen the Iron Dome like this. Iran built different. I've never seen a total failure of Israeli interceptors like this, completely ineffective against Iranian missiles with a point of comedy. It is insane, brother. Of course. What the fuck were they thinking? What were they thinking? Also, this is the most Israel thing to do, okay? There is nothing more Israel to be like, oh shit, we're getting fucking bombed in a way that we never have. What to do? Oh, it's time to fucking post like a goddamn teenager. Dude, what are you doing? This is the national account of the fucking state, okay, of an apartheid state that is currently conducting a genocide, okay? And they're posting like a fucking anxiety-ridden teenager. Like, this isn't normal. What are you doing, bro? Stop normalizing this problematic behaviors of missiles, a threat. Is this the start of World War III? I don't think so, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay? I'll be honest, it is unique to Iran to do this. Okay? Like it was already unceremonious and out of pocket for Iran to even retaliate against Israel at all, but that was a managed retaliation. Okay? That was a managed retaliation. That was genuinely a previously communicated retaliation, and they struck like one military base overall. They didn't fucking deploy shit. They told what they were going to do ahead of time. Like they gave literally like a week's notice or some shit. This time is different. It's a little different. It kind of caught everybody by surprise. They still gave forewarning, but the forewarning was significantly shorter, right? And I don't know. What is Pat Bev doing over there? I don't know. But if I'm Pat Bev, I'm getting the fuck out. Don't worry. America will give you a flight out. Unlike those in Lebanon. If you're in the crosshairs of Israeli bombing, of course, you don't get a flight out there. But if you're in Israel, don't worry. America will find a way to fucking transport your ass out of there and back into safe territory. You know, Pat Bev is cooked. Anyway, Israel just promised to retaliate. Yeah, I know. They did. They warned. This morning, they warned. Senior Iranian official said the U.S. was alerted by Iran through diplomatic channels shortly before the attacks. But that was not a long-ass forewarning. That's a little different. This is the message Israelis across Jerusalem are receiving right now. Imagine living like this. Dude, are you fucking... Bro, are you serious? Are you serious? Imagine living like this? Yeah, dude. That's how Palestinians live every fucking day. They don't even have the home front command. They just eat it. They don't have bomb shelters. "12 fucking months of genocide, bro. No way. No fucking way. Turns out bombs killed. That's crazy. I'm actually shocked, brother. That's crazy. Anyway, I hope the Hasan Abi has... Listen, I mean, this is the same thing I say to the Hasan Abi heads in fucking Lebanon that Israel bombs on a regular basis. I hope you guys are all right. You know, my thoughts are with you. I know you're already fucking stuck in a goddamn genocidal freak ass fucking state, you know, surrounded by absolute sickos on a regular fucking basis. Life is shit as it is for you. And now you have to fucking deal with the genocidal government you don't agree with and its consequences. I hope you guys are all right. You know, be safe. I don't know. It's the exact same thing. It's like, it's what I say to the Palestinians. It's what I say to the Palestinian chatters. What I say to the fucking Lebanese chatters. It's the same shit. It's like, what is this guy? This guy said, you still on Iran's, Iraq's side and Hamas side? Brother, are you fucking stupid? Do you not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? I am anti-genocide, okay? I'm anti-genocide. I'm anti-fucking war. Do you understand that? That's the side I'm on. Holy shit, dude. Jesus Christ. 12 months of fucking genocide from the apartheid state. And this motherfucker's like, are you still on Iraq? What is Iraq doing? Like, what? Is Iraq involved in any way? This motherfucker dropped that in there, bro. He just dropped Iraq in the conversation, demonstrating his position is just like, so what's up? Are you with the fucking, you know, are you with the sand people or what? Like, who are you with? Are you with the civilization or the sand people? Whose side are you on? It's crazy because it's like, both in the axis of evil, no. Bro, what the fuck is Iraq doing, dog? Iraq? What do you mean? It's like led by an American puppet state. Are you crazy? What the fuck has Iraq done? Motherfucker said Iraq, bro. Sorry to the Iraqi Hasan Abi heads, bro. You're going to have to get invaded again, it seems. Okay? I'm letting you know, man. It seems like Americans usually have this appetite, you know? Americans just have an unfortunate appetite for death and destruction when stuff like this happens. Here, let's hear what they have to say now.
A lot of decisions to be made right now by Israeli government officials. We have much more ahead. Our special coverage of the Iranian attack on Israel continues.
She put her entire career at stake.
Okay, dude. Jesus Christ. As soon as I fucking tune in, they're like, yeah, ad break.
Still an occupation. When Israel controls the land borders and controls pretty much every aspect of life in Gaza, this is still considered under international law an occupation. This has been adjudicated in the world's top court, and Israel lost that one. Gaza is an occupation.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, you said that, and the court said that. We're still facing Hamas in Gaza, which its charter, by the way, like the charter of Hezbollah.
Bro, this dude is, bro, go to the bomb shelter, dog. Go to the bomb shelter. What do you mean Hezbollah and Hamas? Bro, you are unserious. You are not a serious person, dude. Holy shit. This motherfucker's like, I don't give a fuck. They could kill me right now, and I'm still going to tell you the talking points, okay?
Can I ask you about regional
He's
conflict?
like, yo, remember the 1988 charter of Hamas?
Iran in a direct war. And do you think that he's trying to precipitate regime change in Iran based on his comments yesterday, ostensibly addressed to Iranians? Let me see if I can find the exact quote. When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people
among
think,
the targets were Israeli airfields, but also, and this is crucial, the headquarters of Mossad, the
Oh, sorry.
First
That was,
of
I
all,
was like,
like
where the fuck's
Akiva
that?
Allah, I'm not a big fan of Netanyahu, so
Oh, yeah, he hates Netanyahu, but he
I
also
think yes,
obviously...
he wants somehow to get that Iran doesn't become nuclear power, and he knows that he needs America for this. So yes, he has something in the back of his mind that if this is an opportunity to involve America, he would push for it. As for regime change, I don't think Israelis should be involved in any speculations and ideas. We tried it in Lebanon back in 1982, and we failed. And I think Israel should talk about the regime change in Israel itself, not elsewhere.
Uri Dromi, founding director general of Jerusalem Press Club, retired colonel in the Israeli Air Force. Thank you very much for joining us on Al Jazeera.
Oh, Israel gave the all clear
Thank
about
you
an
for
hour ago.
having
The
me.
attacks are over. Oh, I thought
Okay,
they were
let's
still
get an
blowing.
update
I
now
thought they
from-
were still going in. I just saw a live connection to Tel Aviv. They're already back to normal. It's crazy. So we don't have a final assessment. I didn't realize. I thought it was still going on. I don't have a final assessment of what's happening. No, this is live. Al Jazeera is live right now. It's just that the attacks are from earlier. They're just showing the wave of attacks from earlier. Okay. You think the recent escalation with Lebanon now and now Iran was Bibi coaxing attacks to boost his approval? Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted a fucking war with Iran for most of his life, okay? This is the reason why he was heavily against the Iran denuclearization agreement, because he was terrified of the prospect of normalizing relationship with Iran. That's why he kept mercilessly and relentlessly attacking the Obama administration for its signature accomplishment on that front. That's part of the reason why he loved Donald Trump. IDF has announced, as far as I understand, they've announced that they're like going to retaliate. But the thing is, here's the issue. Okay, they already have been. Yesterday they bombed Damascus and Lebanon. Like they already have been fucking nonstop attacking. The only difference in this circumstance is they'll probably attack Iran. And I don't know if they'll actually attack Iran with even more weapons than prior. And I don't know what that looks like. This is unique territory overall. This is new territory overall. It's not unique in the sense that like Israelis have been literally begging to nuke Tehran for quite a while. Okay. But Israel already bombed Yemen yesterday. They bombed fucking Damascus. They bombed Lebanon. They've been bombing Lebanon. The only difference is now they'll fucking bomb Iran again. Hasan Abi, people on Reddit are saying Iran just started this war. History yet again reset today. Yeah, word I got is that this will be like the April attacks. Israel will retaliate by attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon, not Iran, and Iran will use it to posture to the Arab world that they can do something, but not expected anything else to happen like April. We'll see. But the difference in this circumstance of the Iranian retaliation was the lack of prior knowledge of the retaliation. Like they only revealed that they were going to retaliate. They only revealed that they were going to retaliate right before they actually launched their missiles. Last time they gave like 7 days of warning. They telegraphed it. They were like, hey, we're going to come. We're going to retaliate. We're going to retaliate. If Israel doesn't do something about it, we're going to retaliate. We have a right to defend our sovereignty. This time it was relatively quick. BM is posting throughout the Middle East. What a bunch of psychos. The IDF after the Iranian attack. The Air Force will attack strongly tonight throughout the Middle East. We'll see. Al Jazeera correspondent in Tehran is saying there will be another wave of attacks. It is pretty fucking crazy that all of this shit was absolutely telegraphed, okay? All of this stuff was telegraphed from the jump. It was telegraphed from the jump. It's not like we didn't know this was going to happen. Of course we knew this was going to happen. What the fuck was anybody expecting? And for the record, what Israel will do, I suspect, when they say they're going to fucking retaliate, is probably kill a bunch of Gazan civilians, okay? As they have been. They haven't really stopped. They killed like 34 the other day. It's just that the attention has shifted over to the Lebanese civilians that they're fucking killing by the hundreds, right? In Beirut. So that's probably what they're going to do. They're going to pummel civilians. They're going to punish civilians as hard as they possibly can because they only have one fucking speed. They only know to do one thing, and that's kill civilians. And that's precisely what they're going to fucking do. I just don't think that... I don't know. Will this inevitably cause Israel to implode on itself? I mean, all of these things actually hurt the psyche of the Israeli citizens because Israel only responds to violence, okay? Israel only backs away when they are forced to back away through violent retaliation. I think there was a terror attack as well. Like there was I think like a shooting attack inside of Israel as well. And I don't know if it was in coordination. It probably was in coordination with the bombings. But ultimately what's going to happen is because Israel only responds to force with more escalation, but only backs away when they fear that there are real repercussions for Israel. Okay, that's what they've educated the entire region on. So that's why these things are happening. Inevitably, they can only get away with this. They can only get away with like further and further escalating when they have this security, when they have the Iron Dome, when they have the confidence that like the regional actors, no matter how they retaliate, Israel will be able to protect its citizens. It will be able to protect its civilians, right? When that security veneer, when that mentality goes away, when normal Israeli society starts fearing that there is retaliation for all of the dangerous escalations, the calculation changes dramatically. Because remember, Israel is within the sphere of Western influence. It is like a Western country in the Middle East. So people go to work. People have marketing jobs. Okay, I think it was 2 people from Jaffa, 6 dead, mostly civilians, and a few others wounded. Thank you, Time Without an Ovo. I'm glad you're safe. So when, you got DJs, oh, sorry, from Hebron, but the attack was in Haifa. Projectiles were intercepted over Jerusalem Tuesday evening as Iran said it fired dozens of missiles into Israel's retaliation for killings of leaders of Hezbollah and Hamas. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel. So, do you think an invasion of Iran's airspace is possible and likely retaliation? I don't know. Maybe. Israel is going to see what it really means to be a U.S. proxy state? No, I don't think so. In Jaffa. It was in Tel Aviv. Okay, I don't know where the attack was. Hold on. I need to take a breather. In my opinion, you know it's nothing because Israel knew not only it was going to happen, but also the targets which were cleared. Last I saw, only injuries were 3 from the shrapnel and 2 people from running into each other in shelters. Yeah, but you have to remember, Israel will be notoriously private about like what targets actually got hit. I don't think that they will. I do not think that they will be open about if like their military hardware was destroyed. Like they're not going to say that because they do not want any of the regional actors that are aligned against Israel. They do not want any of the regional actors aligned against Israel to score a W in this situation. They do not want, even if there are, like, obviously, if Israeli civilians died, we'll know about it. That they can't hide that. But if the attacks are directed at military targets, as the Iranians claim they were, and they specifically destroyed military hardware, Israel probably will not reveal that information at all. Like, they don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want people to know that Israel is not this like infallible and impossible to penetrate security barrier is actually not impossible to penetrate. Israel's Channel 12, 8 killed in the Jaffa shooting. Israeli police say one of the attackers has also been killed. Yeah, there was a shooting at a train stop in Jaffa. Israel has resulted in multiple casualties. Initial reports indicate several people were wounded, with some in critical condition. According to the Israeli Broadcasting Authority, 4 people have been killed in the attack. Yeah, and I think Daniel Hagari also said that like you shouldn't show any videos of any attacks. Don't show the videos. Very graphic. I'm not going to show the videos. To be honest, I think we could be next. I don't know what part of the world you're in. If you're in Iran, or if you're in Lebanon, or if you are in America, I don't know. Is this also de-escalation by escalation? No, this is retaliation. What do you mean? Oh, in America? Yeah, I mean, maybe, probably not though. I think most of the regional actors are too busy with their own backyard at this moment to focus their crosshairs on the United States of America. Can you please explain how Israel uses human shields? I'm confused on no civilians died if that's the case. Iran's legal, rational, and legitimate response to the terrorist attacks of the Zionist regime, which involved targeting Iranian nationals and interests and infringing upon the national sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran, has been duly carried out. Should the Zionist regime dare to respond or commit further acts of malevolence, a subsequent and crushing response will ensue. Regional states and the Zionist supporters are advised to part ways with the regime. They're doing the same thing that Benjamin Netanyahu said yesterday. They're like, hey, we don't want war with you, the Israeli people, but your government is the reason. BBC and ABC are saying unprovoked attack on Israel. Of course they're saying that, dude. The only attacks that are provoked are dude, Israel gets to listen. You have to understand. Israel gets to attack everybody, and that's always righteous. And if Israel ever gets countered or retaliated upon, it's unprovoked. Please understand.
Hear that Hamas wasn't really on board with this ceasefire, but also sources have told me that there were moments where Netanyahu also changed the parameters of what he wanted there. And I think the really big challenge has been, as one Middle East source told me, you as the negotiating party cannot want this ceasefire more than the parties on the ground involved. And that's where I think the struggle has been for Biden. This White House has wanted an end to the conflict, but it's not clear that the parties involved wanted it as much as Biden.
Asma, thank you. Jay O'Brien's at the White House for us today. So I guess two questions for you, Jay, as we're getting a number of leaders from the Hill weighing in on what's happening overseas. We do know that the president was in the sit room, the vice president right next to him, monitoring what was happening as Iran was launching those missiles. Do we know what exactly he is doing now? And is he also in a wait-and-see mode, waiting to see what Israel is going to do? Or do you think he'll get a heads up from Benjamin Netanyahu as to what may happen next?
Well, a number of different things to unpack in that. Firstly, I can tell you that when the president and the vice president were in the situation room, it was largely White House officials say to coordinate the defensive response. The U.S.
the wider market is down today.
In trying
Lockheed Martin,
to
Northrop
shoot
Grumman,
down
and Raytheon
some of these missiles and succeeding in shooting down some of these missiles. Exactly how many the Israelis were able to intercept versus the U.S. and potentially other allies shooting down is very much unclear. But we know that that was what the president and the vice president were monitoring there. The defensive ability by U.S. military assets to shoot down some of these missiles in participation, of course, in defending their Israeli partners. We also know that senior White House officials telegraphed that there would be, quote, severe consequences for Iran if there was a direct strike of this nature at Israel. Exactly what severe consequences look like is still very much unclear. As you said, the White House is somewhat in a wait-and-see pattern. They are obviously in close touch with Israel because they were participating.
Bro, they're about to know why we don't have free healthcare. I know, man. Yeah, you're right.
Will the White House get a heads
totally.
Up as to any
just
kind
like
of
the fucking Ansar Allah administration in Yemen found out, right?
That is an open question. No one really knows the
That's
answer
why they're
to that.
fucking lobbing like hypersonic missiles into Tel Aviv. Still.
In that strike on that building that they
That's
said
an
was
own on you, dog.
Headquarters.
That is an own on you and all of us. You understand that, right? Like the idea that like we don't have healthcare, is that an acceptable fucking trade-off? Are you insane? Why are you openly saying that and you're championing it? That originated that statement originated as a angry thing. Like people used to say that as like, how fucked up is it that we don't have healthcare because we're just like always funding more missiles? That's the joke. Come on, man. It's old as fuck line. I mean, it depends. Some can't tell a joke. It's got to be a joke. Okay, first of all, you can joke about this. I'm just saying that like a lot of people don't make that as a joke in the sense that a lot of people that say that nowadays are saying that as an own, where they're like, no, dude, it's fucking sick. Like we don't have healthcare. And that's the reason why we get to blow up everybody. Like, and it still doesn't fucking work. You know what I mean? FEMA needs $9 billion, yet we send another $9 billion in shipments to Israel. Yes, dude. Are you anti-Semitic? Are you anti-Semitic, sir? Of course. Excuse me. We need to deploy the National Guard, not to areas that are in desperate need of hurricane assistance, but directly to the region so we can defend Israel when Israel inevitably goes to war with every fucking country in the region. So shut the fuck up. Shut your anti-Semitic mouth up. Do you understand? How unacceptable of you to say these sorts of anti-Semitic things.
Lindsey Graham's colleagues As Lindsey Graham so often is on the issue of Iran, he has gone further than any other Republican or Democrat at this hour.
Do you think zero casualties because Iran showed restraint? It's both. Iran showing restraint and also the dome is effective.
As you said, for the U.S. to support
but it's mostly
in that operation,
like they hit targets, brother. Look,
place. What I've seen in statements.
Look, listen. Look at the impact. The Iron Dome is for tinier missiles in general. Okay? The Iron Dome is a more comprehensive, like the anti-ballistic system is called Arrow. Okay? And that when people say Iron Dome colloquially, they mean like all of the Israeli defense structure, not just the Tamir interceptors. Okay? But it's actually Arrow, I think like Arrow 1 through 3, like David's Sling, I think is another one. Like there are a bunch of different anti-missile systems that Israel has. It's very comprehensive. It's very large. And beyond that, beyond its capabilities of like intercepting, they also literally have the American the American aircrafts in the region and American anti-missile systems in the region as well. You have regional actors from Jordan. Jordan has defense capabilities as well. You have Saudi defense capabilities if Ansar Allah or Yemen is trying to fucking lob ballistic missiles or any kind of missiles from the direction of the Red Sea. So it's a comprehensive and very expensive structure to keep Israel safe and avoid any sort of like retaliation. Here's Jake Sullivan. Let's take a look at what he has to
interceptors to shoot down inbound missiles. President Biden and Vice President Harris monitored the attack and the response from the White House Situation Room, joined in person and remotely by their national security team. We are still working with the IDF and the authorities in Israel to assess the impact of the attack. But at this time, and I stress at this time, we do not know of any deaths in Israel. We are tracking the reported death of a Palestinian civilian in Jericho in the West Bank. We do not know of any damage to aircraft or strategic military assets in Israel. In short, based on what we know at this point, this attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. This was first and foremost the result of the professionalism of the IDF, but in no small part because of the skilled work of the U.S. military and meticulous joint planning in anticipation of the attack. We're also aware of reports of a terrorist attack in Jaffa that took the lives of a number of Israeli civilians and wounded several others today. Our condolences go out to the families of the victims and to the family of the Palestinian civilian in Jericho.
He's not lying. Chat, stop immediately saying he's lying.
And we reserve the right to amend and adjust as necessary as we gather more information. The word fog of war was invented for a situation like this. This is a fluid situation. We will consult with the Israelis on next steps in terms of the response and how to deal with what Iran has just done. And we will continue to monitor for further threats and attacks from Iran and its proxies. We are particularly focused on protecting U.S. service members in the region. And with that, I'll take just a few questions.
And David Sling.
Thanks, Jake. Is the administration making any preparations to evacuate U.S. citizens from Lebanon or elsewhere in the region?
We have been very clear for some time now that U.S. citizens should avail themselves of commercial means to depart Lebanon, given everything that's going on. We have said that from this podium, from multiple podiums. We continue to say that, but we have not begun triggering a non-combatant emergency evacuation, a NEO.
You used to be honest when you didn't know things, but your react queen mentality has taken over, especially regarding the Middle East. You've become the Pied Piper for Russian bots and ignorant. You've fallen off, my dude.
The guidance from the State Department, which is to find civilian commercial means to depart.
Once again, I think chatters don't listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth and simply basically respond to what they assume I'm saying.
Israel should retaliate, and what is your concern about this leading to a wider
escalation of war in the region?
We've had some initial discussions with the Israelis in the aftermath of this at the military level and also at the White House to Prime Minister's office level. We'll continue those conversations in the hours ahead. I'm not going to prejudge or get ahead of anything. We want to have some deep consultations with the Israelis, and I'll have more to report to you after we get the opportunity for deeper discussions.
And escalation in the region?
Obviously, this is a significant escalation by Iran, a significant event. And it is equally significant that we were able to step up with Israel and create a situation in which no one was killed in this attack in Israel, so far as we know at this time. We are now going to look at what the appropriate next steps are to secure, first and foremost, American interests, and then to promote stability to the maximum extent possible as we go forward. Yeah.
He said no civilians and no military hardware. What do you mean he's not lying? Nevatim Air Base is destroyed. Oh, sorry. I thought he said no civilians were harmed in this process. I don't disagree with that. I mean, I don't think that assessment is a lie. Listen, Israel cannot keep it a secret if their civilians fucking die in any kind of attack. And also, it would not even be in their interest to keep that a secret. It would give more righteous cause to whatever the fuck they're going to do next, okay, in retaliation. But in terms of the military hardware, they will absolutely say, oh, nothing happened. We didn't even get a dent. They won't openly admit that their military hardware was destroyed. So, just so you understand, do I believe that there was no military hardware destroyed? I don't necessarily believe that. I think that, you know, if they actually struck targets directly right here, if this footage is correct, and you're going to get like very limited information from Israel on this stuff because like they don't want this kind of information. They do not want this kind of information to be out. Controversial documentation of missile drops. This is from Con News. You don't like Israel does not want direct targets. Okay. Israel does not want video footage of direct targets being hit because it absolutely destroys the air of security that they must maintain. Okay. October 7 was obviously devastating for the Israeli consciousness, Israeli psyche in general, because any kind of reminder that Israel is not impenetrable shakes the collective psyche and causes people to recalculate how Israel operates in the region, causes Israeli society to recalculate how Israel operates in the region. So what ends up happening in this situation, obviously after October 7, it was an enemy that they know how to fucking deal with, right? It's an enemy that they have destroyed time and time again. It's broadly civilians. It's not like as powerful of a force as Iran is, right? So for them, that was like, oh, these are our, you know, ancient enemies at this point. It's great. We can go and siege Gaza and we can mow the lawn in these operations that we've conducted time and time again. So people were screaming bloody murder. In terms of going into Lebanon, the calculation is a little different again, because once again, Hezbollah is a more significant military presence with better weapons. They're more combat trained. They are not stuck inside of an open air prison that Israel has designed for the most part. And Iran is, this is a mistranslation. It doesn't say controversial. It says Arara, which is a Palestinian town in the north. Oh. 99% intercepted. I'm a Bedouin Israeli. We don't have bunkers, so I just sat and watched the missiles fall. Yeah, that's the other part of the process, is that like whenever these sorts of things happen, whenever like any sort of retaliation occurs on Israeli soil, obviously the areas where majority, like the densely populated areas where majority Jewish populations reside are well protected, as opposed to areas, and I've talked about this before in the last Iranian retaliation, like the Bedouin population does not have the same level of safety and coverage, and that's precisely why shrapnel fell on top of a makeshift house that some of the Palestinian citizens of Israel had made for themselves that ironically the Israeli government actually demolished once again, as they had before. They'll use the Bedouin population to be like, oh, see, like you only got to kill Palestinians, like you don't care about the Palestinians, and they'll use that. They'll only remember the humanity of Palestinian citizens of Israel when it suits their messaging. We saw a similar example of this when Israel said the Al Ahli hospital was actually blown up by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, right? They talked about like all of the Palestinians that died only when it suit their propaganda purpose. All of a sudden, if Palestinians are being killed by Israel, then they're acceptable combat casualties. It's collateral damage. If Palestinians are even suspected to be killed by other Palestinians or the axis of resistance in any capacity, then they're real human beings. And it's really fucked up that like they were killed. In terms of World War III, in terms of like World War III happening, I don't, I mean, it's, I feel like war has changed. And like, it's not the way that you understand it anymore. It's just like, when is war not happening? You know what I mean? It's always happening. Here are more dozens of ballistic missile impacts in Israel from friend of the show, Elent News. IHL Twitter saying Iran's actions are illegal armed reprisals. While that may be true, the political analysis leads one to believe that a response from Iran to Israel was an unavoidable reaction following Israel's repeated escalations. Curious about your thoughts. Wouldn't it have been feasible for Iran to not react without essentially accepting defeat to Israel? No, when people say Iran has no right to retaliate, they're wrong. I mean, Israel assassinated the principal negotiator on the Palestinian side that was responsible for civil governance, okay? Ismail Haniyeh on Iranian soil, in direct violation of human rights and in direct violation of Iranian sovereignty. Iran had every right to retaliate to Israel at any point that they chose to do so. It's just that the issue here is that in the way that we analyze it in the Western world, of course, Iran never has a right to retaliate. You can't. You just have to sit there and get pummeled. Yeah, Bedouin unrecognized villages. Time without an OVO says Bedouin unrecognized villages are considered open areas by the Iron Dome, so missiles fired towards them are generally not covered. That's about 120,000 citizens completely unprotected. Yeah. International human rights lawyers are saying Iran's actions are illegal armed reprisals. Only the U.S. and its allies care. That's such a funny response. Yeah, famously, Israel and the United States of America are famous defenders of international humanitarian laws, dude. Famously. For the past 12 months, I was asleep. I just woke up today. This is the first day. Has anything happened that or was that just like an anti-Semitic attack? I guess that's what happened, right? Just like the top of the hour ad break is anti-Semitic in terms of my delivery of it, you know? The IDF says the Israeli Air Force will attack Middle East tonight in a powerful way. Yeah, anyway, I know I might be fed up false information, but it seems like from the interception of Israel, all of its surrounding countries hates it so bad and attacks it nonstop. So I guess if Israel took Gaza as a part of the country, it would be even worse because they hate Israel. When a nation is at a state like that, wars are kind of inevitable, I think. Dude, from the inception of Israel, surrounding countries hate it so bad. Maybe think about that. Think about it a little bit. Think about it further. Like how Israel became a nation state is exactly why a lot of the other countries in the region think that it is a force of evil in the region. And Israel has given plenty of evidence that, you know, it truly is. Yeah, October 7 and October 1st are the only 2 days on the calendar. I mean, this isn't as big of a considering the fact that you know, the Iranian retaliation was limited to military targets and other areas not often protected by the Iron Dome. I don't think that this is going to be considered in the same vein as like October 7. Pentagon is going live. State Department is saying the quiet part out loud here.
I see a diplomatic.
Oh yeah, this was crazy. This was a crazy fucking admission from Matt Miller. Here.
You've never wanted to see a diplomatic resolution with Hamas.
Well, okay. Well, what about the ceasefire?
We wanted to see a ceasefire, but we have always been committed. We have always been committed to the destruction of Hamas. We did want to see a ceasefire, but we have always made clear that we wanted to see a different authority moving forward. In
that's a crazy admission. That's a wild thing. It's not even a fucking slip, by the way. Also, I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break. I'm running it now. Can you explain why they told him they're going to send missiles 12 hours earlier? They always do. That last time they telegraphed it even before. They telegraphed it like 7 days ahead last time they did that. It's like, it's almost like, dude, this is how world powers operate, okay? Like even fucking when Donald Trump dropped the Moab, okay? I think it was in Syria or Afghanistan. Fucking, we've blown up every goddamn country. When Donald Trump dropped Moab in Afghanistan, even in that situation, there was also some bombing campaigns that occurred in Syria on positions that were Russian. Okay, they gave prior what is the word for it? I mean, it's deconfliction, but it's not actually deconfliction in this situation. There's a different term for it. I'm not. Like they always give a heads up. They give prior notice before they drop bombs in an effort to make sure that American weapons are not immediately killing like another powerful nation's military. Okay. Because accidents do end up happening regardless of the constant back and forth communication among superpowers, even when they're directly at war or sometimes when they're not at war with one another. Like, heads up is the proper term, buddy. Thank you. Okay, well, ultimately, everybody communicates with one another before they do these kinds of attacks. The only group that doesn't really communicate ahead of time, or gives like, or doesn't directly target military capabilities, but claims they're directly targeting military capabilities, but is actually targeting like densely populated civilian areas, is Israel. That's just the truth. Okay? Because if any other country operated in the same way that Israel did, considering that our analysis is that Israel is our allies, we know what it looks like when a country operates in the way that Israel does. Russia, you know? That's it. Russia is the perfect example. Russia is the perfect example of what happens when a country that is outside of the scope of American influence and power, that is a regional actor, a regional superpower in its own, in the power that it has, when they operate in a similar capacity to Israel, that is precisely what happens. That is, you know what happens. We don't have to speculate on the American perspective on the matter. We saw exactly what happened. The Biden White House's October surprised its own candidate, a historical first, I think. I don't think it's an October surprise if it's not a surprise at all. You know what I mean? It's an October expectation.
Governance of Gaza. We've never wanted to see a diplomatic.
This feels like 1984 with the way that the wars feel so choreographed and staged. Real but no lasting resolution, just a war between a few capitals against other capitals. Is that right? I mean, that's how all wars work, but Biden's administration pushed Israel to invade Lebanon despite inhibitions by the Pentagon, according to Politico. I don't think they pushed Israel to invade Lebanon. I think they gave the go-ahead to Israel in invading Lebanon. I saw that. Hold on. 1 second. Okay. Have you ever discussed whether you advocate for a two-state or one-state solution? Now's not the time. Something to note is that Hagari just reported IDF soldiers shot on dozens of suspects, which presented a threat in the central Gaza Strip. Injuries were detected. If you want a translation, IDF soldiers most likely massacred a crowd of random civilians. Wait for reports from Gaza. Yeah, I saw some movement on that front. I saw some movement on that front earlier, but I'll wait for further confirmation. But like I said, that is the expected outcome of all of this, is that Israel is one speed. They'll basically go back to punishing people that have no way of defending themselves. That's the one speed they have. Oh yeah, Netanyahu also obviously got a bump because he gave the Israeli population what they wanted, escalations in Lebanon. Chill. But yeah, here, this is U.S. officials quietly backed Israel's military push against Hezbollah. The officials urged caution and stressed the need for diplomacy, but the timing was right for such a military shift, they concluded. Senior White House figures privately told Israel that the U.S. would support its decision to ramp up military pressure against Hezbollah, even as the Biden administration publicly urged the Israeli government in recent weeks to curtail its strikes, according to American and Israeli officials. Presidential advisor Amos Hochstein and Brett McGurk, the White House coordinator for the Middle East, told top Israeli officials in recent weeks that the U.S. agreed with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's broad strategy to shift Israel's military focus to the north against Hezbollah in order to convince the group to engage in diplomatic talks to end the conflict, the officials told Politico. They also said escalation through de-escalation. Not everyone in the administration was on board with Israel's shift, despite support inside the White House, the official said. The decision to focus on Hezbollah sparked division within the U.S. government, drawing opposition from people inside the Pentagon, State Department, and intelligence community who believed Israel's move against the Iran-backed militia could drag American forces yet into another Middle East conflict. Politico spoke to 2 Israeli and 4 U.S. officials for the story, most of whom were granted anonymity to speak freely about sensitive diplomatic talks. The National Security Council declined to comment. Danny Danon, Israel's ambassador to the UN, declined Monday to comment on private talks between the Israeli leaders and the U.S. officials when asked about Hochstein and others' exchanges. We don't always ask for permission for everything we do, he said, of the two countries, adding, I think what they say publicly reflects the goal that they would like to see a diplomatic solution, which we are not against. According to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, announced the destruction of the Israeli aero systems radars with Fatah 1 hypersonic missiles, in addition to 3 military bases on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. Always good to remember U.S. Middle East policy is being run by a George W. Bush Iraq guy, Brett McGurk, and a former Israeli soldier, Hochstein. Those are the two top Biden aides that were, I guess, quietly saying, no, you have the go-ahead. Which is why I told you that Israel doesn't get to do this stuff without America's knowledge and without America's go-ahead. And sometimes America offers the targets themselves with their surveillance capabilities, okay? So when America says, like, Israel is a sovereign nation, Israel's a sovereign nation, it's operating on its own territorial boundaries, it's operating it's operating on its own interests, is I think an unnuanced position. In mid-September, calls and meetings, Israeli officials outlined broadly that their military was preparing to make the shift. They didn't offer details. Hochstein and McGurk relayed to their Israeli counterparts that while they still urged a cautious approach, the timing was likely opportune for such a move, especially after Hezbollah had been significantly degraded in the months prior. Important to note that while Bibi himself got a boost in the poll and Likud lead as the largest party again with 25, Smotrich is polling below the threshold and the coalition stands at 49 mandates. Reporting here got a little screwed because of the presenter of the poll for Channel 12 was Amit Segal, who's basically a Bibi spokesperson. While Hezbollah had long said it would only engage with Israel if it reaches a ceasefire with Hamas militants it is battling in Gaza, U.S. assessments indicated at that point that Hamas wasn't likely to agree to a ceasefire deal anytime soon, and that it meant it could be a moment to focus more on Hezbollah alone and to decouple the two conflicts. So whenever people tell you, like, whenever people bring up, like, Hassan Nasrallah's background, Hezbollah's actions in Syria, or Hezbollah's actions in his domestic affairs, right? Inside of Lebanon, understand that it has nothing to do with his assassination. His assassination happened in the hands of the Israeli military in coordination with the American government, specifically because he and the Hezbollah forces presented a deterrence and a threat to Israel's interest in conducting its genocide in Gaza. That is precisely what happened, okay? It was a big boost for Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet in general, Benjamin Netanyahu's personal polling in the nation to change trajectory. It silenced any kind of internal opposition on a ceasefire negotiation. He offered basically like a slab of meat to the Israeli population by bombing Beirut. Okay. Are you scared? I'm not. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what scared means at this point. These things are completely outside of our control. There's not really anything we can do. All we can do is just stand by and watch and try to make sense of all the senseless bloodshed. But once again, in terms of when we look at the situation that is in front of us, remember that, like, the conversation completely took a reset when Israel started bombing Beirut. All of a sudden, the very same people that were calling me Hasan Abi are now calling me Hezbollah, okay? That I am once again a terrorism supporter and an Islamist fundamentalist, but now for a different group, okay? And that's obviously a hyper personal and very specific way to analyze the situation, but you could see similarities with like broad mainstream reception of Israel's actions in the Western world, where immediately they started running the exact same contextualization of the violence. These are Hezbollah targets that were blown up. No mention, or rarely any mention, of the 300 or now 800 plus Lebanese people that were slaughtered mercilessly in their own fucking apartment buildings in a densely populated area. No mention of the millions of Lebanese people that had to be displaced as Israel now is invading another sovereign nation. Okay, why are you making these conflicts about you? I am using that as a jump off point. It is not to make it about me. And I literally described how I'm not making it about myself at all. I'm using that as a way to communicate to an audience that comes in here and here's what I have to say about these issues so that it's easily understandable. Okay, I'm trying to make it more palatable for people. Okay. Unless you are completely fucking brain dead, I think you can understand that. Yeah, a rhetorical device is what I'm doing, is what I'm using here, okay? And it worked. I mean, it was relatively successful, all things considered. Here's the press briefing by the White House, by the way.
There are multiple events happening all at once, and the president is going to continue certainly to deal with.
Okay, let's hear what Pentagon is saying.
Essentially, a follow-up to that question: is the U.S. willing to strike Iran in response to this? Are you putting that on or off the table?
Well, look, Garnett, again, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. I think I was very clear at the top that should U.S. forces be targeted by Iran or its proxies, we'll take necessary steps to defend our people. And I think we've also been very clear that we're going to support the defense of Israel. And so I'm not going to get into theoretical or speculative operations at this stage, other than to say, we mean what we say and we say what we mean.
And then a follow-up question. Iran claims to have used a new Fatah missile, which is supposed to be a hypersonic ballistic missile. Can you assess whether they did use new and advanced weaponry in this attack and whether they learned from the April attack?
Again, we're still assessing the attack and the outcomes, and so we may have more to provide later, but I don't have anything on that right now. Dan.
Thanks for your time. Two questions, please. On Secretary Austin's statement last night, he referred to being supportive of operations along the border. Is he open to Israel using operations on both sides of the border? Along the border was a little vague there.
Well, I think I'd go back to how I responded to Joseph, right? We understand and support Israel's right to defend itself against Hezbollah, as we highlighted in the readout. We understand that part of that is dismantling some of the attack infrastructure that Hezbollah has built along the border. Certainly, again, we don't want to see this, broaden into a wider regional conflict, but we understand, again, that what Israel is doing are limited operations to destroy that attack infrastructure and then enable citizens on both sides of the border to return home. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we do think that a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security across the Israel-Lebanon border. So, we're going to continue to work to that end. But we also, again, understand Israel's need to defend itself.
And then a follow. The State Department read out a report on an attack on a diplomatic facility at Baghdad Airport last night. Have you seen any other attacks on U.S. forces, I guess, since Friday? This one would seem to be on a diplomatic facility, but be it in the last day, particularly at this heightened time of tension, or just broadly over the last couple of days?
Yeah, as of right now, I'm not aware of any additional attacks. Thanks. Sir.
The Iron Dome, how effective is it against ballistic missiles? And some of the televised images appeared to show some of them landing on infrastructure. Are you aware of that? In general, was this attack more effective than the Iranian attack in April?
Again, understanding that a lot is still, very initial. As I highlighted, initial indications are that there was minimal damage on the ground. In terms of the specifics, though, I'd have to refer you to Israel really to talk through that. And again, as more information comes in, we'll certainly know more. But the initial assessment is that Israel was able to successfully defend itself, of course, with the support from the U.S. And so, again, we may have more later on that. Helene?
Thanks, Pat. I just want to be clear because it seems like we're at a very dangerous time where any kind of ambiguity from the U.S. could lead to an attack on American troops. And when you say I understand when you say that we're going to defend any attack on American troops. I also understand that that you said that no American troops were hurt. Therefore, are you saying the U.S. is not planning on a kinetic strike against Iran? Because right now,
we'll stress again that the Hamas-Hezbollah partnership only started after the second Rabin administration kidnapped and deported hundreds of Hamas activists, Ismail Haniyeh among them, across the Lebanese border in 1994. We'll also remind people that in 1992, Israel assassinated Hezbollah General Secretary Abbas Mousawi, replaced by Nasrallah shortly after. God, it seems like maybe this more force thing is not the solution to literally everything. Yeah, one thing I want to also point out is that this is didn't get a lot of coverage, but Israel obviously doesn't just assassinate the Islamist fundamentalists leading the fucking helm in the resistance groups, okay? A lot of people will be like, oh, these are not good guys, Hasan. And it's like, yeah, you want to know why? Because Israel killed all the fucking good guys that weren't even fighting against Israel. Like Ghassan Kanafini, who is not even a person that fucking held a weapon at any point. And him and his entire family were fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel. Israel also literally fucking assassinated on the 29th of September multiple PFLP and DFLP commanders that were not participating in the fucking strikes on northern Israel at all. They were assassinated because they were Palestinian leaders living in Lebanon. And it didn't even get any fucking coverage. So when people go, oh my God, why aren't there any secular Marxist leaders or whatever? It's because Israel kills them all the fucking time. Okay? The only ones who end up surviving this kind of shit happen to be some of the biggest fundamentalists.
Where does Iran stand now?
You don't get to choose who gets to resist against Israel's incredibly violent, increasingly bloodthirsty actions.
That's really
it's just Israel is setting the standard
for Iran. As evidenced by this attack, they certainly maintain the capability to conduct additional attacks.
From Hasan.
So I highlighted at the top.
If your understanding of complex geopolitical things that are happening in real time and all the death and destruction that is accompanying that in real time is just cope of a Twitch streamer or something, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Just open up your fucking eyes to the reality,
we have to be prepared in that eventuality.
I just want to
it's
clarify.
weird.
I think you said earlier this is twice the size.
It's a very weird way to look at and interpret events.
Yeah, it's about twice as large in terms of the number of ballistic missiles that they launched from the last.
Do you believe it was their intent to actually do damage this time?
Well, look, you don't launch that many missiles at a target without the intent of hitting something. So absolutely, just like the last time, their intent is to cause destruction. And so, fortunately, Israel has very significant air defense capabilities, and the U.S., of course, played a role in helping on that front as well. Thank you. Matt?
Thanks, Pat. You said there have been no new attacks on U.S. forces in the region, but is the department tracking a greater threat now to U.S. forces, and are you taking any extra measures on top of the recent plus-ups you've done for force protection?
Well, Matt, as you know, we're always taking force protection very seriously. We're all very well aware of the heightened tensions in the region, and U.S. Central Command has been, for a long time now, constantly assessing and reassessing the threat to ensure that our forces are protected. Like I mentioned, I'm not aware, as I come to the podium, I'm not aware of any additional attacks beyond the one that Dan mentioned, but it's something that we'll obviously be, keeping a close eye on to protect our forces.
Secondly, were there any other nations other than the United States and Israel who took part in intercepting missiles or helping to track them or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't have anything to provide on that, and obviously I wouldn't speak for other countries from here. Yes, sir.
Moin Rabbani, Trita Parsi, Finkelstein, and other regional experts have said that Israel's bent on war with Iran during this election cycle and Biden's lame duck period. I expect they'll take this opportunity to bring that to fruition. Yes. Part of the reason I think that Iran has been insanely restrained, and this is not just my estimation. I know people will say like, oh, Hasan, you're fucking biased in the matter or whatever. This is the estimation of like the American State Department as well, in terms of its like Iranian retaliation to Israel violating its sovereignty on a regular fucking basis as well. I'll say this much. I think it's partially because they did not want to hand Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel the thing that they want the most, which is basically, fuck, sorry, I'm all over the place today. A lot is going on, which is basically a war with Iran. Okay. If Iran strikes civilian targets and does like October 7 level damage with hypersonic missiles that obviously are capable of penetrating Arrow 1 through 3, David Sling, and the entirety of Israel's anti-missile defense systems, like if they are able to target a military facility, they're able to fucking hit Tel Aviv. You understand that, right? Like, please understand this. If they are able to hit directly Israeli military facilities that are near Tel Aviv, that means they can fucking hit Tel Aviv. That means they can kill civilians in the same way that Israel does on a regular fucking basis. Okay? Recognize this reality, please. There is a reason why they're not doing that and targeting military facilities and impacting military facilities instead. Okay? The reason is because they are still worried about if they kill a bunch of Israeli civilians, then the big war, the thing that they're worried with American military joining the conflict and greatly escalating it into a full-blown regional war with Iran will occur. I think that is partially what Israel wants to do. That is partially what Israel wants to do, basically. I think that's what they've been gearing towards for years and years. What is this? Khrushchev didn't want to reveal the nukes in Cuba till after the election because he didn't want the Republicans in because they were more anti-communist. With Michigan having 3x the Lebanese population of Palestinians, is this going to be a cherry on top to losing Michigan? I don't know. It depends. I wouldn't. The Lebanese situation with respect to Hezbollah is more complicated than you think. I mean, I think there's plenty of Lebanese people who are going to be upset that America is allowing Israel to pummel Beirut, but it depends on what the demographic makeup looks like. If they are, if it's the Christian Lebanese population, they might not. They might actually cherish this attack. You know what I mean? They might actually think that this was good. Because, once again, they also are not exactly fond of Hezbollah. But the internal Michigan polls look really bad. My understanding is that Michigan was literally mourning of Nasrallah. It's the biggest Shia population in America. Scoop, Slotkin warned donors last week that internal polling for her Senate campaign shows Vice President Kamala Harris is underwater in Michigan, according to a video clip. I'm not feeling my best right now about where we are on Kamala Harris in a place like Michigan, she said. Yeah. The Phoenicians. But the King Phoenician spoke on this recently, and he had it was shocking to hear from what's his name, Nassim Talib. He was very upset with Israel, and he's Mr. I'm Phoenician, I'm not Arab, so. You know, Michigan's Lebanese population is larger than its Arab population in general. I mean, yeah, Nicholas Nassim Talib. I think, I mean, the way I see it is like a lot of the Christian Lebanese population living outside of Lebanon see their family villages, you know, their Christian homes of their Christian family members also being bombed in the same way, with no distinction between like Shia or Christian or Sunni Muslim Lebanese populations, and recognize that Israel is still in the wrong for doing this, and recognize that America is allowing Israel to do all of this. So I suspect that they're probably not too fond of it. It's like Capri Sun Poppy's dad comes to mind, you know? The Chief of Staff, Major General Herzi Halevi, at the end of the situation assessment, we've proved our ability to prevent the enemy from achieving by combining exemplary civil behavior with a very strong air defense system. We will choose when to collect the price and prove our precise and surprising attack capabilities in accordance with the guidance of the political echelon.
So it's less about the platform and it's more about the capability. Again, we still maintain a robust capability to be able to respond to any potential future threats as well.
And I just want to follow up on what Helene was asking, which was important in the sense, I think you said a red line that if Iran or its forces were to attack U.S. troops,
you know nothing about
there would
Arab
be a U.S. response.
I refer my commentary to my Arab Christian friend instead. Okay? I don't know, Dave Ashraf. He's saying they are bombing the Christian areas right now in Lebanon. It's flipping people. My far right cousins are now saying, fuck Israel.
Keep an eye on. We certainly hope that there's not another attack, but obviously Iran maintains a capability, and it's just demonstrated that they're willing to use it to directly attack Israel. And so we're going to continue to consult closely with Israel on next steps, and importantly on the defense of Israel. So,
and on the Israel's limited incursion, have they provided any?
I just personally think that like it doesn't really matter what your fucking creed or your ethnic background or your religion is. When someone is blowing your fucking house up, you're probably going to hate that person, okay, regardless. You know what I mean? That's it. That's what I think. I may be controversial, I don't know, but like usually when someone is blowing your fucking house up, you're going to be like, hey, I no longer feel like my hatred for this other political group that I have warred against in the past
in the afternoon
is
in
warranted
Washington. We've
in
been hearing in the
comparison
past
to the
hour
big bad that is blowing my house up currently.
From the U.S., we were hearing there from the Pentagon. We've also
that's
been
what
hearing
happens.
from the State Department and the White House as well. Pat Ryder there, the spokesman of the Pentagon, was giving in some details of the U.S.'s awareness, preparedness, and involvement in fending off the Iranian attack, which happened just around 3 hours ago now. A launch of some 300 missiles
Eastern
from
time
Iran.
today, Iran launched nearly 200.
State Department, it seems like they don't like it. I'm shocked to hear from Matt Miller about a bombing campaign. Turns out there is a bombing campaign that he doesn't like. I didn't realize that that was the case. Because for the past 12 months, he's just been defending all the bombing campaigns in general, so it's shocking.
Ballistic missiles against a number of targets in Israel. The United States once again came to Israel's defense against these attacks, just as we participated in Israel's defense when Iran launched its April 13th attack. Our initial assessment is that Israel, with direct assistance from the United States and its partners, was able to successfully defeat this attack. This was a brazen, unacceptable attack by Iran, and every nation in the world must join us in condemning it. Secretary Blinken joined President Biden, Vice President Harris, and other members of the President's national security team in monitoring this attack as it was unfolding, as well as our response. As the President has made clear, our support for Israel's security is ironclad.
I mean, where was this kind of smoke when Israel blew up Beirut, dude? With American weapons, mind you. I never saw that. Like that happened literally like 6 days ago, 7 days ago. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Those were civilian buildings that they took down, 6 of them. That's wild.
We will continue to stand with the people of Israel at this critical moment. With that, starting around 12:30 Eastern Time today, Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles against a number of targets in Israel. The United States once again came to Israel's defense against these attacks, just as we participated in Israel's defense when Iran launched its April 13th.
Is anything about what is anything Israel's done in the last few weeks escalatory?
But does the administration see anything that Israel has done over the course of the last?
God, the audio is so bad.
So certainly they have done things to expand the conflict. But if you look at the actions that they have taken, they were bringing terrorists to justice. Terrorists who have.
Oh shit, dude. God damn. I didn't realize Israel was bringing terrorists to justice. Thank God for all the fucking terrorist children that they killed in Beirut. All of those fucking terrorist kids. Thank God that they're bringing terrorists to justice. Oh, okay.
Have launched attacks on Israeli civilians. If you look at what Iran did today, we've been warning for some time about the threat posed by Iran arming and funding terrorist groups across the Middle East, and the attack today just demonstrated the danger of those actions. What you saw was Iran launching a state-on-state attack to protect and defend the terrorist groups that it has built, nurtured, and that it controls. So there is a difference between the actions that we have seen Israel take to defend its civilians and what we see. And what we've seen is Iran take.
They are equivalent. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't see.
No, we have certainly seen we've certainly seen Israel expand the nature of its attacks.
Yeah, it's not an escalation; it's an expansion. You know what's even funnier? America's trained Lebanese and even armed them. I know people trained in America to fight terrorists. Yeah. I don't think those guys are in Hezbollah, though. I think that that's a part of the Lebanese armed forces that retreated beyond the UN line before Israel invaded Lebanon. The irony, of course, is that it's not equivalent because once again, it's not equivalent at all. You want to know why it's not equivalent? Because Israel gets to kill as many civilians as it wants. Okay? There is an endless appetite for that kind of destruction. Okay? Israel can invade whatever country it wants. Israel can take down as many fucking civilian buildings in a densely populated area. Okay? America will always defend it as you are watching them defend it. Okay? So, of course, any kind of retaliation that comes back to Israel has to be very calculated and very careful. And even then, it will be met with an incredible escalation.
against Hezbollah, but is a very different type of attack than what we saw today from a state actor against another state.
Okay.
Anyway, pretty sure we were hoping they'd be able to secure the full coastline much sooner than this. They didn't want to have to defend this for a year. I mean, the interesting part about this is that the alternative solution is one that like the overwhelming majority of Americans want. It's the UN Security Council's, it's the UN General Assembly's wishes. Like it's literally the simplest solution, which is to do a ceasefire in Gaza, to stop doing a genocide in Gaza. It is literally that simple. Ansar Allah has said that they would end the blockade in the Red Sea. Hezbollah, since October 8, has said that they would no longer be bombing. They would no longer be bombing northern Israel if Israel stopped pummeling Gaza. Like everyone has said that, and it's crazy because so did the American government. The American government has claimed that they want this to happen. The ceasefire, I mean. Yeah, this is also here. We found, this is from the Times of Israel. We later found out that Hamas had offered on October 9 or 10 to release all the civilian hostages in exchange for the IDF not entering the Strip, but the government rejected the offer. This is Israel's like George W. Bush, we won't negotiate with terrorists moment, you know? Sorry, events were set in motion. We have an appetite for death and destruction. Of course, I reported on it at the time. It doesn't really matter. They're going to do what they're going to do, you know? There's nothing you can do about it.
Not to drag the entire region into a full-fledged all-out war scenario. And the second statement considers this attack 90% successful. This is what we see in the statement. They say 90% of the missiles have hit their targets in an operation that they call True Promise 2, and the True Promise 1 refers to the operation that they did in April in response to another round of hostile behaviors by the Israelis. And also, we see in this statement about some details on the nature of this and the weapons used in this attack, which is basically a Fatah hypersonic let's say, missile that has been used in this attack. It is used for the first time. It was revealed last year by IRGC, and now they're just having a real test fire of that. And they are putting emphasis that they used it to sort of strike 3 air bases of the Israelis in which they kept F-35 and F-15 fighters. These fighters were, according to Iranian reports, used to conduct the attack, the latest attack in which...
Bro, I don't know why Israel... I'm going to be honest with you. I've noticed that you had Les Hasbara boss chirping in the chat. Are they on leave right now? Yeah, maybe one of the headquarters blew up or something, so they don't have the bots. You draw Arab Christians in a bad light. There's no beef between Muslims and Christians when it comes to their country or neighbors. Wait, what? No, dude. No. I'm talking to Americans, chatter. Come on. Americans have no way of understanding that, like, people are not monolithic in the region, okay? I'm just saying that there are going to be people who... I'm saying that there are going to be people that fucking don't like... or if you hear from a Lebanese person that's like, no, I actually do appreciate Israel blowing up Lebanon, I'm telling them that, like, there is a likelihood that they are, you know, potentially a Christian Lebanese person with of a different mindset, even though that mindset is now becoming the minority. Especially when they have family members that are still in Lebanon whose family homes are being bombed. So here.
Destroyers. Now, the Wasp Marine Amphibious Group is in the eastern Mediterranean. It has units of highly trained Marines and landing ships that can be used as mobile command centres and as well for evacuation. 3 expeditionary wings as well, containing bombers, stealth fighters and fighter jets, are based here in Qatar, the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait. We've also got the US Fifth Fleet based in Bahrain, and that operates in the Gulf. Now, its missile cruisers and destroyers are able to shoot down missiles. Let's bring in our defence editor, Alex Gotopoulos. He joins us now. And indeed, we did just hear from the Pentagon saying that 2 Navy destroyers of the US shot down some of these latest ballistic missiles that were sent from Iran.
Yes, that's right. They said they launched 12 interceptors towards the missiles. How many of them intercepted those missiles, we don't know. But even if all 12 of them destroyed Iranian missiles, there was still left.
It seems to me like hypersonic missiles have been a real game changer in the way that conflicts occur around the world, by the way.
So
it seems to me like the defense capabilities are nowhere near matched with the offensive capabilities when hypersonic missiles are in play.
Combat proven. It has vast amounts of money poured into it, both from Israel and from the United States. But it's proven technology. It's only just come into existence in the last few years. It's very tricky. It's like
I need to remind people, okay? I need to remind people of something. If they have the capability of striking targets inside of Tel Aviv, inside of the entirety of the Israeli defense capabilities, that means they have the capabilities of targeting, you know, blocks of crowded residential buildings.
Actually is being fired, because again we heard from the Pentagon that
the reason why they are not doing that matters. Okay, you must understand why they are not doing that.
Ballistic missiles that were involved. There weren't any drones this time.
Okay,
so
look.
Tell us what a ballistic missile.
Like this is literally in the outskirts, the northern outskirts of Tel Aviv. This is Eric Toller of the New York Times. An Iranian missile exploded near the Mossad headquarters located on the northern outskirts of Tel Aviv. Rough map of the video's perspective and approximate site of explosion. They are still refusing to hit direct, like crowded civilian areas and keeping their strikes to military targets. Okay? Israel has significantly better targeting capabilities than Iran does, because Israel flies their planes and drops bombs directly on targets. Israel is blowing up areas where there are no anti-air defense systems. Okay? Iranians are not using F-15 fighter jets and flying directly over Israeli airspace and targeting these fucking areas in the same way. And even then, despite the limitations of their targeting capabilities, they're still showcasing their ability to penetrate the Iron Dome. They're showcasing their ability to cut through Israeli air defenses. This is significant. That is the message here.
Small-scale rockets. It's at that lower level, which is, small-scale rockets, Katyushas, these sorts of things that are fired at barrages. Then you have the next layer that will deal with more medium-range missiles, and that's the Barak 8, which is the Israeli version of the Patriot, actually supposedly better than the Patriot system. And then major stuff coming over from Iran in this case. So I would have thought a lot of Arrow 3 missiles and Barak 8 missiles would have been fired to intercept this. This would have been these top 2 tiers of Israel's multi-layered air defense systems that would have gone into action.
Fascinating stuff. Very good to get your analysis and your insights there on the actual military capability of Israel, which is huge, especially when coupled with the US's in the region. Many thanks, Alex. Well, there have been scenes of celebrations across Gaza and indeed in other places across the Middle East in response to the Iranian missiles fired at Israel. People in Gaza came out onto the streets as the missiles were seen flying overhead, going into Israel. Tarek Abu Azoum is in Deir al-Balah for us in central Gaza. He's joining us now on the phone. Tarek, talk us through the atmosphere there in Deir al-Balah.
Why would Iran show restraint when Israel is escalating? Well, Israel didn't. Like, Israel also had a relatively restrained approach after the first Iranian retaliation. So that's probably their expectation.
Repeated provocative attacks on Lebanon and Iran, including the latest assassination of Hamas's top leader, Ismail Haniyeh, and the assassination of Hezbollah's top leader, Hassan Nasrallah. So people of Gaza generally saw the Iranian ballistic missiles from these separate areas in the Strip flying over Gaza, heading to the Israeli...
Wow, I can't believe the civilian children that have been fucking blown to bits for the past 12 months were celebrating the occupation incurring any penalty whatsoever. That's shocking to me.
That will have grave
How uncivilized of them.
On Israel. And I need to point out that following the Iranian retaliation, Israeli fighter jets
How dare they?
in Gaza were mobilized and
The
started
fuck are
to
they
fly
supposed to do? They got
in a
nothing.
very low altitude and slow over the sky of the Gaza Strip as a part of the preparation against any possible military move might be taken by Hamas or any Palestinian armed groups in the Gaza Strip. They attacked, in fact, in the past couple of hours, anyone who's moving close to Netzarim corridor, and there was more growing state of alert from the Israeli occupation.
It's because they're, I think they're celebrating because they're anti-Semitic and they hate the most moral army and the most moral, the only democracy in the world, honestly.
But people generally understand that this Iranian
That's what it is, I think.
might trigger more huge Israeli response to that attack, which can really give a clear sign that the entire region is on a knife edge that can lead to a very an all-out war in the entire area here.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that Israel has been carrying out intimidating actions over Gaza.
Don't the civilian population of Gaza know that Israel is carrying out its genocide in the most moral ways possible? I'm shocked, horrified at the display.
Attacks are going on, airstrikes are going on Gaza on a daily basis. The casualty numbers are huge there. 41,600 people killed in a year of fighting. I suppose with the war now broadening out into Lebanon, with it potentially broadening even further, as you say, into a regional event, do the people of...
This is wild. Palestinians in Ramallah are posing for selfies on an Iranian missile. That's crazy. Dude, they got nothing else going on, you know?
Now, Israel is so keen to transfer the center of gravity to the northern front, especially to borders with Lebanon, in order to just take Lebanon as a proper distraction of what's going on here in the Strip. As we have been observing in the course of the past few weeks, that there has been no significant change in the Israeli military strategy.
Al Jazeera English on Instagram is reporting that Iraq is threatening to attack U.S. bases in Iraq and Washington joins Israel in attacking Iran.
There have been a very remarkable escalation in such attacks. For example, today they have been hitting Al Mawasi area alongside with a number of residential homes that were completely hit down across the Strip. Day by day, the humanitarian situation.
Another wild video from Palestine of a man lighting a cigarette with a fire inside the debris of an Iranian missile.
Gazans here that the Israeli army is so keen to broaden the sport of the fighting for multiple purposes, and they are...
Bro, okay. These dudes are okay, this is from Jordan. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's from Jordan.
ابو حمزه ولع سكاره من الصاروخ سكارته من الصاروخ مشان يقولوا اذا قلت اني ولعت من صاروخ.
That's insane, dude. Cancer? I mean, that's double cancer, I think, at that point. But I don't think that motherfucker gives a shit, dude. Iran also hit inside the Netzarim. Wait, really? A video I documented a short while ago from the northern Gaza Strip showing Iranian missiles falling on the Netzarim axis in the central Gaza Strip and violent explosions occurring. I mean, I don't know if this is confirmed or not. That's an old video. People claim he's Jordanian. Hasan, you were all right about it. It's like post 9/11 hysteria in the news. Yes. Just another day in the life, in it. Yeah, just dudes being dudes, man. That is from Jordan, and he lit his smoke with it because that was the booster, and the rocket was blessed. Yeah. Did you see this one? Stay on the specific update. A missile fell between the homes in a Palestinian village in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, but it appears it didn't explode. According to the residents, Faraz al-Hawari, a resident, said he didn't hear a blast. It sounded like something heavy fell out of the sky, but there was no boom. Hawari, 27, said in an interview from the village Azun. So I assume that some of their missiles are, some of the missiles failed. Like, I don't suspect that this was, I'm not educated on this, but where does it go from here? Is it really bad? I mean, it's really bad already. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Large-scale attack of over 180. Iran launched a large-scale attack of over 180 ballistic missiles directly from Iranian soil at the state of Israel. There were a small number of hits in the center of Israel and some other hits in the southern Israel. The majority of the incoming missiles were intercepted by Israel and a defensive coalition led by the United States. Iran's attack is a severe and dangerous escalation. There will be consequences. Our defensive and offensive capabilities are at the highest levels of readiness. Our operational...
Oh, Elant says that's an EMAD ballistic missile. The warhead is detached. Oh, so that was like the booster that fell. Absolute demolition of the Tefnov airbase near Tel Aviv. Jesus fucking Christ. Elant, is this correct? Does this look right to you? Elant News? This right here? You said yeah to the earlier question I had. Yeah, the idea that 99% of missiles were intercepted is also fucking insane. Like, that is just, I'm sorry, but that's just straight up propaganda, I think. I mean, that's like, we have seen more than 2 missiles strike direct Israeli targets at this point. So if there's more than 2 or 3 missiles that you have seen, then they did not intercept 99%. Okay, 180 missiles. They've definitely struck more than 3 times. Okay, they shot 180 missiles. They didn't shoot 180,000. Yeah, there were impacts near Netzarim for sure, possibly Tel Naf, but these could be in open areas near the runway. Isn't there secondary impact though? Look, like secondary explosions. Maybe not. Because that seems like a different missile. It's going to take a while for us to... Whoa. It's going to take a while for us to fully understand the scope of the damage. But so far, what we know is important to remember, Arrow also predicts where missiles will land like Iron Dome. So won't intercept falls in open areas. I think they're just more impacts. Yeah, it's not secondary. I think it is different impacts. Yeah. I think I heard on Israeli TV that the number of intercepts won't be shown. I think I heard on Israeli TV that the number of intercepts is not to be shown publicly due to strategic reasons or whatever. I don't know where they heard the 99% stat. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, no, they will not tell people what the actual assessment of the damage is. It is not in their strategic interest to do so, because once again, if military targets were struck and military hardware was destroyed, okay, there are ways of finding that out. Eric Toller and other people at the visual investigations team at the New York Times and visual forensics at Washington Post will scour through all of this data and they will find this information. Okay. Having said that, however, the Israeli government won't openly admit that. The reasons for why they won't openly admit that is because that means that there were obviously missiles that were not intercepted that hit targets directly. If Iran has the capabilities of piercing through all of Israelis' anti-missile systems, okay, why would you trust the New York Times? There are definitely still journalists I trust at the New York Times, okay? Don't be ridiculous. What do I always tell you? New York Times might be biased and wants to do the bidding of America's State Department interests, but they still also have a responsibility to come across as an impartial observer, and they still have to have the veneer of objective reporting. They will not have credibility if they don't have that. Lamau, okay, dude. They're a Zionist rag. Lamau, okay, dude. All right, well, I guess you know better than I do on this. You're right. I should just stop using New York Times for coverage. Thank you, Enchilada. Kids, children are injured and dying. What the fuck? This is horrific. What are you talking about? Like, if you're mean in Gaza, yes. Or in Lebanon, yes. But if you're talking about Israel, no such reporting has taken place thus far.
We're told a major escalation, the damage, the casualties certainly could have been far worse.
Israel says it will respond.
The major escalation is the 3-minute ad break coming for you right now. And unlike David Sling, you can actually avoid it by subscribing for it's $6 now because September's over, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky.
Include Iran, and the thinking is very likely yes. Then the question becomes what exactly in Iran and how extensively. You'll remember in April, following Iran's previous missile, and in that case it was also a drone attack, Israel did respond, though with only one missile strike on one installation near Isfahan, which is the site of one of the nuclear facilities, but on a missile defense battery there. This response, given the size of this attack, is likely to be larger. The question really is where, how extensively, and the biggest burning question, I would say, Jake, would be, do Israel's targets include Iran's nuclear facilities? Because that would be quite an escalation, and one that you, well, listen, in the cycle that we've been locked in for some time, one that you would expect Iran to then retaliate in kind.
Yeah, I also think a big question out there is what is the U.S. going to do? The U.S. government warned before the attack that the attack would carry, quote, severe consequences for Iran if they actually carried it out. What are you hearing about a possible United States response?
So the U.S. response to the April attack was sanctions. a favorite tool of this administration, both for Iran, for Russia, for China. The Pentagon spokesperson was asked repeatedly, would there be a U.S. military response? Personally, I find that unlikely that the U.S. would militarily respond. The U.S. footing has been defend Israel, certainly in missile attacks, back in most circumstances Israel's right, certainly to defend itself in all circumstances, but back Israel's ability to strike back with some caveats and some encouragement not to escalate. But I think a U.S. participation in an Israeli strike on Iran in particular is highly unlikely, because the U.S. goal throughout the last almost 12 months now, since October 7th, has been to try to keep this war from expanding, and cajoling all the sides, and not just Israel, cajoling Iran, sometimes via intermediaries, to prevent a further escalation. So, you know, is it further sanctions possible? A military strike on Iran seems far-fetched.
All right, Jim Sciutto in Tel Aviv, Israel. Thank you so much. Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani. He's a spokesperson for the Israeli military. Thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us about the scope of Iran's attack today? Do you expect more strikes, and do you have any reports on casualties?
Well, Jake, thanks for having me. Approximately at 7:30 local time, Iran carried out an attack of 180 ballistic missiles from Iranian soil towards Israel, basically sending the whole of Israel into bomb shelters, talking about almost 10 million people running to bomb shelters to hide. I am currently in the scene of one of the places where shrapnel from these huge ballistic missiles hit. And I can tell you, our aerial defense system, alongside with our partners, the U.S. and other allies, were able to thwart most of these missiles, but not all of them. There have been some hits in central Israel and some hits in southern Israel. And this is one of the largest and most outrageous attacks by this Iranian terror regime, dragging the region into wider escalation, trying to push us into wider escalation with this unprecedented attack against Israel.
What can you tell us about how Israel is going to respond?
Well, Israel is a sovereign country. We have our right to defend ourselves. We have the right to protect ourselves against these kinds of attacks, and there will be consequences to this attack. And we showed just a few days our ability to strike precisely and fiercely 1,500 miles from Israel when we attacked the Houthis in Yemen, and we have the abilities to, and we will choose the time and place and the way we will respond to this.
Bro, this is directly a rip-off of the Iranian retaliation statement ahead of time. They literally said the exact
Lieutenant Colonel,
same
what can you tell
thing.
us about any casualties?
It's so
Jim
funny
Sciutto
because
mentioned.
they just keep going tit for tat on this, where they're like, the Iranian regime will be like, the Zionist entity has violated our sovereignty. We're a sovereign nation. We will choose the time and place and retaliate in kind.
Jeez.
Well, this large-scale attack happened just recently. We're still assessing the situation. I can tell you in the moment, we know of...
Hassan, don't worry. The Rockets didn't take out this chatter. My family and I are safe. I will tune into the stream for the protest next week just for you over from Tel Aviv.
In the area of...
Good luck, chatter. I heard that your government literally made it illegal to have any kind of gatherings that are over 1,000 people. So I wonder why the Israeli government made such a decision after bombing Beirut. Perhaps it suits a very important goal for the Israeli government. I mean, good luck. Good luck to you. Good luck to you, chatter. It's definitely not looking too great. But as far as I understand, they have decided, listen, I'm just a visitor. Well, you know, still, good luck. Be safe. But yeah, like I said, the Israeli government has decided that you cannot have gatherings of over, I think 1,000, but someone in the chat said 300 now. Yeah, it's probably just a public safety concern, nothing else. No like ceasefire, hostage release protests or anything like that.
According to what the political echelon decides, and there will be consequences to this outrageous attack by Iran. This escalatory, historic move by Iran, there will be escalation to that. We will respond, and we will choose the time and place to respond precisely but fiercely.
First map I've seen confirming the
I have
strike's
heard
landing.
analysts say
Ooh, this is good.
that Iran does not actually want to escalate matters, and the proof of that, according to this argument, which I am not making, is that
Don't be afraid, Jake. Say it.
casualties are so low and so few of these missiles hit. Respond to that analysis, if you would.
Well, Jake, the amount of ballistic, I'm talking one ballistic missile can take down a skyscraper. We're talking about 180.
So why didn't they hit any skyscrapers? Why did the fucking impacts only occur on military bases then? I don't know. I think this is a statement to be like, listen, we can hit fucking Tel Aviv.
Catastrophic is one, the people of Israel hiding in shelters for over an hour, and two, this presentation of aerial defense by Israel and the U.S. I think one of the most advanced
Megaphonics is
aerial
kind of cooking
defense
today with the
operations
links.
in the world. And still, there were hits in Israel. We're still assessing the situation. Still, people were injured. People were killed by this attack. And you do not do an attack that is not an escalatory move with 180 ballistic missiles. I'll tell you this. No other country in the world would accept 10 ballistic missiles. And I can't imagine anyone taking 180 ballistic missiles
Yeah, bro, no country in the Middle East would accept it. Yeah, no shit. That's kind of the point. That's literally the point of the retaliation. Exactly. Like, what do you mean? That's a great assessment. Thank you, General. Thank you. With a noticeable Wisconsin accent over here from
hurt and harm and
Israeli
kill civilians.
Andy.
IDF International Spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel,
Thanks for having
General,
me, Jake.
Brigadier, Rear Admiral from
Joining
Wisconsin.
us now, former Secretary of Defense here in the United States, former Senator from
Look at
Maine,
this
William
dude.
Cohen. Secretary Cohen, once we know the full scale of the damage in Israel, how involved do you expect the United States to be in whatever comes next?
Well, it all depends on how the Israelis bring us into their planning. The Biden administration apparently was caught by surprise in terms of the attack and the elimination of Nasrallah. I think that the president probably expressed his concern about that.
Yeah, I'm noticing something here. Did CNN have like any Lebanese militants or Hezbollah spokespersons or any Lebanese people that were directly impacted by the attack to be like, hey, this is unconscionable? Because I don't remember that. Maybe I'm wrong. If anything, they had like Lebanese Americans that were like, no, this was super sick, actually. I work for the CIA. And as a Lebanese man, I think it's great that Israel blew up Beirut. So it's weird. It's just strange to me that, I don't know, it's just strange to me that the dynamic is very
Look
different
weak
here.
if they hadn't responded, and now look weak that they have. So I think that these...
Okay. Before I began, I wanted to say a few words about Iran's
Biden's
missile
comments.
attack on Israel today.
They just cut him
At
directly.
my direction, the United States military actively supported the defense of Israel, and we're still assessing the impact. But based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And this is testament to Israeli military capability and U.S. military. It's also a testament to intensive planning between the United States and Israel to anticipate and defend against the brazen attack we expected. Make no mistake, the United States is fully supportive of Israel. And I
We
just
know,
got
bro,
spent
we
the
know.
morning and part of the afternoon in the Situation Room, and meeting with my whole national security team, and consulting with the Israelis indirectly because in terms of their impact on us. And the national security team has been, as I said, in constant contact with Israeli officials and their counterparts, and this is going to continue to be brought to me throughout the day. We're still out to share updates and when we get them, and we will do that. And now I want to turn to what we're going to be talking about today, the damage done by this horrible hurricane. My top priority, and I mean this
is defending Israel.
All right, President Biden there talking about
said-
what happened there.
He said, my top
in
priority is defending Israel, okay? Sucks to suck, hurricane victims.
Back to get him to Secretary Cohen. I'm so sorry. We got preempted there by a rolling tape from the White House. But there you have President Biden commenting on what happened. U.S. officials, as you know, have been pushing a ceasefire. But it does not seem like those efforts have come to fruition in any way. You alluded to the fact that planes were in the air for the Israeli.
The Times of Israel says that they didn't give a prior warning. No, they did. But I think the prior warning was not communicated like hours ahead of time or days ahead of time like the last time. This time it was very quick. That was different.
That things can be.
Also, what do you mean they didn't give prior warning? Biden just said we knew that this was coming. Like, what do you mean? It is such a bad look to be defending attacks on civilian centers while the barbaric enemy is targeting actually military assets. What in the actual fuck, dude? Wait, what? I can't tell what you're trying to say here. You could literally be, this could be in defense of Israel or against Israel. It's actually, it's such a crazy situation because like, I just genuinely don't understand.
Think seriously about whether now was the time to launch a military attack against the Iranians. We'll have to wait and see. I think that's why President Biden is right. Please have him interrupt me anytime in the future. But I think he's absolutely right to say that we need to be in very close touch with the Israelis at this point. No more surprises. We need to be in full consultation and part of any operation that might involve the United States being attacked, either our soldiers and airmen over in the region, or possibly if Iran should strike here in the United States through asymmetric means, through acts of terror in soft targets in Europe, in the United States, and elsewhere. So we have to be very concerned about that.
Former Defense Secretary and Maine Senator William Cohen, always an honor to have you on the show, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jake.
Much more ahead on the breaking.
I want to cover something else that I also predicted for you guys that I told you would be very significant. Here is senior fellow at CI, Center for International Policy Institute, Sina Tusi. Here is what he is reporting, and this is yet another fucking thing that I told you. I'm just gonna say it again. Multiple IRGC affiliated Iranian outlets and Telegram channels are reporting that Iran has warned the United States, if you target our refineries, we will set fire to the refineries and oil fields across the entire region, including those in Saudi Arabia, Azerbaijan, Kuwait, the UAE, and Bahrain. If you recall, I told you over and over again, the real reason why America does not want to go into full-blown conflict with Iran despite Israel's wishes is because it would destabilize the entire planet. The nothing ever happens Andes obviously get to say that comfortably from the heart of America, from the imperial core, because nothing happens to them. Things are happening all the time. Things are happening to your loved ones if you have loved ones in the region. Things are happening all the fucking time, escalating at a rapid clip. But when people say nothing ever happens, they just mean nothing happens to Americans and American interests. Now this would be something happening to American interests, because the moment that you have, and I told you this over and over again, the moment that you have Saudi oil refineries on fucking fire, and they have hit them before, which was part of the reason why Saudi Arabia was like, please, let's not go to war with Yemen any longer. We are actually down to no longer genocide Yemen. We were sorry. You know, remember when the Formula One was happening in Saudi Arabia and you could see the oil refineries on fire in the background? They don't want that to happen ever again. Okay? Because when that happens, something does happen to America. Okay? When oil refineries are on fire, When oil refineries get caught on fucking fire, all of a sudden, the entire economy that runs on petroleum implodes. I don't know if I'm just stupid or what, but I legitimately don't understand why Biden is saying we fully support Israel. Do they not realize this position might lose the election? Some things are more important than the election, my friend. Israel warned Iran before today's attack and they would respond to any hit on Israeli territory. Israel specifically said it would directly hit Iran's nuclear or oil facilities, according to Arab officials, by the way. Iran gave Arab allies warning ahead of attack. In response, Israel promised retaliation. Iran telegraphed to Arab officials in the region on Monday night that it was going to launch an attack on Israel that would be similar in its scale to its April attack when it launched 300 drones and ballistic and cruise missiles at Israel but caused minimal damage. Israel sent clear messages back to Iran that it would respond to any hit on Israeli territory, no matter how small or large, and that it didn't matter if there were casualties or not, the official said. Israel specifically said it would directly hit Iran's nuclear or oil facilities. So when people say Iran did not telegraph ahead of time that they were going to attack, you're wrong. Iran notified Russia and the U.S. before launching the missile attack on Israel, a senior Iranian official tells Reuters. Tehran had informed Russia ahead of missile attacks on Israel. U.S. was alerted by Iran through diplomatic channels shortly before the attacks. This is what I told you as well. No, Yoav Galan is not dead, man. Come on. I don't think he's dead, okay? Please. So America will, just like they have in the past, say that Iran did not actually say that they gave prior warning. The difference in this circumstance, as opposed to the previous retaliation from Iran, is that the prior warning came with much shorter, with a much shorter headway. Okay. This, once again, considering that it was not civilian, like residential buildings targeted, was most likely to also flex to say we have the methods and the means to strike inside of Tel Aviv, to strike in or around civilian areas. Okay? Do you see Iran threatening the U.S. with the destruction of oil refineries? Yes, that's what I was, that is what I'm literally looking at right now. They leaked this to Thomas Friedman. Update, as predicted below, Iran launched several hundred ballistic missiles at Israel beginning at around 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. We may be about to enter what would be the most dangerous moment in the history of the modern Middle East, a ballistic missile war between Iran and Israel, which would almost certainly bring in the United States on Israel's side and could culminate a full-blown U.S.-Israeli effort to destroy Iran's nuclear program. That is the assessment I've gleaned from talking to Israeli intelligence sources whose analysis is that Iran plans to launch a missile attack against Israel at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, which is 7:30 p.m. in Israel. The attack is planned in 2 waves of 15 minutes apart, and each wave will involve 110 ballistic missiles, the Israelis said. They hit 180 instead. That is fucking nuts that Thomas Friedman knew about it. The Iranian missiles are aimed at 3 targets. First, the headquarters of the Mossad, Israel's foreign intelligence service near Tel Aviv. Second, the Israeli air base at Nevatim. And third, the Israeli air base at Katzirim. Both bases are in the south of Israel in the Negev desert. The Israeli officials are particularly concerned about any strike on Mossad headquarters because it is in the densely populated North Tel Aviv suburb of Ramat HaSharon. It is also not far from the Israeli Defense Intelligence Corps headquarters, Unit 8200. This information has been shared with me because the Israelis insist they do not want a full-scale ballistic war with Iran and want the United States to try to deter the Iranians by letting them know that if they do launch this missile attack, the United States will not be a bystander, and its response, unlike with the April 13th Iranian missile and drone attack on Israel, will not be purely defensive. In other words, Iran could be risking its entire nuclear program if this missile attack goes ahead. once again, I have to reiterate my firmly held position that it is not an October surprise if a dumbass like me can figure out that this is going to inevitably happen with almost direct accuracy. The accuracy that Thomas Friedman is also demonstrating here, even though Thomas Friedman literally has insider information. Okay? I am an outsider in every way, shape, and form. If I told you that this was going to happen months ahead of time, if left unrestrained, which the Biden administration literally fucking did, okay, then everyone who is infinitely more intelligent than myself and have access to the actual fucking data on the ground in real time probably also knew that this was coming. It blows my fucking mind that those, calmer heads in American media, on the other hand, oh my fucking God, calmer minds in American media, okay, are shocked at this very predictable, very obvious retaliation. I need you to understand, this is not like an incredible prediction whatsoever. It is actually the expected outcome. Okay? Israel has rampaged throughout the Middle East, and on the assumption that Washington will not impose any restraints on its conduct during a presidential election campaign. Iran appears to have calculated a U.S. aversion to body bags during the final stretch of the election campaign gives it the freedom to deter Israel. Israel will now act to ensure further escalation, prove Iran's assumption wrong, and in the process give Trump a much-needed electoral boost. For their part, Biden and Harris will eagerly walk into a no-win situation. This assessment from Mo and Rabbani is once again exactly what I fucking said months ago. Literally months ago. There are tweets that you can find of mine months ago saying, hey guys, perhaps it's not the best idea to leave a genocidal apartheid state unrestrained in the region, as they consistently say they're in the tank for Donald Trump very openly, and that they will absolutely draw the United States into war if left unrestrained. That is the goal here. Okay? It was pretty obvious, to be honest. No offense, Hasan. I agree with you. I don't think that this is a particularly brilliant insight. Okay? Prepping the international community, Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz instructed Israel's, by the way, he is a real fucking freak, instructed Israeli ambassadors around the world to convey a message that the heads of state in their host countries that Israel will respond to the Iranian attack with severity and will protect the citizens, according to a senior foreign ministry official. I think they're probably going to try to hit like nuclear facilities or oil refineries. I do not know what Iran will do in retaliation to that, but Iran has also said, if you do strike Iranian refineries or Iranian nuclear capabilities, we will strike back. We will light the entire fucking region on fire. Oh my fucking Lord. Former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. on CNN, Israel must attack.
And the land of Israel to ensure that the Jewish people would never be subject again to precisely this type of attack.
Bro, by the way, this is like, in some ways, I think we get duped by the suit and tie and the expertise being demonstrated and display, and also the fact that they are on CNN, right? They got the skyscrapers in the background. Like, they look a certain way, right, on CNN. So we don't understand that, like, this is just as psychotic as, like, a QAnon Trump supporter, okay? Like, just because this guy has all of his teeth and is using, like, Washingtonian speak does not change the reality that the bloodlust is damn near identical to a hysterical Springfield Ohioan turning around and just being like, oh, them Haitians are eating the cats and dogs. We must do something about it. Okay? Just understand that this is still barbarism in display. Okay? Just because it's an old white man and we're conditioned into assuming that old white men are actually the smart experts in the field should not change your calculation whatsoever. When this guy goes on television and says, it is in our DNA, we have to strike back. As the former Israeli ambassador to the United States, we have to fucking pummel Iran. Okay? They are not thinking ahead. Okay? It's just pure bloodlust. It is pure barbarism.
To defend the people and the land of Israel, to ensure that the Jewish people would never be subject again to precisely this type of attack. And this goes to the DNA of the Jewish state.
Someone find the oldest tweet I have on the matter, or a clip. I don't know where Little Bear is today, but I'm sure you can find one where I was like, it is definitely very dangerous to let Israel, even if you are a bloodless, soulless electoral calculator, you should understand that even from the election, even from the perspective of like the election, it is definitely dangerous to leave Israel unrestrained without packing up a ceasefire agreement immediately. Okay? For months, we've been saying this.
And Israel will have to respond, just as it responded to the attacks on October 7th, to the 11 months of shelling from Hezbollah in the north. Israel will respond forcibly against Iran. And Israel has capabilities. And capabilities that are conventional, I must say, that it has not used. I want to call your attention to the operation that eliminated Mr. Hasan Nasrallah before several days ago, in which many Israeli planes dropped bombs, about 2,000-pound bombs, that cut through many yards of concrete. Now, we don't have strategic bombers like the United States have that can bomb, from 50,000 feet in the air with 50,000 bombs, but we have a lot of fighters, F-15s, F-16s, F-35s, that conduct successive bombing sorties that can cut through concrete. And
how does someone find that exact clip from the hundreds and hundreds of hours you stream? We have lore masters in the chat that clip stuff when I make predictions ahead of time so they can deploy it. But here is one. Even if the Dems don't care about the morality of the genocide, not halting weapons transfers to force Israel to cease fire is insane. Dems are leaving themselves at the mercy of an Israeli Trump, Bibi, who literally loves Trump. He will give Dems an October surprise with war. I just need you to understand, okay? No matter what my fucking haters say, I've been telling you ahead of time, over and over again. I've been telling you ahead of time, over and over again, that this is going to happen, that you can't even call it an October surprise because it is an October expectation. Yeah, this was a fantastic gem. Thank you, Jay Mershin. To answer the question on everyone's minds, no, Joe Biden does not have a doctorate in foreign affairs. He's just that fucking good. Yeah, it's just an October inevitability or an October promise at that point. Anyway, here is what Bibi said. Here's what Satan Yahoo said. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Satan Yahoo. Iran made a big mistake tonight, and it will pay for it. The regime in Iran does not understand our determination to defend ourselves and our determination to retaliate against our enemies. Sinwar and Deif did not understand this. Nasrallah and Mohsen did not understand this. And there are probably those in Tehran who do not understand this. They will understand. We will stand by the rule we have established. Whoever attacks us, we will attack him. What will be Turkey's role in this? Come on, man. There are Turkish chatters that have been chirping, and they're like, "Damn, bro! If there's a regional war, they said they're gonna strike everywhere in the Middle East. Are they gonna strike us?" Like, no, man. Don't worry. Those pipelines are still fucking giving Israel energy. Okay. when it comes down to it, Turkey is at the table, if not the table, just not in the direction that chatters wish Turkey was at the table. Okay? Israeli police says 6 people were killed and 10 others were wounded in the shooting attack in the city of Jaffa in central Israel on Tuesday. What is this? Biden's unconditional support to Israel gave all the confidence to a corrupt fascist madman like Bibi to broaden the conflict in an effort to draw the U.S. in. Israel struck Beirut and then the Iranian consulate compound in Damascus. We should have put an end to this a long time ago, April 13th, 2024. Like, accidentally arrived at really solid positions overall with one obvious, glaringly obvious weakness, which is Israel, which is just like standing there waiting to be the October surprise. That is not even a fucking surprise. It's like everybody knows that Benjamin Netanyahu is in the tank for Donald Trump and is getting increasingly more unhinged every single fucking day. And like not trying to put forward like weapons transfers as a condition in an effort to curb Israel back, like in an effort to rein Israel in, is basically just allowing them to run the table.
Yeah. Like their calculus
Thank you,
is
Borlo, for the clip.
If we say like, weapons will never be conditioned, maybe they won't try to fuck us in October. And it's like, they're probably going to do that anyway, I would assume. I don't know if they're
So, to those who are like shocked by today's events, just remember that for months and months and months, damn, you must be incredibly smart to see something coming that the entire State Department missed. Exactly. They did not. Obviously, I'm not smarter, and they did not miss this. They know, they just don't care. The problem is, I think they are still short-sighted. They're nearsighted. I think that they are too heavily invested in short-term benefits for their regional ally, making as much territorial acquisition as they possibly can engage in before it just, inevitably goes away. They're too hyper-focused on short-term gains for the military-industrial complex. They're too hyper-focused on, letting Israel rain bloodshed upon the entire region. I think that they are blinded. They are delusional. There are definitely people in the State Department who recognize this reality and go, we have to do something about this. But at the tippy top are people who are just refusing to hear any fucking reason, okay? They are refusing to hear any reason whatsoever. Yeah, we should have put an end to this a long time ago. Hasan the Hun at 4/13/2024. This guy literally just said I'm Adolf Hitler for saying we have to stop the modern version of Adolf Hitler. That's awesome. Like when we make an assessment of the Nazi regime and how insane they were, especially towards the end, and like all of the tactical mistakes that they engaged in, like I'm sure there were fucking reasonable people even in that mania that were like, hey, maybe it's not the best idea. Like, we love the genocide, but perhaps it's not the best idea to like invade Russia, right? Let's not expand further and further. But of course, in a similar capacity right here, I mean, there were fucking generals that were also literally Nazis who were awful, monstrous pieces of shit that tried to fucking assassinate Adolf Hitler. You know what I mean? The point is, I think that these people are nearsighted in the sense that they think that America can keep up this unlimited support to Israel without incurring severe penalties as the primary partner. Okay.
Another very difficult night for Israel. Of course, we saw a similar attack in April, but this felt like there was less notice, and we could see it in the night sky raining over Israel.
Indeed, Yalda, it was unprecedented attack against Israel. And, you know, for years, the Iranians were playing the game, hiding behind their proxies. But now all masks are off. You know, they send hundreds of ballistic missiles into civilian population. They are not hiding their intentions. And I can tell you one thing, we will retaliate. It will be painful. We will not sit idly by when a state is attacking, a terror state like Iran is attacking our civilians.
Ambassador, do you think, it's clear that you're going to retaliate. The United States says that there is going to be consequences. But in April, you retaliated as well. Are you saying that this one's going to be bigger?
Well, we cannot get accustomed to the situation where Iran is sending hundreds of ballistic missiles into our country. You know, even when you look at the history, at the Blitz of London, you haven't seen the number of missiles flying into a capital city or a state. So we have to take different measures. As we speak, the cabinet is discussing those issues, and I'm sure that it will be felt very soon. At the same time, I have called the Security Council to convene an emergency session here at the United Nations to condemn the aggression of Iran.
There's one problem, and this is a pretty significant one that I hadn't even thought about before. With the exception of the Ayatollah, there isn't really a ch sound that you can make for Iran. Because you have the Houthis in Yemen, you have Hezbollah in Lebanon, and you have Hamas in Gaza. But it doesn't really, like, you can't really hit that ch in the beginning. You have to have a ch in the beginning. So maybe you could say like Ayatollah Khamenei, but like that's it. You know what I mean? You can say Tehran, but I don't know. It just doesn't hit the same. You know, the ch has to be in the beginning. So how are they going to do that? How? I don't know. Your imagination is limited, sir. Iran. Kamala Harris's live statement on Iran. Oh, shit.
President Biden's order for the U.S. military to shoot down Iranian missiles targeting Israel, just as we did in April. We are still assessing the impact, but initial indications are that Israel, with our assistance, was able to defeat this attack. Our joint defenses have been effective, and this operation and successful cooperation saved many innocent lives. As I have said, I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself against Iran and Iran-backed terrorist militias. My commitment to the security of Israel is unwavering. And let us be clear, Iran is not only a threat to Israel, Iran is also a threat to American personnel in the region, American interests, and innocent civilians across the region who suffer at the hands of Iran-based and
Not
back
Israel, though.
terrorist
Israel's not a
proxies.
threat to anybody.
We will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend U.S. forces and interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. And we will continue to work with our allies and partners to disrupt Iran's aggressive behavior and hold them accountable. Thank you.
That was terrible. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Kamala Harris has
President Biden's order to
stated
shoot
time and
down,
time again that she's
those
just like
Iranian
locked
missiles.
in, you know, she's
Also
dialed in.
saying that the joint defenses between the U.S. and Israel were effective, echoing comments that we heard from Jake Sullivan and Secretary Blinken earlier, calling this an unsuccessful attack. Our Ben Wiedemann is in Beirut.
All Trump needs to do from here on out, every single fucking day, is to just be like, Iran would never attack Israel if I was in charge. They're afraid of me. You know, I'm the GOAT. I'm the peacekeeper. I'm the one who's going to do peace through strength. Look at all the fucking wars waging around the world.
Time since 2006.
The problem is, for Donald Trump at least, he just can't shut the fuck up about the most insane shit. And it's just,
so many
you know,
leaders in the Middle East
that still
were
cooks them
warning
a
the
lot.
United States about that as long as the war in Gaza goes on and the death toll mounts and the violence goes on, the conflict would spread. Now it's spread to Lebanon. This evening we're seeing clearly Iran and Israel are already in a situation where they could be basically at a long distance war as well. And there really is a sense of exasperation among many leaders in the region, including many U.S. allies in the Arab world, that the United States just simply hasn't done enough over the last year to try to push for some sort of diplomatic solution. We've seen plenty of trips by Secretary of State Antony Blinken to the Middle East, I think 10 at this point in the last 12 months. But at the end of the day, there's very little to show for it. So we find ourselves on the brink, if not already in the regional war that so many were afraid of. And there doesn't seem to be any foot on the brakes at the moment. The United States obviously coming to the aid of its ally Israel, but there are broader concerns in this part of the world, and certainly things could get dramatically worse. At this point, we are expecting, of course, perhaps even within the next few hours, an Israeli attack on Iran. And that could set in motion a scenario of back and forth attacks between the two countries while there is war raging between Hezbollah and Israel here in Lebanon, while the war goes on in Gaza. So we're at a very dangerous tipping point, and there doesn't seem to be any countervailing force to try to stop the region and sucking the United States in with it over the brink into the abyss. Jim?
One can almost feel the gravity pulling the various players over that abyss in that cycle of attack and retaliation, each one sometimes greater than the other. Ben Wiedemann in Beirut, keep yourself safe. Thank you. When we come back, we're going to have more breaking news coverage of the rising tensions here in the Middle East. Please do stick with CNN.
Bro said, keep yourself safe. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean the thing that you think it means for normal people, normal old people, okay? Can you please, Random Channel Points, predict on whether this will escalate into regional conflict? You've been sighing a lot more this stream. Are you okay, bro? No, I'm not okay, dude. What are you talking about? Why would I be okay? A little bit of levity in this situation. What is this? Iran this morning. Dude, LeBron James is so good. It's crazy. Anyway. Foreign policy is never the most important thing in elections until it is the only thing that people care about, is a thing that I keep repeating over and over again. And we're bouldering in that direction right now. We're not fully there yet. I think a lot of the interest has gone away in the election. If you notice, like, I'm sure you've noticed that, like, most people don't give a shit that Tim Walz and JD Vance are going to duke it out. Most people don't even fucking know that debate is supposed to happen tonight. You know? I don't think people know. I don't think people care. The Brat memes have gone away. Like I said, Brat summer is over. It's you know, the Joe Biden autumn is what we're in. And I think that any kind of extra interest in this sort of conflict is not going to benefit Kamala Harris at all. There's also a QR fact checking. I haven't even fucking talked about, like, the debate. Oh God, there's so much going on. Yeah, Joe Biden fall is what's going on.
Iran's president is warning that Iran's missile strike on Israel this evening was, quote, only a portion of our power. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it targeted 3 military bases in and around Tel Aviv. Fact is, we saw things striking the ground far away from military bases. The Pentagon says this attack against Israel was twice as large in number of missiles as Iran's attack on Israel back in April. CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier joins me now. Kim, goodness, the escalation that everyone did not want seems to be upon us, or at least the momentum towards such an escalation is here. And I just wonder what gets us out of this, right? Because Israel is making quite clear it's going to strike Iran tonight, and you're already seeing threats from Iran about how they might strike back. For instance, if Israel were to strike its oil facilities, what's going to stem this tide?
Well, it is an escalation, but it's still not as bad as it could have been. It was 180 or north of that of ballistic missiles. Last time in April, Iran fired about 110 ballistic missiles and 30 cruise missiles and various and sundry other armed drones. So yes, more ballistic missiles this time, which are more expensive, up to $10 million a piece, and faster. They reach Israel from Iran in about 10 minutes. Yet still, this was defeated by combined Israel's Iron Dome plus U.S. interceptors fired from U.S. ships in the Gulf region. So it failed, but Iran said it was targeting 3 military bases. Those bases are pretty well defended by the Iron Dome. Iran could have tried to fire at less defended areas, could have targeted populated areas, the Haifa port, the Haifa industrial area. It didn't. So there's still, on the escalation ladder, there's still some steps that you can take. The question next is, what will Israel fire at? Because, of course, last time Iran fired those 300 ballistic missiles, as you've mentioned on air, Israel responded about a week later by hitting an air defense system near one of Iran's top nuclear facilities. So now Israel has to decide, what can it hit that sends the message without making this spiral? Either side risks making it spiral by causing civilian casualties.
Are you convinced that's Israel's calculus at this point? Because it strikes me that Israel has had, in its view, quite successful attacks on Hezbollah. It just took a step it hasn't taken in 18 years, which is to send ground forces across into southern Lebanon. And it seems to be, from public commentary from Israeli officials, determined to give quite a sharp response now in military terms against Iran. I mean, are you convinced that Israel wants to calibrate as opposed to strike a damaging blow?
Okay, I still think Israel wants to calibrate even as it strikes a damaging blow. But I don't know that Israel has the bunker busters it needs to definitively take out some of Iran's nuclear technology. Reports keep emerging about new facilities that are buried deeper underground. Iran has been working to hide its progress. Israel also risks tipping Iran over the nuclear line. So far, Iran hasn't actually produced a nuclear weapon. It's perhaps weeks away from being able to do one, but it hasn't made the decision to build a weapon. Depending on how hard Israel attacks, it might push Tehran to build that weapon, and then you've got a nuclear arms race potentially across the Middle East. Israel has to contend with that. So that's why I think you might instead see some sort of calibrated punishment that causes more pain than the last time, but still doesn't cause major civilian casualties or troop casualties. But
I don't know what the Iranian nuclear capabilities are. I just know that they're always like a week out from finalizing the nukes. And it's been the case for fucking decades at this point, okay? I genuinely have no clue where it is.
Well, listen, we'll be watching closely. And
The
of course,
only
the
thing that
danger
she
is
said that is like factually completely accurate is the fact that the Iranian nuclear facilities and bases are so deep underground that bunker busters can't reach them because, duh, no shit. Obviously, you're going to have to build them. If you know that, if you know Israel's striking capabilities, you're going to fucking try to build your facilities so far fucking underground that, like, you know, the weapons that Israel has cannot actually penetrate. Iran will have nukes when China collapses. China is also weeks away from collapse. Don't worry. Okay. If there is any certainties in American political discourse, it is that one, Iran is always weeks away from building the goddamn nukes. Okay. Just weeks away, mere weeks away. And two, China is on the verge of complete economic collapse, also weeks away. And those weeks just keep getting pushed back further and further. And last but not least, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay? There is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, it is a certainty that you have to subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Oh, there it is. This was at the UN, by the way. He loves his fucking... People don't make fun of Benjamin Netanyahu enough for his, like, visual aids. He loves his fucking stupid-ass clip art visual aids. Like, he busted out the evil. This is pure evil. These are the holy people that are defending the region, all of our allies, and these are the evil doers. Owen Jones coming in hot. This really brings rampant, shameless Western media racism to the fore. Here, this journalist explains Mossad headquarters is in a densely populated civilian area, so Iran's attack endangers civilians. If that was Hamas or Hezbollah target, human shields is exactly what we'd hear. Exactly. Everybody knows this. You can take your... This is one of those moments where it's like, yeah, it's a little bit of a dub, okay? It's a little bit of a... not like a W in general, but it's a very obvious, like, optical miscalculation. So it's a rhetorical W, you know what I mean? It's obviously not a W, but it's a gotcha moment, you know? That is what it is. Look at the date. Netanyahu feeling like trip to the U.S. to start World War III went pretty well. That was in September 28th, 2012. This is Benjamin Netanyahu running into the bunker? No fucking way. There ain't no way this is real. I don't believe that. Nah, this is one of those things. No, dude, no. This is one of those things. It's like either an AI video or something like that. Look, whenever you see something that feels really funny and too good to be true, it's probably not true, okay? They're already drafting tweets of you saying it's a W. Yeah, whatever. Oh, dude, I know. Oh, my God. People are going to say I'm in support of terrorism again.
Skies over Tel Aviv being lit up. It was very different.
Oh, it's a video from 2021 and it
Wolf,
showcases
now
Netanyahu running
those
the
air raid
vote.
sirens, they have finished. We're sensing Tel Aviv coming back to life.
New law.
But Israel right now is doing a damage assessment. And what is clear
Hasan
is that
surplus
some
labor
missiles
value. Thank you for the 10 gifted
after
subs.
being intercepted or not intercepted at all,
Allowing
struck
10 people to no
ground.
longer
We
see the
certainly
ads at
saw
the
some
top of the
impacts
hour, by the
in
way.
Tel
Here it
Aviv.
is.
Our Jeremy Diamond visited the crater impact
No, it's
site from
coming
another
for you.
one,
Better watch
and others
out.
have been visible around the country. Thankfully, no deaths inside Israel. One death reported in the West Bank. Could have been much worse, no question. But it does appear that some may have hit, if not their target, that they hit Israeli territory. Right now, our understanding is that the cabinet is making a decision as to how Israel is going to respond. They've made quite clear they will respond. They call this a serious attack, and they say it will have serious consequences. And that response is likely to include an attack on Iran. So the question becomes, what in Iran? Is it oil facilities? Could it be nuclear facilities? It's quite clear that those options are at least on the table. It is not clear if Israel chooses to strike those targets, but we have been told that a decision could be made, and perhaps even the action could take place, Wolf, as soon as tonight.
And Jim, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, you watched all this attack unfold in real time in Tel Aviv as the sky lit up with projectiles and intercept missiles. I want to play a brief.
It's not shocking to me, but it is still yet a very obvious, glaring hypocrisy in full display here. These are 180 ballistic missiles that struck 3 different military targets that they said that they were going to strike ahead of time. There was only one casualty of it all. It was a Palestinian man. The amount of coverage that CNN has afforded to this process is incredible, right? Israel does this tenfold with the direct intent of killing civilians every single day, both in Lebanon now and also in Gaza. As a matter of fact, Israel has been doing this in Gaza since the Iranian attacks were launched in retaliation. And yet, there is never this kind of coverage. I have never seen this level of intense coverage on Israel's actions ever. Centering the victims, centering those who are in the crosshairs of the bombing, centering the collateral damage in terms of potential civilian casualties. Just understand. That is why if you even say, I don't agree with Hezbollah overall, but they are one of the only resistance groups in the region that is launching a deterrence against Israel, they call you a terrorism supporter. But Israel defenders, both in mainstream media and also everywhere online, can celebrate the death and destruction without incurring any sort of penalties whatsoever. Okay? I said this way back in the day after my very famous my very famous America Deserved 9/11 statement, okay? When I was talking about blowback, right? If you say on TV, even if you're running for president, as a matter of fact, that you want to do 9/11 tenfold to Iran, no one bats an eye, okay? But you as an American citizen, talk about the concept of blowback, which is what 9/11 was, right? After years and years of destabilization in the region, okay? It's completely unacceptable. This is at the heart of the matter. That's it. It's pure hypocrisy because the victims of our allies' bombing campaigns are not human beings. They're not seen as human beings, okay? They are simply collateral damage. That's it.
To a wider war. The administration has appeared more frustrated and conflicted in recent weeks as some of this escalation has taken place, and Israel has ramped up its operations on Hamas and Hezbollah targets. So it is unclear exactly how the U.S. will come down on this and whether their suggestions to the Israelis will eventually be heeded. Wolf.
All right, Kayla, thank you very, very much. I want to bring in right now some experts. Eyal Hulata is joining us. He's a former Israeli National Security Advisor. Retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling's with us. And Seth Jones, National Security Expert and Senior Vice President over at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And Eyal, let me start with you. Israel now saying there will be a, quote, significant response to what Iran has done after it fired about 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. What do you think that response potentially could look like?
Well, Wolf, you know, this is the second time that Iran has fired such a massive attack on Israel. I happened to be on your show after the April 13th attack as well, which was unprecedented. This is the second time they do this. Israel has responded very minorly, I would say symbolically, after the attack of April 13th. This was a part of the consultation between the U.S. and Israel to do something that was meaningful, that would prove to Iran that we can penetrate their defense systems, but would not drag the region into a full escalation of war. Iran just did this, and I think important to have everyone understand, unprovokedly. Israel did not attack Iran. Israel has conducted its attacks.
I'm sorry. So when they fucking blew up the principal negotiator on the Hamas side inside of Tehran, that was not a fucking provocation?
Decided to fire some 200 ballistic missiles on Israel. Israel has a very good defense systems and a good collaboration with the U.S., so the outcome is very minor. But Iran intended to do something very substantial and major, and to inflict not only a lot of damage on our infrastructure, but potentially to kill many civilians. So of course Israel has to respond. What exactly that response will be, we'll leave to the cabinet to decide. I'm sure that all of the security establishment are putting all of the options in front of the cabinet to make their decision. But Wolf, if I may, I think the question about the response needs also to come to the United States of America, not only to Israel. We heard Jake Sullivan, my dear friend and former colleague, say that there will be severe consequences to Iran. I think he may have meant not only severe consequences on behalf of Israel, but also on behalf of the United States. Iran has violated all of the norms. Iran has violated all of its obligations. President of the United States said don't so many times, and yet they do this time and again. So there must be a response, and Iran must be pulled back or pushed back to their place where they cannot do this again and think they can and get unpunished and unharmed.
General Hertling, let me get your response, because the Iranian president is now saying this Iranian ballistic missile strike against Israel was, in the Iranian president's words, only a portion of our power, end quote. What else might Iran, or its proxies for that matter, do in addition to this ballistic missile attack?
Well, first what I'd say is the proxies of Iran have been hurt tremendously over the last several months, and especially Hezbollah over the last several weeks. The proxies is Iran's forward presence. They are the ones that do the fighting. Iran attacked today because they thought they needed to. First of all, to support their proxies, but also to get domestic support for the Shah within Iran. For the Khomeini within Iran. What I'd suggest is 180 missiles today, ballistic missiles that are very difficult to push down. Israel probably fired a whole lot more than 180 Arrow or David Slings weapons to knock them out of the sky. So this was certainly an overwhelming force by Iran, much more than we've seen before. Iran has close to estimates of 3,000 of these ballistic missiles. This was an element of that, and they could certainly do more. I think it's incumbent upon Israel to respond to all of this. They will do so in a time and matter of their choosing, but Iran has an overmatch capability in ballistic missiles. They don't have much else in their military, and their proxies have been hurt over the last couple of months. So we're going to see a very dangerous situation right now as Israel responds, I believe, in not a proportional manner. It is going to be a much greater than proportional manner. They are going to have the assistance of the United States in defending the territory of Israel with some of the Navy ships that are in the region that have great air defense capability. But there was a significant effort today by Iran to breach the Israeli defense systems, and it was borderline whether or not they did that today. They could certainly do worse, and I'm hoping that we can continue to tamp this down so there isn't a full-scale regional war in the area.
Seth Jones is with us as well. Seth, the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, saying the Iranian attack was, quote, effectively defeated, his words, effectively defeated by Israel. So was this a failure by Iran?
Well, I think it was a failure by Iran to hit any targets. I suspect part of what the Iranians were also doing is signaling that they had the capability, in this case ballistic missiles, to conduct strikes. As we've seen over the last few weeks, Hezbollah's command and control capability.
See, there you go. He's not dead, bro. Okay. I spent this evening in the command center and control center together with senior defense officials, closely watching the IDF's successful defense against the Iranian missile attack. Iran has not learned a simple lesson. Those who attack the state of Israel pay a heavy price. God, I can't listen to the fucking CNN guys, dude. They're so crazy. Iran is now saying that this will be the extent of its response. This is like from a couple hours ago, or from an hour ago at this point. Iran is now saying that this will be the extent of its response to the killing of Hania in Tehran and his top officials in Beirut. As long as Israel does not respond to this response, the U.S. is already saying Iran must be punished. The U.S. could end this war any day it wants, but it wants war. Okay? The IRGC has issued its first statement. I don't know why Israel thinks that if Iran has the capacity to penetrate its anti-missile defenses and strike military targets, why they won't be able to dismantle entire city blocks. I don't understand it. They literally keep showing that they have the capacity to do so. That's it. If you see this as anything but like Iran saying, hey, we said we were going to hit these 3 targets and we did. If you keep this shit up, we will also escalate in kind. I don't understand. I do not understand. Well, I guess the only thing is, like, just like America does not give a fuck about American civilians and American military lives as long as there is an overarching goal here, Israel does not care as well. For them, it's like, yeah, there's gonna be some civilian casualties, but that will feed into the bloodlust, and that will feed into our territorial acquisition. It will give us righteous cause for vindication. We will be able to bring America into the fold. I think that's it, because the moment tens or the moment hundreds of Israeli civilians die is the moment that America's like, that's it, we're going to war. I think that is the major restraint from the Iranian front, because I'm sure that if I can understand this calculation, they can too. So that's what it is. I think that's what's going on ultimately. Iran's defense minister says if Israel reacts, we will respond in more severe manner. A large part of our advanced missiles have not yet been used. The targets were completely military ones, especially the intelligence sites that were used for the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh. There it is. Iran's armed forces. If Israeli regime retaliates, it should expect widespread and comprehensive destruction of its infrastructure. Should countries supporting the regime directly engage in aggression against Iran, will simultaneously target their sites and interests in the region. Feels like World War III time and Christmas. I don't think that like World War III is going to happen in the way that you think it's going to happen. I think it's already happening. Anyway. What is this? Iran Observer just in. Netanyahu is trying to reach Putin via a phone call to ask him to prevent an Iranian attack on Israel. That was at 9 a.m. Putler's voicemail. Hello, you probably tried to reach me while I was reading a book, practicing sport, or just chilling and doing me. Please try again another time, says Felix. Elaborate, it's already happening. Thanks. I think considering that we have mutually assured destruction and nuclear superpowers in every side of this conflict, and in most conflicts around the globe, we don't experience a world war in the same way. Okay? It doesn't work like that because there is significantly more global trade amongst regional powers that are at war with one another. And most wars are not hot wars, but instead cold wars. The hot aspect of the war is engaged through proxy battles. And that's already happening. You got Ukraine and Russia. You have obviously Israel versus the Axis of Resistance. These are just happening in Al Jazeera. Watch it. All right, I will. Here.
At this particular stage, what we do know is that the U.S. is in constant contact with Israel, and what we assume is that President Biden will be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu shortly.
Okay, Mike, many thanks indeed for bringing us the view there from the White House in Washington, D.C. Well, the Pentagon said that 2 naval destroyers were used to intercept Iran's missiles. A spokesman, Pat Ryder, said the Pentagon was not given any forewarning of the attack from Iran.
I'm not aware of any pre-warning by Iran about their potential attack. As you know, this is
they're fake friends, bro. They lie about this all the time.
For a while, based on the threats of retaliation by Iran. And so we've been closely consulting with Israel for a while now to be prepared in the eventuality. And as today demonstrated, we were prepared. And we were able to successfully work alongside
Wedding
Israel
photos?
to defend them from this
this
attack.
ain't real. Get out of here.
Let's speak now to PJ Crowley. He's former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel. Joins us now from Alexandria in the state of Virginia. Great to get you on the program, PJ. What do you make of what's been happening tonight?
Well, I think so far so good. I mean, we'll actually see some, battle damage assessment in the coming days to see, what impact the Iranian strikes did have on Israel, if any. The real question is what happens now? You've had, obviously, the successful Israeli attack on the Hezbollah leadership, the Iranian response. Is that enough to restore deterrence on each side? Or, and these are calculations being made in the region.
Well, it's clear. Can I just jump in there? Because it doesn't seem like it is enough. I mean, we're certainly hearing very hawkish, expectedly hawkish views from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that there will certainly be a retaliatory strike.
Well, and obviously there are also ground
It's so interesting listening to Al Jazeera because it's like, this is how, if you're a defender of Israel, this is how you must feel all the time when you're watching most mainstream news in the West. You know what I mean?
The further escalation towards an all-out regional conflict.
Oh, by the way,
but it has a limited ability to influence, the major combatants. It has no relationship with Iran.
While this is happening,
none with Hezbollah, none with Hamas.
But if I can.
While this is happening, Israel has issued yet another late-night evacuation order for areas in the Beirut suburbs. Urgent warning to the residents of southern suburbs, specifically in Haret Hirik neighborhood, in the buildings specified in the 2 maps and the buildings adjacent to them. You are located near dangerous Hezbollah installations that the IDF will act forcefully against in the near future. Yeah, they have one speed. I'm telling you, October 8, when there were still Palestinian resistance militants inside of the Israeli territorial border, Israeli territorial boundaries, these motherfuckers moved to bomb Gaza. Okay? Like when I tell you they want to engage in territorial acquisition and kill people more than they care about the safety and security of their own citizens, please make no mistake. Israel has routinely shown that they have no interest in their own citizens either. Okay? They don't have the interest in the safety of their own citizens. They do not have the interest in they're the only time that Israel ever talks about the safety and security of their citizens is when they are conducting an offensive act. Okay? That's it. They're like, oh, we got bombed. All right, time to bomb more. Oh, our citizens are being taken over. There's like literally fucking people inside of the kibbutzim. All right, time to bomb more. The only way they care about their citizens is when they can use the dead or the hostages in a way to conduct further military campaigns. Okay? This is why they have a policy called the motherfucking Hannibal Directive. Okay? Which is Israeli military doctrine that you can shoot Israeli civilians and Israeli soldiers and kill them in an effort to stop them from being taken hostage. It's not like this is a direct rule that the military applies and has applied and did apply in October 7. Okay? They love that they have a group of rabid, monstrous psychopaths who believe that they are straight up ordained by God to go and take over more territories. They fucking let the rabid settlers expand instantly after they clear areas. Once the dust is settled, they let the fucking settlers come in and overtake the area. And then, oops, we have more security concerns for our civilians. We have to engage in more offensive campaigns in an effort to preserve the safety and security of our citizens. They did this in the fucking West Bank. They did this when they literally built the nation state of Israel. Hasan sounds a bit biased here. Yes, I am biased towards humanity, okay? Unconditionally. What? Do you think Al Jazeera is pro-Israel? I mean, Hamas can always return the hostages back to remove this excuse. No, not really. No, I didn't say Al Jazeera is pro-Israel. I said, as someone who is not pro-Israel, watching Al Jazeera is a, genuine change of pace from watching Western media. And I suspect most people probably, if they are pro-Israel, when they're watching mainstream press, feel the way that I do when I'm watching Al Jazeera. Yes, I am biased against genocide. I am biased against apartheid. I am biased against a genocidal apartheid state led by a fascist ideology such as Zionism. I am right, but too early for others to act like they were always alongside my position, okay? The problem is, I'm right, I'm just too early for many to also reckon with that reality. That's it. Such a virtue signaler. I know. I mean, I love the admission that it is a virtue to be, anti-genocide. You're right. I agree. I think it is a virtue, and I think you recognize that as well. So when you say virtue signaler, you're just admitting that I'm both correct and virtuous. Yes, I am signaling my virtue. I hope that you will also be biased against apartheid. I hope you will also be biased against genocide. Naftali Bennett was literally just on CNN, by the way, straight up. Like, I think he might have tweeted this before he went on CNN. Israel has now its greatest opportunity in 50 years to change the face of the Middle East. The leadership of Iran, which used to be good at chess, made a terrible mistake this evening. We must act now to destroy Iran's nuclear program, its central energy facilities, and to fatally cripple this terrorist regime. To strike the head of the octopus of terror that, in its cowardice, sent its tentacles, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, etc., the murderers, while the Ayatollahs sat safely in their palaces in Tehran. The octopus's tentacles are temporarily paralyzed. Now comes the head. We must remove this terrible threat to our children's future. Bro, it's so funny. It's like, I think there is a hint of irony. There is a hint of irony in the fact that, like, Israel, as the Jewish state, is utilizing so much of the same anti-Semitic language that was straight up launched against Jewish people historically that led to the Holocaust. Like, it's also funny to think because, like, people in Western media will say stuff like, oh yeah, like Hezbollah and Iran are controlling these campus protesters. Like, I mean, it's a laughable assessment. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, they have their tentacles everywhere. It's not Jews that control the media. It is actually Iran that controls the media. It's like, come on, dog. What are you saying right now? We can grant the Iranian people an opportunity to rise up and shake off the regime that tyrannizes its women and daughters. We have the justification. We have the tools. Now the Hezbollah and Hamas are paralyzed. Iran stands exposed. Yeah. In the same breath, being like, Jews control the media is a bad and dangerous stereotype and a conspiracy theory, which it is, by the way. By the way, it's actually the Muslims that control the media. Like, I agree with your views on Israel. Are you against the gender apartheid in Iran, Lebanon, Syria? Wait, Lebanon? The gender apartheid in Lebanon? The gender apartheid in Lebanon. Okay, Bill Maher. The gender apartheid is like such a classic, like, oh, the real apartheid is the gender apartheid in these fucking nations. It's always funny because you say that about Iran. Okay, fair to a certain degree, without examining how we got here. That's fine. Okay. But then to say that about Lebanon and Syria is hilarious when you got Saudi Arabia right there. It's right there. You're so primed to just be like, you can't even do Islamophobia right. Like, Saudi Arabia is right there, dude. But someone told you these talking points and they didn't tell you about Saudi Arabia because they didn't want you to think Saudi Arabia is bad because they're our allies and they're Israel's ally. It's hilarious. Sorry, I didn't mean to piss you off. My bad. Dog, you said Lebanon and Syria are living under religious theocracy. Iran is correct, but it's hilarious that you think Lebanon and Syria are living under religious theocracy, okay? The only thing that binds these people together is that, one, they are in the crosshairs of America and America's allies, and two, they're fucking brown. They're Muslim. Like, that's it. a ridiculous assessment to make overall. Holy crap, dude. I am going to try to I'm going to try and talk about I'm going to have an academic, a historian. I'm going to try to have what my friend considered a low-tech scholar who is not very good at tech. I'm going to try to have him on right now, but I don't think I'll be able to. We'll see. Let's see if I can get him on. Or am I? Oh, fuck. This is going to be difficult to do. Let me see. Oh, I DM'd the wrong person. Oops. Where the fuck? Okay. A nation of lions. I mean, this is just insane shit. All right.
Day, and so it's real hard to be honest with the American people, real hard to be authentic and genuine when you're struggling internally, as J.D. Vance clearly is. So I expect Tim Walz to do quite well tonight. He's going to be an outstanding vice president.
People who have spoken to Governor Walz have told CNN he's nervous about facing Senator Vance. How high is the pressure on Governor Walz to perform well tonight?
Look, I think all these moments are high pressure. I mean, you're running to be vice president of the United States. These are big deals. But I expect that Tim Walz will meet the moment as he does throughout, as he.
Okay, 1 second. All right, we'll get back to Al Jazeera.
Israel has ramped up its military activities in Gaza. They have been hitting mortuary homes in the course of the past few hours after the retaliation, and there is till now a very active movement for fighter jets, for drone jets, and also for quadcopter drones. The attack that has been carried out by Iran has been seen as a very significant step from the eyes of in the eyes of Palestinians, but they also understand now that there is a new phase of the war has just begun, and which can really pave the way for more regional tension within the coming days, and that's completely depending on the Israeli potential retaliation in the coming days.
Indeed. Okay, Tarek Abu Azoum, we'll leave it there for the moment. Tarek joining us there from central Gaza. We've also been seeing celebrations take place in Jenin in the occupied West Bank. Residents there have set off fireworks. In September, Israeli forces carried out the deadliest operation in the occupied West Bank since the war in Gaza began. Layla Wara joins us now from Bethlehem, also in the occupied West Bank. So, Layla, we may be seeing celebrations, but we're also hearing of the death of one Palestinian civilian amid this attack by Iran on Israel.
Yes, so we are seeing celebrations in the street right now, which Palestinians are describing as a natural reaction to Israel's ongoing year-long war on Gaza, on top of their decades-long military occupation, which Palestinians have been suffering under for this entire time. And constantly we're seeing Palestinians killed at the hands of Israeli forces and Israeli settlers. And meanwhile, while all of this is taking place, there have also been damages to Palestinian properties. And as you mentioned, one Palestinian has been reportedly killed by the shrapnel. This Palestinian was someone from Gaza who was taking shelter in the north of Jericho in a Palestinian Authority training center, along with hundreds of other Gazans who were there. And 4 other people were also injured. So it's quite a few mixed feelings, and people are also fearful because these attacks are taking place so close to Palestinian areas, because they are targeting Israeli settlements, which are nestled in between Palestinian communities. So the rockets are very, very close, and we're seeing that kind of overspill into these Palestinian areas.
And Layla, whilst the Israelis all got the call to go to bunkers, what shelter were the Palestinians there in the occupied West Bank able to take?
So in the occupied West Bank, there are no shelters to take for Palestinians during this, which is why you also see so many Palestinians out in the street. And meanwhile, while all of this is taking place, what we're also seeing is the Israeli military closing down the Palestinian city of Hebron, where 2 Palestinian attackers had the shooting attack that took place shortly before the missiles, in which about 6 Israelis were killed. They were from Hebron, and now we're seeing the Israeli military go into Hebron and shut the city down. And there have been videos and reports of the Israeli military raiding the area. And this is something that many analysts describe as a collective punishment policy to kind of press down resistance and stop people from committing these acts. But again, these same analysts say that that's not the effect that they have.
Layla, many thanks indeed. Layla Wara joining us there from the occupied West Bank. Well, we've also been seeing scenes of jubilation in Baghdad after Iran's attack on Israel. Protesters there waved Iraqi flags and held the portrait of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed on Friday in an Israeli attack on Beirut. Our correspondent Osama bin Javed has more now from Baghdad.
There have been celebrations.
By the way, the meeting of the Israeli Security Cabinet has ended 10 minutes ago. He will probably talk to Biden as well, Benjamin Netanyahu, and their retaliation will most likely occur in the coming hour. Okay. Just letting you know.
Visited the Joint Operations Command and looked at how Iraq is going to fare if there is any more or anything escalates further from what we've seen so far from the Iranian strikes. We've also heard from various political factions and resistance groups in Iraq, including the Islamic Resistance,
won't make any endorsement of the statewide treasurer's raise. The latest blow to Aaron McClellan's campaign to unseat incumbent Republican Treasurer Stacey Garrity
and its allies to take heed.
Aaron McClellan, both my Democratic and Republican opponents supported investing pension money in Israeli bonds. I don't. Here are the reasons why. Well, that makes sense.
Put down some of the missiles. They say that this would be a clear violation of their terms of staying in Iraqi territory, and if Iraqi territory or airspace is used to aid what they call the Israeli occupation entity, their bases and all of American interests in Iraq could.
All right. We're going to have a brief intermission here where I am going to be introducing to you Professor Abdel Razak Takriti, who teaches modern Palestinian and Middle Eastern history at Rice University. He's the author of numerous studies. Most recently, he launched the Tavra podcast on Daniel Denver's The Dig, a 16-episode series surveying the modern history of the Arab lands. Hopefully, we'll be able to do this without issue. Hello, Professor, are you there? Can you hear me? There's going to be some complications at first, but we'll get through them. Hopefully, but we'll have a. Hello. Oh, perfect.
Hi,
I can
how are
see
you? How's it going?
Okay, not only can I see you, I can also hear you. So this is going smoothly. I'll admit. I was definitely worried. Daniel made it seem like, he kept saying the words low-tech scholar when referencing you.
I'm not that bad. I can manage an app or two,
Okay. All right.
I think what he means is I don't spend my time, on social media that much.
Okay. Well, that's probably good for your mental health, especially right now, especially in recent times. Let me tell you, I just I did a thing at USC last night with a professor that invited me to speak to her students and whoever wanted to attend, and there was a letter campaign apparently by 27,000 letters saying that I should not attend, that USC must not have me on board or welcome me as a guest. So that's usually how it works on social media.
And these are probably just Israeli trolls and that kind of thing.
Yeah. No, it was a Zionist group on campus that launched it, but I guess it didn't work in their favor. In any case, welcome to the broadcast. I've heard a lot about Daniel has sung your praises quite a bit in terms of your acumen and your knowledge over the region and the history. And originally, when we first were supposed to have this conversation, I wanted to ask you about the history of Hezbollah, because, of course, there are a lot of people in my community in general that are perhaps a little unfamiliar with Hezbollah, like where it started, why it started as a political movement. And I'm sure you know this already, but obviously in the Western media, it's very black and white, the way we communicate about America's adversaries and even America's allies. They're the good guys, and anyone that stands as a resistance to American intervention in the region is officially declared a state-sanctioned enemy. Terrorism. Let's start there. Let's start with the designation of terrorism. What do you as an academic think about this designation? Is this one that has any sort of like real legal precedent? Is that simply a socio-political term applied broadly to non-state actors that we want to deny habeas corpus to?
I mean, this is an excellent question, and I think the answer to it is contextual. So I would invite our audience members to think. Why is it okay, for example, for a state like the Israeli state to invade Lebanon, kill thousands of people, injure hundreds of thousands in places like Gaza, across Palestine, terrorize the whole region? If terror is about spreading fear, spreading insecurity, that's certainly what that state is doing. However, because it's a state actor that is supported by the West, that is never described as terrorism by Western countries, even though the Israeli military is viewed in the Middle East and across the Middle East as the largest terrorist force in the region. So it is all relative, it is all contextual, it depends on how you view things. In terms of its impact, actually, the Israeli state has terrorized way more people than any of the designated terrorist groups that the United States designates as terrorists. So that's point number one. Point number two has to do with legality. The international order, as it stands, favors state actors against non-state actors. And that means that it has always had a negative attitude towards liberation movements in general. And these were often prone to be described as terrorists. For example, the African National Congress, led by Nelson Mandela, was considered to be a terrorist organization. In the United States, it only ceased to be a terrorist organization in 2008, believe it or not.
Yeah.
The FLN, the National Liberation Front in Algeria, which liberated Algeria from a century and 3 decades of French colonial rule, brutal rule that killed more than 1 million people, that organization was described as a terrorist organization. The Irish Republican Army was described as a terrorist organization and was designated as such. The state actors against which they were fighting were not counted as terrorists, even though the damage they caused to civilians, to women, children, men, elderly men, everybody in society was indescribable. You can't even begin to describe the scale of it. So we should always approach these words with caution and understand where they come from.
Yeah, absolutely. You nailed it in terms of like the calculation of Israeli horror never being designated as an act of terror, even though it absolutely suits. If this was a designation applied evenly, Israel's actions would be considered in the exact same vein, because the impact of it is the same, causing tremendous amounts of psychological harm beyond the intended targets. And in many instances, the intended targets are broadly civilians regardless.
The impact is worse, actually.
Yeah.
Because now they're carrying out a genocide and there's no talk about anything. Like, who's standing up to them as they're massacring people en masse And now in direct and indirect ways, it's way worse than terror. Genocide is the worst crime in history possible.
Yeah.
For you to come and destroy already up to 15% of the population of Gaza has already been annihilated through these policies, according to public health experts. This is very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. So the question I guess I have is we are talking about resisting Israeli occupation. And I guess this brings up the first question I wanted to ask you, which is about Hezbollah in its inception and its modern iteration. If you could give us some historical background as to how Hezbollah came to be, that would be wonderful for a lot of people in my audience that might not know.
Well, I mean, the first point to note is again the context. How did Hezbollah emerge and why did it emerge? It emerged in the context of the Israeli occupation of Lebanon in 1982. In the 1970s, many of the cadres that formed Hezbollah were involved in resistance against the Israeli state, but it was through involvement in Palestinian-led movements that were stationed in Lebanon. Now, why were these movements in Lebanon in the first place? It's because the Israeli state was created on the debris of Palestine. It had actually, there was no such thing as Israel before 1948. It came about in 1948. It's a settler colonial formation, mostly comprised of Eastern European Jews that came on a Palestinian Arab land. What happened is they expelled a lot of people across the region. Many of them ended up in Lebanon. With time, these people began to form national liberation movements that sought reclaiming their land. They sought liberation and return for the Palestinian refugees and those that were living in Palestine. So the Palestinian aspect is very important to understand in this equation. And that's important for our listeners today. Sometimes they might wonder, why the hell does Hezbollah care about Gaza? Or why is it so connected to the Palestinian cause? That's the context to that. Now, of course, most of Hezbollah's members, in fact, all of them come from the Shia sect in Lebanon. Lebanon is a country that is governed by a sectarian system that was created by French colonialism there. They divided people by sect. And one of the most important sects is the Shia sect there. However, it was always underrepresented in the Lebanese political system. And as a result, they found common cause with the Palestinian refugees that were expelled by the Israeli state to Lebanon historically. They had good and strong social connections with them. They were joined also by class interests because they were poor and the Palestinian refugees that were expelled there were poor. The geographic interconnections, the south of Lebanon, where most of the Shias are concentrated, is very interconnected with the north of Palestine, which is where most of the Palestinian refugees that ended up in Lebanon come from. So all of this meant that there was enormous sympathy for the Palestinian cause. There was an enormous understanding that Israel as a settler colonial state is a threat to Lebanon, not just Palestine. It's a threat to the whole region. And this is the experience that Hezbollah fighters went through before Hezbollah was created in the 1970s. Then in 1982, the Israeli invasion happens. Israel invades Lebanon. As what we're seeing today, they're claiming that they wanted security for themselves, but in fact, they're always expanding. There's no security expected for anybody else except for the settler colonists there. This is the general attitude, which is, you know, it's similar to settler colonists populations everywhere. They think their lives are more worthy, that the security of others is less important. And we see this in American pronouncements today, Hasan. Like, why is it that the Biden and his entire team just keep on speaking about defending Israel? What about defending Palestinians? What about defending Lebanese? What about defending Iranians? What about defending Turks? Anybody in this region that is affected by this aggressive settler colonial state? They do not matter.
Yeah.
So this is the context to the emergence of Hezbollah. In 82, Israel goes, invades. It kills 20,000 people. It destroys the whole place. It was the worst invasion that we had seen until the Gaza genocide. It was really horrific in 1982. And they broke every international norm. They occupied a major Arab capital, Beirut. And in the process, you started to have a resistance movement emerging against them. Now, that resistance movement, in the case of, there were multiple ones, but from the Shia quarter in Lebanon, Hezbollah came about. It included fighters that had fought before in the Palestinian Revolution. It also included people that were rejuvenated by the Iranian Revolution. They saw what had happened in Iran, and they decided that they're going to follow an Islamic path towards revolution. Previously, many of these people had joined the left or had been part of anti-colonial resistance in the Palestinian movement. Now, they were inspired by a new model that was offered by the Iranian Revolution. And in theological terms, strictly theological terms, our viewers may or may not be familiar with this concept. They adhere to something called Vilayat al-Faqih, or Wilayat al-Faqih as we would say in Arabic. That means the governance of the jurists. They agreed with the Iranian line that was proposed by Ayatollah Khomeini, which said that the Islamic Ummah, the nation, has to be ruled through, in accordance with the precepts of religion, through the interpretation of the jurists. So that was a controversial line in Shia circles. It continues to be, but Hezbollah were adherents to that line. And in Lebanon, they became associated with it. They developed a very close relationship with the post-revolutionary Iranian government.
Yeah. And some of the most horrific acts of mass murder that some people in the chat might recognize in 1982 was, of course, the Sabra and Shatila massacre, where the IDF struck a mostly Palestinian and Lebanese Shia compromised area in the city of Beirut, where Christian militias inside of Lebanon, Phalangist militias inside of Lebanon, committed heinous atrocities and were directly supported by the IDF in that process. And the conservative estimations are between 1,300 and 3,500 civilians that were ruthlessly slaughtered. Many of the immediate propaganda that came out, the atrocity propaganda that you might have even heard from the likes of Joe Biden, as a matter of fact, without any sort of evidence whatsoever, repeated post-October 7, were actually real documented atrocities that occurred in Sabra and Shatila. And the only reason why I bring this up, I think, is to help people understand the collective conscious and the collective psyche of the Lebanese and the Palestinian refugee population in these areas in terms of the way that they analyze Israeli acts of violence, Israeli incursions, just so people are clear.
Hasan, I recorded 40 hours with Daniel Denver on The Dig, the podcast, the famous podcast. We did a series called Thawra, just detailing this history. It is a very complex history, but I would encourage our listeners to check it out. But seriously, for us to understand what's going on, we have to realize that there's an accumulation of both Israeli colonial violence, but also American support for it. The reason why Sabra and Shatila happened isn't just because the Israelis unleashed their militias that they had trained and armed these Lebanese militias that were under their control, and it wasn't just because their army besieged the camp and facilitated this process. It wasn't because they gave the order for it. It's more than that. It's part of the total betrayal of the United States to the agreements that it had signed. The U.S. had sent an envoy in '82 demanding that the PLO exit, and the PLO said, the Palestine Liberation Organization, said, okay, you know what, we'll exit, but how do we guarantee the safety of the women and children and elderly people that will be left in their Palestinian refugee camps, given the fact that our fighters will no longer be there to defend them? And the U.S. gave guarantees. The whole international system was supposed to uphold these guarantees. Nothing happened. Israelis were allowed to go, kill, inflict this wanton destruction on the Palestinian people. It was one of the worst massacres in our history. Now, of course, in Gaza, everything pales in comparison to Gaza because it's full-on genocide. But up till that point, seriously, these heinous crimes were unbelievable. So, of course, that led to the resistance option that was proposed by Hezbollah to become very popular. Because, look, people here they talk about, okay, why aren't the Lebanese people peaceful? Why aren't the Palestinian people peaceful? Why aren't the Iranian people? All of this talk. I'm like, everybody's peace-loving. Actually, in our region, we need peace for us. because the level of destruction imposed on us is much bigger. But there's a big difference between peace and pacification. Pacification means that I keep on beating you up. I'm the bully that will actually destroy your life, and your job is to completely submit and keep on taking hits whenever I want to give you hits. And that is an unreasonable thing to expect any human being to accept. Our people are human, despite the fact that a lot of American officials don't seem to think that, despite the fact that certainly Israeli racist officials will never accept that. This has to do with racism as much as it has to do with anything else, Hasan.
Absolutely. So let's talk about, I guess, the modern iteration of Hezbollah as well, if you don't mind. And then I want to move into Iran a little bit as well, considering that this conversation was supposed to center around Hezbollah and its reception in the region broadly as a resistance force against Israeli incursion, specifically both in Lebanon, but also as a deterrence factor against Israel's ongoing genocide and occupation in Gaza. But since then, of course, Iran has chosen to retaliate for Israel assassinating IRGC commanders inside of Beirut and in other places, as well as a direct violation of Iranian sovereignty when Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, the Politburo chief of Hamas, the person that was the principal negotiator in the hostage negotiations that were ongoing. Israel did this, of course, in Tehran, which was a direct violation of Iranian sovereignty, which Iran said that they would inevitably retaliate towards. And it seems like today was that retaliation. But in terms of Hezbollah, a lot of the conversation, in my estimation at least, a lot of the conversation surrounding Hezbollah and the Israeli incursion into Lebanon has been basically repackaging the exact same type of propaganda that we saw with respect to Hamas, that Israel wasn't simply pummeling Gaza into submission, that it wasn't engaging in an act of genocide, but instead was actually liberating the Palestinian people from the treacherous nature of Hamas. And now the exact same propaganda, it almost reset, right? Where Israel is technically liberating the Lebanese population from Hezbollah. Is there any truth to this kind of propaganda in your estimation? Or what does the broad reception of Hezbollah look like in the eyes of the Lebanese population?
Well, I mean, I've alluded earlier in the interview to the sectarian nature of Lebanese politics. Unfortunately, as a result of two civil wars in the 19th century, and as a result of various, influences, including a few decades of French colonialism, Lebanon was designed as a sectarian state. And what that meant is that your religious background determines who you are as a Lebanese citizen. That has serious implications for politics. It means that people are ossified, they get frozen into their sectarian identities when it comes to political behavior. And that meant also that you get political allegiances often correspond to sectarian lines. There are challenges to this. The Lebanese left was always secular, for example. There have been movements that have emerged that have mobilized people across religious and sectarian divides, including Hezbollah in certain moments, by the way. And Hezbollah still has an audience outside its immediate sect. However, the Israeli policy has always followed a doctrine that they've had since the early days of the Zionist movement, before there was even an Israeli state. And that doctrine was called the peripheries doctrine. For people who want to Google it, they can check that out. The idea was always...
What was it again? So can you say that again?
The peripheries doctrine. So their notion is to focus on minorities and create tension between different religious groups or tribal groups or national groups in the region surrounding them, so that they could actually weaken the regional system and be able to establish their settler colonial dominance in the region. That's not particular to the Israeli state, by the way. Settler colonial states often use these tactics of divide and rule. In Lebanon, they've used it extensively. And in Lebanon, what has happened is they didn't invent the sectarian divide there, but they've certainly exploited it. And they were bound to exploit it. They're exploiting it now. Look at the areas they're bombing. They're actually targeting a religious group. They're targeting a religious minority in the region. And nobody's talking about that, by the way. That every village, every town, every city that's being targeted is a Shia area. This is actually terrible. It is an it's a major religious crime against a religious group in the region. But they're also trying to create tension.
Not
between
dissimilar
that
to
group.
ISIS, I might add, in the exact nature, whether it be to shield with a false religious justification to shield your actions, or to target religious minorities in the region.
Yeah, and the only thing that we can say about Israel is that the Israeli government at the moment and the whole political system of Zionism is that it's driven by settler colonial precepts. They will use any method, including targeting religious groups, to achieve their objectives. And they've done it before. They try to co-opt certain religious groups sometimes. They try to marginalize others. It's fair game for them to kill people and to target people. They don't care. And this is the unfortunate reality in our world today, is that they're given license to do that. I mean, because they're backed by the world's biggest empire, which happens to be the country that we live in here, the country that we pay taxes to, the country that we work in, and in this setting, it's creating a lot of dissonance for a lot of people here. How can we be supporting a project that is based on the destruction of the entire regional neighborhood? This is a state that knows nothing but escalation, expansionism, and total war. It is a martialist state. And again, this is not particular to it. Settler colonial states tend to behave that way. Apartheid South Africa was wreaking havoc on the entire southern part of the African continent. They were spreading chaos there. Pied Noir in Algeria were totally genocidal in their mindset, and they killed millions of people, like over 1 million Algerians. That's how these settler groups behave. But why is it that they're given sanction to behave that way? There's no limit placed on them. It's outrageous, Hasan.
Absolutely. In terms of the Iranian retaliation, or I guess even with the existence of Hezbollah, much has been said about Hezbollah's actions in Syria or even in its domestic affairs inside of Lebanon. But Israel has consistently reiterated the position that the assassination campaign, which of course targeted thousands of civilians alongside a couple key leaders, which are simply regarded as collateral damage in Western media. The assassination campaign was conducted specifically to try and decouple Hezbollah from Gaza. Could you speak to the similarities within the Ansar Allah regime as well, or if that's outside of your purview or expertise, that's also perfectly fine. I didn't ask about that to Daniel earlier.
That's totally fine. I mean, I can tell you something.
But
go ahead, Hasan.
Well, the question I have is the question I have, I guess, is that what do you say to people again that consider Hezbollah to be a terror group and fundamentalist overall? I guess it's that has nothing to do with the reasons as to why Israel assassinated Hassan Nasrallah or the leadership of Hezbollah, and everything to do with the fact that Hezbollah was a deterrence mechanism against Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Let me tell you an interesting thing, Hasan. In our country here, in this country, when we encounter people usually who attack Hezbollah as fundamentalists and all these groups as fundamentalists, they tend to be fundamentalists themselves. People in the Republican Party who belong to actual evangelical movements, for example.
Yeah.
Okay. They believe in religious conservatism. That's what Hezbollah believes in. I would say the religious conservatism Hezbollah is milder actually, because they're not so obsessed with certain things like abortion, and they don't spend their whole time focusing on attacking gay rights and that sort of thing. So in a way, actually, the groups here are way more conservative. However, if what we're talking about is religious conservatism, I might disagree with that personally. I'm not a religious conservative, okay? But the issue here is not their Islamic character. What they actually don't like about Hezbollah, and let me be very clear here, the U.S. has historically supported Islamic groups in many parts of the world against what they perceive to be communist infiltration. So in Afghanistan, for example, they produced Al-Qaeda to fight the Soviet Union. Okay, the predecessors to Al-Qaeda were actually created by the U.S. and with Saudi funding. Okay, and this is something that's well established in the scholarly literature, Hasan. There's no doubt about it.
Oh yeah,
it's a fact. So they don't have a problem with religion. They don't have a problem with religious fundamentalism. The issue they have with is where is it directed? And let's be clear, Hezbollah is way less religious fundamentalist than any of the groups that we have described, Qaeda or anything like that.
Or I mean, even the current Saudi administration that we are closely aligned with, on top of Saudi Arabia obviously being a wonderful ally to the state of Israel as well.
Yeah, and they're less fundamentalist than the Israeli state. The Israeli state is officially now ruled by Jewish supremacist parties that say that they actually say this on a regular basis, that there should be, one of the parties is called Jewish supremacy. They consider themselves to be superior to Palestinians, superior to Arabs, better than them. They should be oppressed forever. It's an officially racist doctrine based on religion. In the case of some of these parties, Ben Gvir, Smotrich, these are real zealots. So let's not now spend too much time thinking that the problem with Hezbollah is their religious affiliation. Their problem with Hezbollah is their geopolitical alignment, and that's what their issue. There's been always a fundamental issue in this region. Nobody wanted a Zionist project in this region. Nobody wanted a settler colonial state in this region from within the region. It was always a project imposed from outside. And it's not a project that is good, even for the settler colonial community itself. And we know this in the case of South Africa, in other cases. The Afrikaans for a long time deluded themselves, thinking that they could live forever, ruling over a black majority, having total disregard to their regional neighborhood. We have the same situation now with this Israeli state. Hezbollah, other groups, they will not accept this idea that the Israeli state should be allowed to go and massacre Palestinians en masse, carry out a total genocide without anybody intervening. If they accept that idea, then they're also setting a serious precedent for themselves. Let's say the Israelis finish the job in Gaza. Finish the job, by the way, has a horrific meaning. It means kill everyone. That's what they're doing now. Okay, if they do that, then Lebanon will be next. Then the rest of the region will be next. It's a very dangerous phenomenon. Trump now is talking about annexing the West Bank to Israeli state. The West Bank will be next.
Absolutely.
This project has no limits.
One other aspect of this, for I guess like Western squishy liberals who are like, oh well, Hezbollah is this or that, is the reality that, and this is a J-Post article that I have in front of me, that Israel also, in the targeted assassination strikes that they conducted in Lebanon in these dense suburbs, densely populated with civilians, also engaged in assassinations on 3 PFLP leaders in the Kola district of Beirut. Now, the PFLP is not a religious group at all. As a matter of fact, it's simply a Marxist group. This is, of course, very similar to, once again, another assassination that Israel had engaged in with Ghassan Kanafani. Again, famously not a very religious person, but simply a Marxist. And to make matters worse, of course, to add insult to injury, the PFLP leaders that were killed were not actually engaged in the in the tit for tat cross-border missile campaigns that were being conducted between Hezbollah and Israel, which Israel was still responsible for 82% of the of the munitions being deployed there. Having said that, this simply shows once again that it has nothing to do with even border security for the northern territories of Israel, but instead has everything to do with the fact that Israel gets to kill whichever leadership or whichever commander or whoever says that they do not like Israel's genocide in the region.
I mean, let's imagine that it is about border security. Let's imagine that for a second. They always use security arguments. Okay, why should they have security and nobody else in the region should have security? I mean, this is the real fundamental question here. What does security mean? I mean, their version of security is I dominate the region. I do not give freedom to the Palestinian people. I do not create democracy. What I create is a Jewish state that is supremacist in character, that rejects people from other religions, rejects people from other ethnicities, and has a project of permanent domination over them. That is not acceptable. By the way, there's a lot of Jewish descent in this country and elsewhere now around this, especially amongst younger people. So
yes.
They're upset that this settler colonial state is actually using the good name of Judaism to pursue its actions, because it has nothing to do with Judaism. No religion actually would sanction the sort of actions that are being taken now by the Israeli state. It is a genocidal state. It is a state that has been described by Human Rights Watch, by Amnesty, and by other major human rights organizations as an apartheid state. It is a state that has broken more UN resolutions than any other state in history. It is, in fact, if you want the technical definition of a rogue state, it fits that definition. It is a rogue state. It is a state that goes rogue against the entire international order. Now we have ICJ decisions on it. It doesn't want to accept it. The International Court of Justice has ruled that it's plausibly genocidal. They don't care. It has ruled that they should stop what they're doing in Gaza. They don't care. And now in Lebanon, they're not caring either. And assassinations is one of their methods. They use it against everyone, Hassan, as you've noted. They've used it before against the leaders of the PLO, the leaders of Fatah. These were not Islamists. They've used it against PFLP leaders. They've used it against people from multiple designations and groups. They've used it against our Christian leaders. Somebody like the great poet Kamal Nasser. These were people that were murdered because they were intellectuals, because they were thinkers, because they were actually calling for anti-colonial revolution. And there's a big difference between anti-colonial revolution and terror, by the way, Hassan. Now, speaking of Hezbollah, I'm not a Hezbollah member. I'm not a Hezbollah supporter. I have no affiliation whatsoever with that. Okay, but however, at the same time, I'm somebody who's an analyst and understands the region. And I will tell you something very clearly. Should the Israeli state cease its project of domination in this part of the world, should it give freedom to the Palestinian people, should it stop threatening the people of Lebanon, should it stop its expansionism across this region and its project to continue a settler colonial domination, should it democratize and actually say, okay, we'll be a state that's not based on religion, it's going to be based on citizenship, we're going to allow the Palestinian refugees to return, we're going to allow everybody to vote, we're going to consider everybody to be sisters and brothers in citizenship, then people would not have a problem with it. But they cannot accept that. And if you say this, they'll tell you, oh, you're against Israel's right to exist. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm against the existence of a racially based order of domination. I'm not against the Israeli people living in this territory. They don't come from our lands, okay? But they've been in them for quite a while now. You know, some of them have been there for one generation or two. A few of them have been there for 3 or more. You know, that's okay. We're not against anybody's presence in this region so long as they actually respect everyone else, integrate with everybody else. Stop thinking that you're above the law. above international norms, that you could get away with the genocide. That's the problem with settler colonialism. It creates an order in which the leaderships imagine this, and they start then mobilizing the whole populace around settler colonial visions of domination. No, I seriously believe, and we must insist on a joint future for everyone in this region, including, by the way, Israelis. I mean, this colonialism does not benefit them. It's not good for them. It's not good for anybody. You know, Frantz Fanon, the great anti-colonial thinker, he was a great psychologist. I'm sure you're familiar with him, Hasan, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, he wrote studies about how settler colonialism creates a total collapse in the psychology of both the colonizer and the colonized. It has serious repercussions for everybody.
No, absolutely. It is. I mean, you see it in Israeli society, both with the direct consequences of like Israel's bloody war and genocide around the entire region. You have their economy downgrading. You have ports that are now bankrupt. You have Israeli economy collapsing entirely. It's already been a state that has been completely funded and facilitated and propped up by first the British and then, of course, the United States of America. But even beyond that, I feel like people behave as though the supply of bombs is infinite, and people behave as though there is an endless amount of bloodshed that they can engage in without incurring any sort of penalties. But also on top of that, I think from a more holistic approach, I think that the Israeli psyche has been collectively broken in terms of the way that they analyze their role in the region. And I think that there is a steady cycle of dehumanization in the form of social conditioning, in the form of propaganda that needs to justify the violence that is a necessity to maintain an apartheid, even when you are not conducting a genocide, right? And I think that that also has caused many Israelis that we see, at least on Twitter, on social media, behave in incredibly violent ways, not recognizing why they are becoming a pariah state, not just in the third world, not just in the global south, where Israel was always viewed as a settler colonial pariah state, but now even in Western Europe, which is actually relatively new. I mean, I've spoken about Palestinian emancipation for almost a decade at this point in my professional commentary career, and I've never seen the attitudes shift so wildly in the direction of the recognition of the humanity of Palestinians before. I think that Israeli society as a whole does not recognize that and does not understand what those consequences will be. I do, however, think the Israeli government understands that reality, and I think that the last-ditch desperate attempts are coming from the government, both with Benjamin Netanyahu's personal ambition in staying in power, so he doesn't withstand any sort of like prosecutorial scrutiny. But also on top of that, I think there are people in positions of power within Israel and even in the American State Department, the ideologically committed to Israel's death and destruction, that see that basically see the writing on the wall in terms of the way that the globe is seeing Israel, and are saying like, this is your last opportunity to grab as much territory as possible.
That's the problem. They do see it in these terms, but also some of them see it in messianic terms, in religious fundamentalist terms, where they think that actually now is the time to eradicate the Palestinians, to take over the entirety of what they consider to be the Holy Land, and then basically establish a completely a land free of non-Jews there. And this is a problem. And then, of course, as they defend this project, which is rooted in racial supremacy, the Israeli officials have also weaponized a very legitimate and historically valid issue, which is, of course, that of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is one of the greatest challenges that the world faced, certainly in the Second World War, and we've seen it materialize in the Holocaust. It was appalling. It was horrible. It was a European invention, and has resulted in the destruction of much of Europe's Jewry. But to come and say that critiquing a very violent, racially supremacist system, that of Israeli settler colonialism, is equivalent to anti-Semitism is absolutely outrageous, and it is an insult to the memory of millions of innocent Jews that have perished on the hands of anti-Semites in Germany and elsewhere. It is also totally disrespectful to the idea of preventing genocide in the future. I mean, now what we're seeing in Gaza now is genocidal. We must prevent it. And you can't kill all these people as Benjamin Netanyahu and then play victim. Benjamin Netanyahu is not a victim. Okay? He is an aggressor. He's a bloodthirsty demagogue who is carrying out a genocide. And his entire cabinet is in it. And actually, currently, the current U.S. government is fully involved in it. So this whole system has a problem in it. And they realize that there are shifts in American public opinion around this, that there are shifts amongst the youth. There's a huge shift in Jewish public opinion around this, especially in the United States. Nobody wants to accept this anymore. So something is happening, something profound is happening. However, in the meantime, there's a lot of people suffering, Hasan, and that's the bit that people like you and me worry about. Because yes, eventually these projects will self-destruct. They will actually, they will not go anywhere because it's a project rooted in a vision of permanent injustice. That doesn't work. Visions of permanent injustice produce too many enemies because you oppress people too much. I mean, it happened in Haiti. I'll give you an example. In Haiti, the first great anti-colonial revolution of our time, of modern times, happened in Haiti. The whole population was enslaved. Had a bunch of slavers that were saying everybody is under the boot. You have an enlightened leader comes in, Toussaint Louverture, a wonderful black revolutionary, formerly enslaved person who goes and manages to organize people, and they create one of the greatest revolutions of all time, possibly the greatest, actually, most inspiring for sure. He says, I just want us to be sisters and brothers with the colonizer. We just want to be French citizens. We just want to be equal. And they go and imprison him, kill him, and betray him. So that leads then to the emergence of a much different vision that's less inclusive of the colonists. Dessalines leads a much more violent, war of liberation, and we end up with a different situation. This is what settler colonialists do. We don't want that to happen. We can say they're going to self-destruct, they're going to create that. We don't want that to happen. We don't want them to also kill a lot of people along the way, which is exactly what they're doing now. Somebody has to come and put some common sense into this situation. Now, on the Hezbollah side, they have actually been very restrained. Okay, up until 2000, almost all their operations, in fact, all of their operations, were geared towards getting the Israeli troops out of Lebanon. Let's not forget, and this is the context that our viewers have to remember, Israel occupied Lebanon directly for many, many years. It had control over the Lebanese south from 78 onwards. It had various forms of control there and occupation. It has also developed proxy groups allied to it there that were wreaking havoc and causing major insecurity. These were gangsters. The South Lebanon Army and others, very vicious, and they were just dominating the people. That's the original struggle that they had with Hezbollah. From 2000 onwards, our main issue with Hezbollah is to make sure that the Palestinians never get supported, first of all, and make sure that Hezbollah does not get activated in favor of Iran in any confrontation that the Israeli state wants to have with it. And here what that meant, was that they're willing to go into a serious war. In 2006, they went and destroyed large parts of Lebanon, killed a lot of people. Again, people have historical amnesia. They forget that this violent settler colonial regime has waged war on the people of Lebanon for decades. And then, of course, Hezbollah was also restrained with them. It allowed for a UN force to come into the territory and act as a buffer zone, even though, by the way, that should not happen. Settler colonial states should not be protected, actually, by the UN or anybody else. They should be pressured by the whole international community to seize their settler colonialism. You want the honest truth. But no, in this reality, Hezbollah is very, very restrained. Okay, it understands that there's an international order that supports the settler colonial state. It's very restrained. Now,
same with Iran as well. And there's a very simple calculation here. If you look at the Iranian retaliation that occurred today, and you look at the actual civilian casualties, despite the fact that Iran demonstrated its capabilities this time with the obvious expertise that they can penetrate through the Israeli security, that Iran does have the capabilities of if it wanted to choose to do so, strike targets at scale, civilian targets as well at scale if they chose to do so. And yet they struck 3 military targets today. The amount of people that Hezbollah in its tit for tat bombing campaigns against Israel, and the amount of people that Iran has killed in its retaliation against Israel is laughable in comparison to the untold amount of the deaths of thousands of people both in Gaza and the deaths of now 1,000 at least people in Lebanon that Israel has engaged in. So in terms of the civilian casualty, in terms of the enemy combatant versus civilian ratio, if we're going to look at this in a cold and calculated way, obviously Israel does come across as the far greater evil if the morality was made to be an even playing field, which it is not. Obviously, there is a nuclear-armed superpower here that is backed by the largest hegemonic superpower on the planet that is doing this death and destruction as a settler colonial state. We're not even considering that. But even if you were to consider it on an even playing field, then yes, the restraint is obvious in terms of the way that these actors, non-state actors, or I guess Hezbollah is in a unique position because they are a part of the Lebanese parliament as well, and also Iran as a state actor has demonstrated restraint time and time again.
I mean, you have here the settler colonial state engaging in regular assassinations. They've killed most of Hezbollah's leaders in this moment, and still the response was restrained. You know why? Because at the moment, Iran and Hezbollah do not want a regional war. That's an Israeli desire. They want a regional war so that they could perpetuate the genocide, get an American green light for even greater weapons shipments to them, greater financial support for them. They want to unleash a full war machine and drag the region into a permanent long-term war. That is a horrific outcome, but it's the outcome that they want. And through that outcome, Netanyahu can stay in power. Ben Gvir and Smotrich can realize their messianic and pursue their messianic visions. And the whole region then is dragged into the abyss. This is the objective. Now, the Iranians have not played that game for a variety of reasons. They know that their actual military power is limited. They know that their financial power is limited. That does not mean they're powerless, by the way. It is a major country. In this region, it has always played a major role, and it will continue to play a major role. However, it is a country that is under siege economically. It is a country that has suffered a lot from U.S. sanctions, from U.S. marginalization in the international system. Its relationship with the U.S., by the way, is far more complicated than just being reduced to the Palestinian cause or the because there was also an Iranian cause in relation to the U.S. That's why the Iranian Revolution happened. There was a problem with the U.S. dominating Iran, carrying out a coup against democratic forces there, bringing in the Shah and the security state. It's a long history.
Yet another instance where more moderate secular forces, or more moderate and even, dare I say, social democratic or socialist forces were gutted for their movements. And then, of course, what took its place was significantly more conservative forces in its stead.
Yeah, and Mossadegh was a good example. He was, a secular social democratic figure that won a popular election, and was his only crime was that he was trying to say Iran's natural resources have to serve the Iranian people, and you know, they remove him and they ensure then that there's dictatorial rule by the Shah. Oh, by the way, if you notice now, his son is coming out on the U.S. scene, you know, using the Israel brand to make inroads into the Republican Party, and they're parading him around everywhere. It is really an interesting collusion that's taking place between two very conservative forces in the region: the force of Zionism and the force of this the Shah's successor. But in any case, what we're seeing here, Hassan, and again, I don't think people should think of this as I have to be pro Hezbollah or pro Iran or pro anything or anti anything in this part of the world. I think what we need to think about is structural realities. Structural reality, number one, is that there's a settler colonial order. Okay, that regardless of who leads it or who is opposed to it, you know, in terms of ideology or political affiliation, the structure determines much more, is much more relevant. So we have to understand this. There's a settler colonial order here. It will always behave in a settler colonial ways, because what settler colonialism is, and we keep on saying this term, but let's specify what it is. There were people living in that land before. Another group comes in from outside, in this case mainly Eastern Europe. It comes in, shows up, and says, it's no longer your land, I'm going to expel you. And then the whole region has to deal with that. Okay. This group also expects then that nobody should attack it for expelling these people or oppressing it or killing it. And if decides to annihilate the indigenous population, as it's trying to do in Gaza today, then everybody's meant to be silent. All right. That's not going to work. Okay. Secondly, the second geopolitical structural reality is that there is a history to the settler colonial behavior that has affected the region as a whole. But it's also a history that intersects with the American entry into the region. Okay, so this settler colonial state fought multiple wars with almost every neighbor. Actually, not almost. It fought multiple wars with every neighbor. So it has fought wars against Egypt, killed a lot of Egyptians. And these were major wars of aggression.
No, you don't understand. They were the victims in all of that.
Of course. In 1956, when they conspired with the British and the French to invade Egypt and take away Sinai and march to Cairo even, you know, they were the victims. In 1948, when these Zionist militias were expelling people from their homes and basically ethnically cleansing the whole of Palestine, they were victims. And they say, oh, invading Arab armies, we're fighting against it. No, you weren't. You're fighting actually against the Palestinian people and did not want anybody to defend that people.
Yeah, it was interesting because there was no armies in Deir Yassin. It was just the only army presence, I guess, was the terrorist militias that came in and committed atrocities against the civilian villagers that had actual peace pacts with the Israeli villages in the region, as a matter of fact, that were a part of the Plan Dalet.
Right. Up till May 15, 1948, there wasn't a single Arab army in the whole region. Okay. And it was basically Palestinian villages being attacked and ethnically cleansed for no less than 6 months. And they had actually emptied out most of the main cities during that period, by the way. Haifa was ethnically cleansed before any single Arab army entered. Jaffa, the same thing. These were the major, most important Arab cities. We can go on and on about this, Hassan, but the main point to emphasize here is the settler colonial group is not a victim group. Okay, it is very much in the Middle Eastern context using policies of aggression. It refers sometimes to the legitimate history of Jewish oppression and victimhood in Europe in order to cover up for these crimes, which is actually terrible that they're doing that. They should not be referring to that history in this way. And Now, the additional thing to note here is that what about Palestinians? What about Palestinians? What about the Arabs next door? What about the Iranians and everybody else in the region that has suffered from this project? We don't talk about that. That the whole region rejected the partition of Palestine. By the way, partition plan is a misnomer. It should be called the setting up of a settler colonial state in Palestine. That's the real, what really happened then. But every state in the region had actually rejected that, including all the Arab states, including Turkey, including Iran, they all understood what it meant. It meant a disaster. It meant a disaster. And now we have to actually work on finding a common future beyond this disaster that took place. There has to be, especially after this genocide, we have to rethink everything. All the main precepts have to be rethought. We have to imagine a future of justice and equality for everyone. A future in which Jews and Arabs of all religious denominations and Iranians and Turks and Kurds and Armenians, everybody in this region, can find a way forward beyond the ethnic tensions and religious tensions that are encouraged by this very violent settler colonial regime. By the way, I'm not saying that this region does not have problems of its own that preceded the arrival of the settler colonists. Of course it did. Every part of the world has internal strife. Every part of the world has serious problems. However, the impact of settler colonialism has been horrendous. And today we're seeing it. They're trying to drag the region into a war. Iran has said multiple times, we don't want to get dragged into the war. Even the Iranian president this time, after this strike, he just said that. They don't want war. They want, in fact, de-escalation. They want the genocide to stop. They want the political solution to be considered. They want respect for Lebanon's sovereignty. How is it allowed, by the way, Hassan? They keep talking about Israeli security. Why is it allowed for Israeli warplanes to go and bomb Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq and Iran at will?
Yeah.
No respect for the sovereignty of these countries for decades, not for a year or two. But if one rocket enters the Israeli airspace, this is a serious violation of Israeli security. And why? Why are they better than all these countries combined?
Yeah.
Why is it that? And we sometimes forget things. Why is Israeli piracy in the high seas allowed? Now they talk about Yemen, and they're attacking the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea and so on. Why was the Mavi Marmara, Turkish ship, why was it attacked? And it's the people on it who were peaceful peace activists. They were killed in cold blood in the high seas, and everybody was supposed to shut up around that and say nothing. How is that acceptable?
No, it's not. I mean, Israel is also even allegedly. Israel allegedly also blew up an American Navy ship as well, the USS Liberty attack. So it's just as long as it corresponds to American state interests, like it's not like the United States of America cares about its own civilians or its own citizens or its own military members either. If they did, they would not send thousands overseas to go defend its national interests, to go and maintain a security posture over opium fields in Afghanistan, only to get shot by people that live there, that want them out of there, or in Iraq as well, to have IEDs explode under their Humvees. If they truly cared, they wouldn't be engaging in such acts and lying to go to war and consistently do military occupation in these areas.
This brings us to our responsibility as Americans here, because let me be very clear. I have an allegiance to the betterment of the lives of American people, our sisters and brothers that are living in terrible housing. our sisters and brothers that do not have access to healthcare, the total oppression that we're seeing here in our own country is unspeakable. I mean, I see it every day. And where is the money going to? Wars, endless wars. This project of domination. They've just supported the Israeli state with an enormous package. You know, this $16 billion package that went there. You could fix the whole homelessness problem in the major American cities. I mean, I know in Houston it would not cost nearly as much here where I live. You know, it would not cost that much to fix homelessness. You would be able to actually support health programs, support programs for our kids, for our schooling, for the education system that is collapsing. So actually, when we talk about visions for the Middle East, it's also interconnected with a conversation about visions for the United States internally. What kind of society do we want to build here as well? Is it a society that disregards the interests of the people at home in order to expand imperial wars abroad and support settler colonial states like the Israeli state abroad? Is that really what we want? Or do we want a better future for everyone, including Israelis, by the way, themselves? They don't even know this. But this permanent war model is not good for them. But more importantly, actually, it's not good for the people that are living under their boot, the Palestinians, the surrounding Arabs, the Iranians, everybody else in this part of the world.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Professor, for coming on. It was delightful and very informative. Professor Abdul Razak Takriti. Am I saying that right, by the way? I don't.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Hasan.
Sorry. Is there anything else you'd like to say before I let you go?
Well, I'd like to end on a note, noting that basically this program of assassination, spreading terror, and wreaking havoc will not work in the long run, and will not work even in the short run. You cannot kill causes. You cannot kill causes by killing leaders. There will be other leaders that will come up. I mean, the history of Hezbollah is a good example, but also history of the Palestinian movement, and whether we're talking about leftist parties or we're talking about religious ones, or any other political movement that we've seen in the region. They will survive against assassinations. The real issue, the only thing that will allow for progress and change, is actually structural change. And that's what we need to be talking about. And I hope that people here will think about it. And that means thinking about the political and national rights of the Palestinian people, and thinking about respecting the sovereignty of the states that surround historic Palestine.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Professor. Also, tell Daniel that he's wrong when he said you're a low-tech scholar. He's wrong about that. You nailed it. You got it dialed in. You have the Discord and everything.
Thank you so much.
And a wonderful backdrop. Thank you so much, Professor. Have
I
a great day.
appreciate you, Hasan, and looking forward to seeing you again. Take care.
All right, bye. Once again, chat, that was an incredible incredible guest for us. Professor Abdul Razak Takriti teaches modern Palestinian and Middle Eastern history at Rice University. Fantastic guest. He had a podcast episode with The Dig with and I hope you guys check out his stuff, his work. He has it's a series called Tavra. I think I'm saying that right. I hope I'm not saying that wrong. But yeah, to your point earlier about the Israeli economy, following the downgrading of Israel, Moody's also downgrades the Israel Electric Company. Yeah, these are the punishments that Israel is bringing about its own citizens, its own economy. It's destroying it because it's hell-bent on death and destruction. Thawra means revolution. All right, I'm going to grab my food, and
What happened?
we are going to continue.
And in the course of the day and the reaction...
We're going to continue with the updates from what's going on with respect to Israel's potential retaliation against Iran. We're waiting right now. Israel, most likely in the upcoming hours, will retaliate against Iran. Their security cabinet meeting ended. The debate is also coming up as well. Not entirely certain as to when that's going to happen. It will be, you know, there's a lot of motion, there's a lot of movement. We'll figure it out. It's at 6 p.m. Pacific, though, the debate.
Leader of Hamas in Tehran itself. So all of this context is not given. What the U.S. has been doing in the course of the day and in the wake of the attack and during the attack is doing no more than express utter support for Israel in its ongoing actions.
Mike Hanna joining us there from Washington with all the latest that we're hearing from the US. Many thanks, Mike. Well, Iran's foreign minister has spoken to his counterparts in the UK, Germany and France, saying that its operation is over. But it's also insisted that if Israel retaliates, Tehran's response will be decisive. Let's take a look at what has unfolded. Over 200 Iranian ballistic missiles have been launched at Israel from inside Iran. Many of those were shot down by Israeli air defenses and with the help from the United States military. The US helped Israel by launching 12 interceptor missiles from 2 US destroyers in the Gulf. Israel's air defenses went into action, shooting many of those missiles down. Evidence shows that some of the missiles getting through Israeli defenses are detonating on the ground. Now, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that an advanced hypersonic Fatah missile was used for the first time. David DeRoche is a professor at the National Defense University and former Pentagon director of Arabian Peninsula Affairs. He joins us now from Washington, D.C. Now, I should imagine this is something that you would follow very closely and really examine exactly what weapons are being used. What do you make of Iran, for the first time, using this hypersonic missile?
Yeah, I don't think it's a true hypersonic missile. So a hypersonic missile has to have a speed in excess of Mach 5, which all exothermic missiles have when they come in. So, you know, pretty much every missile fired at Israel meets that speed. But it also has to be maneuverable. And right now, China, Iran, Russia all claim to have hypersonic missiles, but I don't think any of them truly are, because the surfaces, when you maneuver at that speed, they just burn up. This is the problem we had with the space shuttle, with the tiles on it. When the tiles got off, the heat was just too great. So they were certainly going very fast. They certainly are not to be discounted. They're more accurate than past Iranian missiles. But this idea about it being a hypersonic missile, I think, plays on the fact that people just don't understand what that term means.
Interesting. Okay, so could you explain to us then what was used? Because it's been described by the US Pentagon as an attack that was double in scope from that which was launched in April. No drones were used in this particular strike. So what exactly was used?
So medium-range ballistic missiles. So these are missiles that are launched from Iran, that move up into the atmosphere, and then they leave the atmosphere.
No, it's not. It's not hypersonic.
At Israel.
Promise.
So
I mean, maybe they're right. I don't know. So why the fuck did the David Sling or the Aero Systems not catch any of these fucking missiles?
Another misconception. I'm very glad you're giving me this forum. Another misconception is that Iron Dome is all of Israel's air defense. And as one of your correspondents noted, that only deals with low-range rockets coming from things like Gaza. So the U.S. Navy SM-3,
always
or
eating.
Other
Get it out.
variants
Get it
of
out
the
of your
standard
system.
missile,
I'm eating right now.
Launched from the U.S. Navy ships, Arrow, David Sling towards the end, would be appropriate for intercepting these. These come at a much higher speed and from a higher angle of approach than these sort of rockets that we've seen fired by Hezbollah and Hamas. And usually they're intercepted at a higher altitude. I've seen video that seems to indicate an exothermic, exo-atmospheric, rather, that's easy for me to say, interception. So even outside of the atmosphere.
Every attack, of course, gives Iran new information on Israel's defense capabilities. What else do you think Iran has in its arsenal?
Well, what we don't know is how big their starting number of missiles were. The April 14th attack was about 10% of their arsenal. So this is probably at least another 10%, probably as high as 30%. There were, domestic protests in Iran calling for strikes against Israel after the killing of Hassan Nasrallah. So they may have dipped a little bit further into their arsenal than they want. I think that they fired a significant proportion of their latest generation missiles. Some of the missile booster stages,
I doubt it.
The stages that get it into the atmosphere, have fallen apparently in Jordan, and there's reports of deaths there from the falling boosters. So that would indicate that they are using their latest model missiles, which are more accurate than the past ones. It looks as though they're using a combination of liquid-fueled and solid-fueled missiles. The solid-fueled missiles are easier to move around and hide. And it looks as though they have had some success in overwhelming local Israeli missile defenses. But it remains to be seen what they are. The only pictures I've seen of an impact are on open ground next to a building, not buildings yet.
David Rush, great to get your insight and expertise on this subject. Very interesting indeed. Thanks very much for taking the time to join us there from Washington, D.C.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Now, as we mentioned before, there's been a mass shooting in the south of Tel Aviv in the Jaffa neighborhood. At least 7 people have been killed and several others wounded. Israeli police say the shooters were shot dead. They've since raided Palestinian homes in the city of Hebron in the occupied West Bank in response to that shooting. Leila Wara joins us now from Bethlehem in the occupied West Bank. I mean, this is a story that we hear a lot, Israeli raids in places in the occupied West Bank. But this attack is larger in scope than Israel has seen on the ground for quite some time.
What? No, you're muted.
Yes, so this is quite a large attack that we've seen, and there are videos going around of the attack taking place and of the bodies that have been left. Reportedly, at least 7 Israelis have been killed and several others were wounded. And people are still seeing these kinds of videos going around. And this happened right before the missile attack that started coming in. So all of this kind of happened at once. And so Palestinians are kind of started reacting to that and then immediately had other things to react to. Meanwhile, the 2 Palestinian attackers were from the city of Hebron, which now Israeli forces have raided. They've shut down the Palestinian city in the occupied West Bank, closed off all entry points. And there have been videos of the Israeli soldiers raiding the area. And reports have stated that Israeli forces have gone in and raided the houses of the Palestinian attackers and are interrogating families, kind of terrorizing the area. And this is something that generally happens after there is an attack, where Israeli forces will go and
I want to show
what analysts will describe
images.
it as a collective punishment policy to go then inflict all of this extra trauma on these families and on these people for being from or related to the attackers.
Yeah, we've seen those scenes play out quite a lot, but certainly not under the conditions that we've been describing and seeing and hearing about tonight, when there were missiles flying overhead from Iran into Israel, and Palestinians there in the occupied West Bank unable to go anywhere to take shelter, even as everyone in Israel, all civilians in Israel, was sent to underground bunkers.
Yes, and so meanwhile, while Israelis were being sent to underground bunkers, Palestinians have no safe places to flee to. There's no bomb shelters for Palestinians.
Updates to the Israel-Lebanon situation today. Starting with late last night, you had IDF troops crossing the border into Lebanon in what they described as a limited and localized ground operation to take the fight to Hezbollah. And that coming after a night of brutal strikes across Lebanon that killed more than 100 people, which makes the number over the past 2 weeks 1,000 dead and 6,000 wounded. With outlets describing last night's actions as an invasion, though you had Israeli officials trying to downplay the assault, with them pointing out that Israeli troops have done many incursions into Lebanon over the past year, with those generally done by special forces forces, which have conducted at least 70 raids during that time. But apparently it's also been done by normal troops on over a dozen occasions. And all of this drawing a lot of criticism from many, including commentators like Hasan Abi, who has long been critical of Israel's actions in the region, writing on Twitter. Israel has packaged all its illegal occupational actions, including apartheid in the West Bank and genocide in Gaza, by claiming self-defense. America hasn't restrained Israel at all since early October, and now it's, quote, self-defending by moving to overtake southern Lebanon once again. But this is Israeli officials have their own version of why they're invading, saying it's not to reoccupy southern Lebanon like they used to before 2006. Instead, saying it's to enforce Resolution 1701, which, if you've never heard of, put an end to a short war with Israel and Hezbollah back in 2006, with both sides agreeing to withdraw from a specified area that created a buffer between the so-called Blue Line border on Israel's north and the Litani River in Lebanon. And instead, 17,000 UN troops, as well as the official Lebanese army, would be put there to keep the peace and help people back into their homes. However, despite Israel agreeing to leave southern Lebanon, Hezbollah has pretty much ignored the resolution completely, with Israel claiming this allows the group to easily launch missiles into Israel from just across the border, with one official even claiming, quote, "We've seen attempts of Hezbollah to infiltrate Israel. In some cases, one of our brigade's deputy commanders was killed, and this is something that they have been planning for years." With the IDF also showing footage of alleged Hezbollah tunnels that go across the border, alongside accusations that Hezbollah planned to massacre Israeli civilians like Hamas did. So at least officially, Israel's goal is to get Hezbollah back across the Litani River and to stay there as a non-threat to Israel, which you have people saying is a notable difference from what it wanted in Gaza. Right there, it vowed to eradicate Hamas, but we'll also have to wait and see if Israel...
Well, I mean, nah. It's the same goal. Like, literally, down to the tunnels, man. Come on. Also, guys, come on. He's doing decent coverage on this, okay? Everybody calm down. I think he does a good job with Israel, for sure. You're crazy. I think Philly D is the maximum, like, Philly D is the maximum fuck Israel position you're ever going to get from a person that is, like, offering in real time, like, as close to objective coverage as you can get. You guys are forgetting what, like, the normal position is in mainstream media, I think. Like, he's literally presenting me in an in a non-contentious manner. Like, what are you guys talking about? He simply mentioned that that is Israel's explanation. I don't think that that is, like, a valid justification.
Israel's goals change as its operations continue, because a lot of people don't believe that Israel will stop at this stated goal. And all of this comes as Israel has largely decapitated Hezbollah's leadership, including now its elusive leader who was at the group's underground bunker complex in Beirut. Though despite the early successes of Israel's operation, Hezbollah hasn't just been sitting around. They've conducted rocket strikes across the border and hit many Israeli towns. Though the biggest fear is what Iran will do, because they are a major supporter of Hezbollah, and they've had operatives working with the group in Syria for years now. And I mean, today we started off reporting that the U.S. fears that a missile attack from Iran was imminent, with them even warning that embassy personnel and their families needed to shelter in place until further notice. So Israel originally pushed back on this, with an IDF spokesperson saying, as of this moment, Israel does not perceive an imminent threat from Iran. But then, as we were filming the show, they switched their tune, with Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari warning that a large-scale attack was imminent and for citizens across the country to shelter in place, with it then taking about 10 minutes for the missiles to travel from Iran to Israel. And it was clear that this attack was much bigger than the few strikes Iran sent back in April. And while information's still coming in, because this is developing as we're making the show, right now it looks like Iran sent over 100 intercontinental ballistic missiles into Israel, which is a really important distinction, because these are generally much faster than the rockets Hamas sends in, and it's a real stress test for Israel's Iron Dome. Based on reports, it seems like Tel Aviv was the target, and the footage is insane. Right, there are waves after waves of missiles falling into the city, some of which seem to be destroyed, but it's hard to confirm. However, explosions were also heard, making it clear that some at least struck the city. And it's just that as we're recording, we don't know the extent of the damage or how many people were killed in the strike. And so, of course, all of this marking a very, very clear escalation of the hostilities between Israel, Hezbollah, and Iran, which, you know, is why we've seen so many people taking this seriously. I mean, even before the attacks, the US and UK had troops on high alert in the region. And now, since Iran's attack, Biden and Harris have met to discuss the situation on how to move forward. And as for Israel, it is now widely expected that they will retaliate, and former Israeli ambassador to the US, Michael Oren, is on CNN saying there are no facilities, including nuclear facilities, that are immune.
Real freak, bro. Real freak ass bitch right here. This guy. Yes, I know the Ta-Nehisi Coates interview was really good with Jon Stewart, and we'll get to that.
Immune from an Israeli response. And so it currently feels like there's no reason to think that things will not continue to escalate. And specifically regarding that, within Lebanon, the big question is what will Lebanon's actual army do and whether Hezbollah will actually try to dig in and fight or just move behind the Litani River. And then of course within Iran, everyone's gonna be on edge to see how Israel responds. And again, this is all developing in real time, so we're gonna have to wait to see what happens next. And then, are you watching the debate tonight and how are you watching the debate tonight? Right at 9 p.m. Eastern, you got JD Vance and Tim Walz.
No, they did not level the Mossad headquarters, brother. What are you talking about? They did hit pretty close to the Mossad headquarters, though. Anyway. Let's get back to it.
Very latest on the aftermath of that Iranian attack. First up this hour, the dangerous escalation in the Middle East as Iran launched an unprecedented barrage of ballistic missiles into Israel. Let's go straight to CNN's Jim Sciutto, who's joining us now from Tel Aviv. Jim, the Israeli Prime Minister is vowing revenge.
That's right. And initially, both U.S. and Israeli officials described this attack, this Iranian attack, as unsuccessful, that it had been defeated by Israel. And while that's largely true, in the aftermath, as a damage assessment begins, we are beginning to see that some missiles struck. They struck the ground either close to their targets or even hit their targets. It does not appear they drew a great deal of damage at this point, but first we can show some video.
Chat, it is unprecedented. It's just not unprovoked.
Israeli air base to the east of where we are here in Tel Aviv, and in that video you can see.
Like, last attack was also unprecedented. This one is also unprecedented. Top of the hour ad break is precedented. Okay.
It is not clear whether there was significant damage to the air base, but at least those missiles getting close to there. There are also images that we're seeing from just north of where our position is in central Tel Aviv, where a strike gets within, it appears, a kilometer of the headquarters of Mossad. That's the strike you're seeing right there. Mossad, of course, Israel's international intelligence services. In fact, we saw this strike from our vantage point as it happened, and I saw quite a large explosion from the roof of the hotel where we are right now when it struck. It is not clear what the damage is and around there, but again, it shows just how close these missiles came to what appear to be their targets. Our understanding is that the three of the main targets were two Israeli airfields and one and the Mossad headquarters. Now, in addition to that, as we were here in central Tel Aviv, we saw dozens and dozens of missile intercepts over the city, just over our heads, in fact, as they were happening. And as those Iranian missiles were struck, pieces of either the missiles themselves or the interceptors fell in and around us here in Tel Aviv. So the truth is, Jake, even with a success,
I think it's pretty wild that this community literally fucking got this information and did analysis over it, I think 2 hours before CNN. And it wasn't like made up either. This was like, we got real verifiable confirmation from fucking Eric Toller and shit. So I do find that very interesting. Yeah. New York Times live feed was way faster than CNN has been. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how Iran's civilian infrastructure targeting was, I guess they just couldn't do it. Or maybe they were targeting fucking military equipment. I don't know. Zana had a good take on this. It's like Israelis keep flexing that, like, oh, Iran, you fucking idiots, you didn't get to kill a single Israeli person. It's like, Yeah, that's not. I don't know why that's a flex. Like it's like they're very openly showcasing, demonstrating that they have the capacity to actually hit inside of Tel Aviv. Anyway, I'll look at this. I'll look at this statement in a second. But here, Philip DeFranco also talked about me again after, in terms of the debate and live streaming.
Vice presidential debates usually aren't that big of a deal. One, this race right now is incredibly close, so you never know what's going to tip the scales. And two, this may very well be the last debate before the election, or because Trump has so far refused Harris's challenge to have a second debate. Which, yeah, I mean, if someone smacked my ass like that on national television, I don't know if I'd be coming around for seconds. But, with that, while obviously we're going to talk about the debate tomorrow, for today, I gotta ask, if you're watching it, how are you watching it? Or because one thing that this whole election cycle, but especially big events like this, have put a spotlight on is how important streaming platforms like Twitch, Kick, Rumble, and even YouTube have been. There's been this long evolution, but now, more than ever, it's not just about gaming, it's also about politics. That is especially true this year. In fact, on Twitch, for example, the number of broadcasting hours under the politics tag has increased almost 40% since last year. And yeah, of course, it has to do with how insane American politics have become and the fact that it is an election year. But notably, regardless of the reason, all that's meant that streamers have become a big focus for both presidential campaigns. I mean, you're talking about millions of mostly young, mostly male Americans whose primary source of news and information are these streaming sites, right? I mean, when Harris demolished Trump in their debate last month, tons of people were watching on a live stream not connected to a news organization. With Hasan Piker, for example, unsurprisingly one of the most watched with around 170,000 people concurrently tuning into his stream. That being 36% higher than when he streamed a presidential debate in 2020. And this is also, you have people like Aiden Ross, who notoriously interviewed and gifted Trump a Rolex and a Cybertruck back in August. And audiences like Ross's, they're a key big thing because that audience is what Trump's people have explicitly referred to as target persuadables, right? And what that means is men under 40 who are more likely to get their news from social media than from newspapers or TV. But in any case, right, the actual most watched commentator on a live stream was a guy by the name of Dan Bongino, right? If all the numbers are legitimate, he had around 349,000 viewers on the conservative streaming platform Rumble, which again, if those numbers are legitimate, means that more people watched him stream.
Come on. Definitely not
the debate on Rumble than watch the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, C-SPAN, or CNN stream of the debate on their own YouTube channel. And beyond that, Rumble actually reportedly broke its record for concurrent viewership on the night of the Harris-Trump debate, with more than 1 million people watching across various streams. So yeah, with that, I ask again, if you're watching tonight, how are you watching? Because it should be an interesting one, especially because I know that one of the concerns around Walz is that he's not a fantastic debater. We'll see how it goes down. But then, NordVPN isn't just a sponsor of our show.
Dan Bongino's cooking me, dude. I fell off. Goddamn. Speaking of NordVPN, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads,
this is the impact site for one of those Iranian ballistic missiles. And if you see the size of this crater, that's about 30 feet deep and maybe 50 feet wide. You can see all the debris around here. And to give you a sense of the targets for these strikes, that white building back there, about 1,500 feet behind me, is the headquarters of the spy agency, the Mossad. This is the impact site for one of those Iranian ballistic missiles. And if you see the size of this crater, that's about 30 feet deep and maybe 50.
So this is in coordination with Israel. Of course, this attack just unfolded. So they're going to do a lot of assessments and calculations to determine the next steps.
When Jake Sullivan spoke to the White House press corps, he had said that he was asked whether President Biden would speak with Netanyahu, and he said he had nothing to announce from the podium, but that the president was tracking this minute by minute. Has anything changed in those few hours?
Yes, I'm going to be live streaming the debate,
we also
chat,
had a
of
chance
course.
to hear from President Biden, who was asked the same question, and he said they had not spoken since the strike happened, but that he planned to, although he did not give any time frame for that. But it is notable, Lindsay, that Biden said the same thing a few days ago, and that was before the strike, that he wanted to talk to Netanyahu because, of course, Netanyahu did not agree to the ceasefire that the president was pushing for, which is why the strike happened today. Because it was in retaliation for for Israel's strike that killed a Hezbollah leader. And so, these two leaders, they have not spoken since all of these tensions have escalated. But again, the president says he wants to speak to Netanyahu at some point.
Weijia Jiang, thank you.
Sure.
The economy remains one of the key issues for voters ahead.
Debate's coming up. In 2 hours. Did you see CBS is going to have a QR code that links to fact checking online? I know, it sucks. They should literally do the same thing that, like, at the very least, if they're not going to stop and fact check, they should at the very least do the thing that, like, I don't know, Jubilee does when they put the real facts.
How is it possible to predict the implications of that, the consequences of that? That is why people talk about escalation. That is why people worry that it's difficult to keep a lid on this, to keep it under control.
Our Keir Simmons live for us tonight from Doha. Keir, we appreciate all your reporting. We do want to turn now to where we are tonight, our special coverage of the vice presidential debate, which is less than 2 hours away. Kicking us off here is senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, so great to have you here with us in Manhattan. Not a battleground state, right? Not exactly a battleground district in this election. I do want to ask you, how do you think what's happening in Israel and Iran is going to affect this debate?
I think it will be a pressure point on the moderators, especially Margaret Brennan, who covers a lot of foreign policy, Nora O'Donnell, steeped in this. I think they'll want to ask about it. And certainly it is about leadership and governance and relationships, all of them.
I wonder if they'll be gracious enough not to fucking ask questions about Israel specifically, because it's like, it's uniparty. Dan on YouTube, but he's got you on Google. What are you talking about? Am I seeing this wrong? Brother, what are you talking about? Dan Bongino is blue. I'm red. This is why I'm saying, like, it's bullshit. Like, his debate coverage getting like a lot of fucking media is bullshit. Look at the map. Everywhere except for, oh my God. Chat! You know why? You know why? I say these places are not real, bro. Montana and Wyoming, the only two states, and I say states in air quotes as though it's a real place when it's not, where Dan Bongino has majority over me. Classic. Classic, dude. Alberta should annex Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. True. Montana is not real, bro. It's not real. It's fake. It doesn't exist. This is more evidence of its fakeness. It don't exist, brother. Do you think Tim will say anything good on Palestine? Fuck no. I no longer believe I no longer believe that Tim Walz is a secret Somali. Okay, I don't believe it anymore.
To take whatever action is necessary to defend U.S. forces and interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. And we will continue to work with our allies and partners to disrupt Iran's aggressive behavior and hold them accountable.
It was interesting to see the statement from all U.S. departments, the State Department, the Pentagon, and the White House about the ongoing discussion and coordination with Israel during this attack. It's kind of unprecedented, the terms of direct U.S. participation in an ongoing attack. We had confirmation from all these departments that there was constant coordination and discussion with their Israeli counterparts.
Okay, thanks very much, Mike Hanna there with the latest update on US reaction from Washington, D.C. Now, let's go to Ali Vaez, who's the Iran project director at the International Crisis Group, and he joins us now from Washington, D.C. as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Ali. A very tense time at the moment. 2 months ago, Iran said that it would react to the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. Then we had nothing for 2 months. And here we are, where they've carried out this attack, which the US has described as much stronger than the one back in April. How much has Israel's successes recently by taking out those top leaders, whether it's from Hezbollah or Hamas, have to do with what we saw from Iran today?
Well, those successes are a huge factor here because Iran felt that it was on its back foot, that there was this perception that its restraint since Haniyeh's killing in Tehran in late July was being interpreted by Israel as a sign of weakness, and it was worried that that would encourage Israel to continue to press its advantage and even come after Iran's interests directly. There was also a lot of domestic pressure in Iran that their passive approach in the past few months has resulted in Israel basically continuing to push the envelope. And something had to change, and this is why Iran put aside its cautious approach in the past few weeks and months and took this risky gambit.
And Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says that Iran's action is concluded unless the Israeli regime, and I quote this, decides to invite further retaliation. Is this about who has the last word, so to speak? Because it's just constant retaliation here by the looks of it. Israel then will say that it will react.
No, it's not about who has the last word. It's about, like, if Israel fucking does like another little drone attack, then it's done. If Israel retaliates by hitting fucking nuclear facilities or oil refineries, then it's escalated severely.
Even potentially tonight. We know that this response is going to be much more devastating than what Israel did back in April, which was a very limited attack against the missile battery.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I don't care that Bernie's streaming, bro. What the fuck? I don't care. What do you mean? Oh my God, Bernie's streaming. Oh my God. I don't care. What the fuck is going on? He fucking streams all the time. Why do you guys care? Chat, calm down. Yeah, talk to me when Bernie's actually twerking or playing fucking Bloodborne, okay? If Bernie Sanders is... Oh my God. Oh my God, I got a flashback. I got a flashback into back in the day when I used to stream and Bernie was streaming. Chatters would literally come in here and be like, hey, how about you end your stream and raid Bernie Sanders right now? He's streaming. To like show him support. Like as though he's gonna know. As though that's going to actually offer any support whatsoever to Bernie Sanders. Like, oh man, I raided him. That's pretty funny. Anyway, oh, this is good. Historical.
Carried out an extensive bombing campaign. Israel reported 158 people were killed, most of them soldiers. In Lebanon, more than 1,100 people were killed in the month of fighting. Most were civilians.
I mean,
Ali Rizek is a security...
It would not be to Israel's satisfaction. So I think there is a real risk of a strike on nuclear facilities. If not, it would be on IRGC's military facilities. But to be honest, it doesn't matter what is targeted. If Iran suffers a significant blow, it would have to respond. And then we are in this ballistic ping pong of Iran and Israel continuing to target one another. And if casualties were avoided this time around, eventually, in a scenario like that, we would end up with casualties. And from that point on, it will be an all-out war. And at some point...
Isn't that crazy? It's always like the overwhelming majority of the dead on the Israeli front is always soldiers, and the overwhelming majority of the dead on anyone who's Israel's enemies is always civilians. And the numbers are also far greater too. It's just weird. It's weird that like Israel is constantly defending itself, but just has such a hard time, despite having significantly better weapons, despite having significantly better targeting capabilities. Like, they get to fly over Lebanon and bomb it. You know what I mean? It's not like Hezbollah has fucking F-15s that they get to fly over Israel. So strange. And yet, it's Israel that's not considered the terrorist? Like, I don't understand. It's actually Israel's enemies that are the terrorists?
What you're seeing whenever you have an air defense system, it's usually going to shoot more missiles at the targets, the incoming cruise ballistic missiles, than it would the number of missiles. So in other words, what I'm saying...
Is it because Israel... Isn't that because Israel has conscription? No, dude. What are you talking about? No, because... No, the overwhelming majority of the people that they kill are fucking... are actually terrorists. That's why. When Hezbollah kills Israeli soldiers invading Lebanon, they're killing the terrorists invading Lebanon. Do you think that... I mean, just look at what happened earlier today. This is the second time Iran has struck Israel directly. Okay? One casualty. And he was Palestinian. How the fuck do you think that happens? You think they stopped all of the rockets that were actually supposed to hit, like, civilian infrastructure? Is that what happened? No. You think they wanted to... They were like, yeah, we wanted our bases to be hit, actually. You know?
Oh, maybe next week, this week, our new president is in New York at the UN General Assembly. It's not a good time. And we saw that what happened was that a few days later, Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated by Israel. And I think that this is what pushed the Iranians over the edge. And basically in this internal discussion within the Iranian leadership, gave more influence to the hardliners from the IRGC that told the supreme leader we need to retaliate against Israel.
So General Hertling, both Israel and the U.S. are vowing that there will be consequences. What might that look like, do you think?
Well, I think there's going to be assistance from the United States on this, on air defense.
Yeah,
Jake.
the one Palestinian that died, was actually a rocket that was intercepted, and it was literally, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Never fucking bring that in here ever again. Never. Are you crazy? Are you fucking hallucinating? Are you insane?
Some type of attack against Iran in a very short time frame.
The double standard is crazy for Israel, but we still have to consider that these airstrikes were not a good decision by Iran. Is there ever a good decision that Iran can make in your assessment? Actually. Like, is there something that Iran could do that you think is like a good decision? I guess like cease to exist. The entire theocracy leadership structure, publicly hangs themselves deliberately in front of the entire public, and then says, we are surrendering, we're killing ourselves. America, come in. You have historic contracts for British Petroleum. We fucked up. We will now be led by women who also happen to be British Petroleum executives. And or how about they just give up and give their territory to Israel, actually? I think that's what they should do. Your fit at USC was sick. UAG, thank you.
All right, General Hertling, Barak Ravid, thanks to both of you. Appreciate it. Just ahead, we're going to get back to our coverage of tonight's vice presidential debate, which you will see live right here on CNN. We just got some new information about Governor Walz's debate prep, and we're going to show you how the two candidates have performed in previous debates. We'll be right back.
Can you please admit that this whole air difference Iron Dome is bullshit? They can't even work without 7 other countries being in the air, and is also taking them down. This long decade rumor of the Iron Dome has fully been broken, shattered, not just by Hamas in October, but by Iran in April. And now here's another example. Yeah, I mean, the defense systems itself, literally, if America is not permanently there, and if all of these other countries are not permanently fucking in defense of Israel, will not operate. But even with all of that, it still doesn't work. It does not work. It is very obvious that it does not work. It's a fucking failure, dude. They said they were going to hit 3 military targets. They did hit those targets, okay? With the exception of the Mossad headquarters. Like, they hit near it, but they didn't actually hit it. It is very obvious to me that the Iron Dome, not exactly fucking effective. It's not just Iron Dome. I'm using Iron Dome as like the colloquial Iron Dome. There's so much more. You have Arrows 1 through 3, and you have David's Sling. There are obviously for ballistic missiles, like, it's not the Iron Dome. Iron Dome is for, you know, fucking bathtub rockets and shit. But I think the real shattering of the Israeli security was one that this chatter did not even bring up, which is ironically when the Houthis were able to penetrate it. Twice. Not once, but twice. So it's not happening. And I don't know why Israel does not recognize the danger that presents in terms of like how it conducts its affairs in the region for as long as it does. Not the drone. There was a drone, but then there was also a hypersonic missile as well. Even beyond that, American interceptors didn't work either, and presumably nearby ship phalanx systems didn't either. We're talking about literally sea, air, land mesh network radar coverage, and it failed catastrophically. Lamau. Yeah, that's why I thought it was like kind of cope when the Pentagon guy was like, oh, it's not hypersonic. I don't think people understand what that is. That technology doesn't exist at all. Okay, well, no matter what it is, it still was able to penetrate through literally the most versatile, the most complex anti-missile system on the fucking planet, dude. Like, okay, let's say it's not hypersonic. It still fucking did it. It still did its job. Like, if I'm a responsible governor of Israel, obviously not. But in this hypothetical, let's say I am a disgusting apartheid monster. Okay. I still got to fucking be like, I don't know if we should keep doing the things that we're doing. Okay. I don't know, because it seems like I do care about my constituents to a certain degree. Like, you got to make a new calculation at that point. It's like, these guys can just strike us. Fuck. Anyway, Israel doesn't have urban early warning radar like the U.S. does. We can launch planes from aircraft carriers and from land that can track the missiles as they launch. Without that support, the missiles are only visible to Israeli land-based radar much later in their trajectory, making them harder to hit. Judging from the fact that we only launched 12 missiles from our own ships, it sounds like we were caught flat-footed. Anyway, some quick and final thoughts about tonight, and especially the huge thing missing from Iran's rhetoric. Number one, the Iran retaliation was, as before, extremely choreographed and surprisingly limited. It also came with shorter but still ample notice to the U.S. and Israel to prepare defenses. Number two, moreover, there were a couple of striking aspects about Iran's commentary on the attack. First, it was striking the main announcements were made by IRGC, not the Iranian government. The civilian government also wasn't half as saber rattling as you might expect. I don't know if I agree with that. Oh, the government. Yeah. Oh, I thought he meant the civilians because they were demanding this happen. Number three, this was a package deal of revenge for Nasrallah, Haniya, and Sundri and other Iranian proteges. But there was one enormous thing missing: Lebanon. Iran did not tell Israel to stop in Lebanon. It didn't even say lay off Hezbollah or else. Didn't mention Gaza. The only demand it made of Israel was to not attack Iran itself in return. In other words, Iran is not going to intervene directly either in the war in Gaza or the war in Lebanon. As far as outright war goes, Hamas and Hezbollah are on their own. It's a huge win for Bibi. Will he take it? Actually, that's interesting. I didn't really think about it like that, but it is, I think it's sound analysis. I do think it is. It is not, I don't think this person is like deliberately being like, oh, Iran is selfish and they don't care. Like, I think that it is decent. Wait, why would Iran even launch missiles today then? What do you mean? It fucking, it's, those are Iranian proxies. Iran used to, at the very least, communicate their desires in defending them, and it doesn't that much. They literally openly stated that they were retaliating because of Ismail Haniyeh being assassinated on Iranian soil, and IRGC commanders and top-level officials being assassinated by Israel in the region. They didn't say this is for Lebanon. That's actually not wrong. Iran literally said very deliberately in their message that this was for the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh on Iranian soil, and also due to the fact that IRGC commanders had been killed. I think they might have mentioned Nasrallah too, but pretty sure. Did they mention Nasrallah in the official communications? I don't know if they mentioned Nasrallah even. They might have. I mean, I think the ultimate reason is because of Nasrallah, but I'm saying in their public statement, they might not have, if I'm remembering correctly. Israel vows response to Iran missile attack is furious. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said the assault was in retaliation for Israeli killings of militant leaders and aggression in Lebanon against the Iran-backed movement Hezbollah in Gaza. Okay, I guess they did say that. The motivation definitely is Nasrallah. I thought maybe I'm not remembering correctly, but I did feel as though they hadn't mentioned like they very specifically mentioned they very specifically mentioned the fact that it was being done because of the IRGC generals and commanders, and also because of Ismail Haniyeh being assassinated on Iranian soil. I think that is probably just their legal justification, and that's the reason why I'm remembering that. Because everything else is, it might be the real reason, but everything else is basically not a legal justification you can make. killing your military officials or killing your envoys, your diplomats, killing another person, another diplomat on your soil, that is obviously a violation of Iranian sovereignty. That gives them legal right and responsibility to retaliate.
Be targeted, but we've seen attacks all over Lebanon. What is Israel trying to achieve in Lebanon?
They got another dude, bro. Israel loves eye patch dudes, bro. What the fuck?
No, I mean, the simple answer is no. Israel has not had a strategy for 12 months, not for the conflict in Palestine and in Gaza, and also not for the conflict in Lebanon. And obviously the two are interconnected. What happens in Gaza had a direct impact on southern Lebanon. The key, what Israel is saying now is that they're trying to go in with a limited operation. Nothing about it is limited. It's actually, fairly extensive. More people have been killed in Lebanon now than they were in 2006, and we're only not even 2 weeks into the conflict. So it's an all-out war now. And even if what Israel wants to achieve is kind of pushing Hezbollah back to the Litani River, that is not something that is sustainable unless Israel stays there or someone else moves in to kind of keep that area clear of Hezbollah. So the question is really, with the conflict in Gaza as well, what's the strategic end game that Israel is after? And that's kind of the key question. Mr. Netanyahu has been somewhat Mr. Mission Creep, if you will. I mean, what he's been looking at for the most part, rather than coming up with a clear strategy, is kind of stringing up random tactical and operational sort of effects in trying to achieve strategy, but that's not how it works. There is no vision of how Israel can receive and can deliver long-term stability and security for its people, and that's kind of the key question. If it's all about dismantling Hezbollah's capability to strike, then obviously it can be eroded, it can be degraded. A lot of it happened already over the last 10 days. The question is just what will come after, how that in itself can't be just another strategy of mowing the lawn, as what we've seen for years happening in Gaza, where you go in, you degrade, then you move out again, you let your enemy, in this case Hezbollah, regroup and rearm, and then fight another day in a couple of years' time. That can't be, that's not a strategy, that's basically managing conflict. And that's the big question mark, is going in with massive cost for what end?
And Andreas, if we're talking about big question marks that are looming here, if I could just drill down a little bit deeper into what you're saying. I mean, Israel has continued to say not only that they want to degrade Hezbollah's capabilities, but they've also said that they actually want to root out Hezbollah. Is that a scenario that's actually possible? I mean, from your perspective, what kinds of scenarios could we see going forward?
Absolutely not. I mean, the issue of Hezbollah in Lebanon is a Lebanese issue. It's a socio-political one. It's not one that definitely Israel shouldn't solve. It's not one that external actors should solve. And it's certainly not something you can solve militarily. And that's the key issue. Every time Israel has gone into Lebanon, it made matters worse in 1982, in 2006, and likely...
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, London looks like shit, dog. What the fuck is this background?
That we hear in Gaza is one that cannot be rooted out militarily.
It requires social things. Like, I know he's spitting, but I can't get over the fact that it just looks like absolute dog shit, and my man's hair is crazy.
It's the issue of the Oslo, the Oslo process, the issue of Palestinian statehood, of the right of Palestinians for self-determination. If that is being addressed, that's something Israel can do.
Beans and toast ass weather, bro. I swear to God.
Of mobilization, radicalization across the region, both in Gaza, but also obviously in Hezbollah and that in Lebanon, and that's something that Israel is unwilling to do.
Ilan, as a former diplomat, let me ask you, what do you think about this current escalation that's being carried out by Israel? And to the point that Andreas was making there when it comes to the question that everybody's asking.
Someone in the chat said we have free healthcare, though. Not for long. Not for long, dude. Not for... Just wait. Just wait for Kid Starver, Keir Starmer to fucking... To go through the neoliberalization of your healthcare.
Hamas and Hezbollah attacked Israel first and brutalized Israel, was trying to humiliate us.
Oh, man.
And
yeah,
in a society that
they brutalized Hamas and Hezbollah
with
brutalized
a tendency to become more and more nationalist. The brutality of October and then from Gaza and then from Lebanon gave the government a free hand to operate militarily on both sides. I do not condone this, and I do not represent my government, but I think that in any conversation, the context must put in place and be considered. Now, I think that I'm afraid that for Netanyahu, for his political ends domestically in Israel itself, continuation and, let's say, restricted escalation of the military operations in Lebanon serves him right. It can give him some time before he needs to move on his domestic issues.
No, the OG guy who has access to the Israeli Metal Gear is Moshe Dayan. Okay, this is just a cheap copy.
Motivated, so to speak, by solidarity with Hamas, maybe more so serving an Iranian build-up of the Ring of Fire. And that has given the government in Israel an opportunity to go for a military operation. My fear is that, like in the past,
this is a solid
Israel will be
clone.
Successful in moving into Lebanon and dismally unsuccessful when it comes to getting the military out. And the UN Security Council Resolution 7001 was sort of a very thin screen that allowed Israel a level of coexistence with...
Wait, this chatter said, my boyfriend told me that most people that have eye patches are doing it for aesthetic reasons. Most people who lose eyes have either fake eyes, glasses with a darkened lens, or just chill with their face as is. Yeah, my counter to that is, fuck yeah, it looks dope as shit. I'm sorry. It is one of the coolest fucking things. Like, it literally is sick, okay? Straight up. Yeah, in the unfortunate scenario where such a thing occurred, I would absolutely wear a fucking eye patch. His one is kind of whack because it's really big, but yeah, it's dope as fuck. Did Iran destroy Mossad headquarters? No, man. There's just a crater like 150 feet away. No, Iran did not destroy the Mossad headquarters. Here, this is it. I think that is the Mossad headquarters. This is what it hit. I normally agree with you, but an eye patch is dorky as hell. Nah, I disagree. Hasan Abi, if he's Japanese. What the fuck? How does one even make such an image? Like, that makes no sense. Like, someone is a Majima Garo fan, a Yakuza fan, and Kiryu-chan. Like, how did you have that locked in the chamber, ready to go? Anyway, we're moving on from this analysis. Let's hear Ta-Nehisi Coates have a convo with Jon Stewart. Now, if you recall yesterday, Ta-Nehisi Coates learned very quickly what happens when you are, oh my God, there he is. Wait, hold on. Jimmy Carter. Oh my God. Oh my God. He looks ready to go. He looks ready to go, dude. And I don't mean like ready to die. I meant ready to fucking run.
Carter's honor, the former president's grandson, Jason, recently spoke to 60 Minutes about his grandfather's legacy.
His 4 years in the White House was a remarkable time with significant achievements. That work after the White House.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. At that point, maybe don't do public appearances. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Dude, if you can't close your mouth when you're at that age, like, it's probably best not to. it's probably best not to make public appearances, you know? News was there as he was wheeled outside beneath the shade of his trees to witness military flyover with 4 fighter jets. I think Jimmy Carter should run. I kind of respect it if he wants to. Dog, you think he has a thought in that mind? Are you fucking insane? Did you just not see him? Bro, he cannot close his mouth. What are you talking about? Dude, you think he has mental faculties at this point? You think he can consent? You think he's like, yeah, please wheel me out. I would like to see in general anything. I don't think he has that capacity anymore. Bro, old Jimmy literally straight up looks like a Dark Souls villain, dude. He looks straight out of Bloodborne. Like, what are you talking about? He has 4 more years for sure. Have you ever seen Frankie Valli singing this year? Yes, I made the Jimmy Carter jokes when we covered it on the Fear M podcast. This past week, actually. This last episode, I literally made a Jimmy Carter reference when Austin brought up the timely reference of Frankie Valli still singing at the age of 94. Jimmy Carter is so old, he's not even a fucking Bloodborne villain, okay? He is now like a Bloodborne item that your character eats, okay? Like, he literally is no longer even a villain. He's like an item that the character eats that used to be like an ancient deity, but now has shrunk in size as a consequence of like losing, as a consequence of like being cursed or something, you know? And then you eat the item and then it unlocks a special ending at the end of the game. He's like a relic. Calling him loot. No, literally, dude. He is. It's true. He is loot at this point. He's reverting to peanut form. Yeah. Okay, let's watch. Anyway, Ta-Nehisi Coates, ladies and gentlemen. I covered this extensively when he went on Good Morning America or whatever, one of those like CBS programs, and was met with an insane amount of ridiculous accusations and criticisms. Okay. That he was not expecting, in my opinion. As soon as I found out about this, by the way, the guy who actually was saying your writings look like it would be in the backpack of an extremist to Ta-Nehisi Coates, I found out that Tony DeCoppel is an adult convert to Judaism. And also responsible for this article by the New Statesman, titled, "My Adult Circumcision, How I Made the Cut for My New Religion. To remain uncut, I was told, is to remain spiritually cut off from the Jewish people." So he is, I don't know if he's 0 for 2, but apparently he was married to a Jewish woman who he got divorced from, and then he went and he was like, well, I'm already invested, and he got married to another Jewish woman after that. That part is whatever. It's neither here nor there. Obviously, there are plenty of American Jews who are anti-Zionist. It is, however, still pretty funny that he chose to write an article about how he got an adult circumcision. Okay? And and yeah, I'm sorry, is what am I supposed to say to this? You know, this is insane. See? Yeah, thank you. This is what I meant. Sunk cost fallacy for cock skin is crazy. Yeah. Turns out there are people who make this decision as an adult and consent to being circumcised. I understand the world doesn't usually think much about adult male circumcision. It's like having a chat about ball trampling or the Pentagon's Kevlar underwear, even on the covered wagon side of circumcision wars, where people fight for the foreskins of baby boys. No one talks about grown men getting their corn shucked. Take it to Craigslist, please. I get all this and so much more. And yet, as someone who knows the sting of this particular ritual, who volunteered for it, in fact, and signed his own check to the part-time reaper who did the job, I have to say, it's not so bad. There's no need for any of us to go on treating our junk like our father-in-law's scratch-free Ferrari. It's much tougher than you think. I came to this knowledge on the way to the altar of all places. I was engaged to a nice Jewish girl, taking some free conversion class at a big progressive Manhattan synagogue. I wanted to learn about something that mattered to her. And the more I learned, the more it mattered to me too. This wasn't a fur coat and summer kind of congregation. It was part of the reform movement. Only came for high holidays, mostly casual about pork, always down with gay female rabbis. When one of my own rabbis, gay female, slipped me the number of a mole, a professional snipper, I laughed it off. Classic Jewish humor. A moil. Medically speaking, dude, given the circumstances of, given how difficult it is to convert to Judaism, you don't ever have the the zealotry of a recent convert when discussing Judaism. Okay? My man got double circed. It's kind of cool. Let's watch Ta-Nehisi Coates talk to Jon Stewart about Palestine, but first let me circumnavigate the issue to this man's brand new tip. Yes, because the man who ripped into Ta-Nehisi, who tried to rip Ta-Nehisi's dick off, for the record, is a man who got his dick ripped off twice, I guess. This time, the second time, as an adult. And also wrote about it. I'm sorry. There are not many instances where we have the opportunity to talk about so many intersections of things that I care about. Okay? So many of the subjects that I normally would cover and joke about intersecting in this perfect harmony rarely ever happens. Okay? So, yeah, I'm going to cover it. Medically speaking, I was already circumcised. Oh my God. Along with most of the other babies born in America in the 80s. But that's no good for God. I needed a hatafat dam bri, a drawing of blood. To remain uncut, I was told, is to remain spiritually cut off from the Jewish people. That's the idea of the covenant. While bloodletting has always been a condition of the Orthodox and conservative wings of Judaism, Reform congregations have been willing to welcome the sexually sheathed and uninjured. Biblical law doesn't require otherwise. Neither do most of the arguments of the Talmud. But a funny thing, dude, this guy's a literal nerd for Judaism. That's crazy. He's like what would be a Judaism weeb? A weeboo, a marabou, a jaweeboo? It doesn't work that way. It almost sounds like a slur. Korean. True. What the fuck? I mean, this is insane. This is actually a very unique type of person that I did not know existed. Okay. It's kind of cool. Sometimes you meet a guy in the wild and you're like, I didn't know a type of guy like you existed in the world. It's awesome. I need to see this guy's dick. I agree. This guy just has a Jewish fetish. Why do we let guys like this do the news? We don't let BDSM guys report on military torture techniques. Yeah. Felix texted me that directly last night because the first thing I saw when my friend sent me this article, I think it took me approximately 3.5 seconds until I immediately sent it to Felix. I was like, you have to see this. when I see something like this, it's like he is the first guy I send things like this to. Okay. I'm like, you get a load of this thing that I found. It was even before I sent it to my Discord. This gem of a person. His dad was a successful version of weed dealers who force you to watch an entire movie with them. Yeah. How much dick did he have? He's just chopping pieces of it off left and right. It's crazy. How much dick remains? Anyway. Okay. But a funny thing happened on the road to gay, female, pork-friendly Judaism. The reform movement began to ask more people to put some skin in the game. In an era when the forces of cultural assimilation pose such a daunting challenge to our continued existence as a distinct people, Rabbi Mark Wachowski explained in an essay, Reform Judaism, the official magazine of the movement, in the fall of 2008, also the season of my snip. This admittedly ancient tribal custom bears a message that we do well to hear. That's how I found myself biblically nude in the kind of a spiritual locker room, a shower space in a converted brownstone, waiting on a man with a razor. The surroundings were civilized, more university club than Russian bathhouse. Blue-black tile ran along the floors and climbed the walls. A minty scent hung in the air. But all noise had already washed away in the roar of my thoughts. I was 12 when Lorena Bobbitt cut her husband down to the size of an elevator button, igniting prurience and anger. It was hard to get the 7th grade of the morning without encountering sliced soda jokes and love hurts humor. It all made the very idea of external genitalia seem, well, kind of crazy. All of it so fundamentally exposed. When the Moyle arrived, he looked, I'm sorry to say, like Danny DeVito in curls. We stood in silence. I opened my towel. Hello, groin. He opened a shaving bag with glinting instruments. Hello, knife. My Moyle produced a pen-sized lance, which he wielded ever so gently. Like Lady Grantham with a paring knife, he sliced, squeezed, dripped, and it was done. Bro, what are you doing, bro? Oh my God. He's talking about his shit getting chopped off. I'm sorry. At least Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson, had the decency to talk about his fetishes on the fucking forums of Nude Africa. He did not write this weird shit on a news magazine specifically for public consumption. Okay? He wrote this on the New Republic? Oh my God. This is insane. The whole transaction was over in seconds, long before I could scream or faint or decide if I liked it. Instead, I felt the way I remember feeling as a child when, rising early, I could watch light fill the woods behind my house, revealing nothing at all scary. When the Moyle finally spoke, he spoke in Hebrew, and I couldn't make out a word of it. But I had the feeling that the substance of his words was important, and that if I could understand him, I would be in the possession of something profound, a message from God. It's only a penis. Dude, there is nothing funnier than the fact that his wife then divorced him. Okay? You got your shit chopped off, and your wife still left you, dumbass. That's awesome. Okay? He's like, hey, welcome to the religion. Also, fuck you. Oh, that's great. The last thing his foreskin saw. Oh my God. She took half his money and half his dick. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you not know who Lorena Bobbitt is? No, I have no idea what that is. Should I know what that is? What is Lorena Bobbitt? The debate is starting? No, it starts at, I thought it was at 6. Oh, that's the lady who cut her husband's dick with a steak knife. And then he was able to actually get it surgically reattached. Hoscord polled a prediction of who will win the debate. Bro, Gizmo Max. Why? You're a fucking mod. That's illegal. Flag on the play. You can't. That is crazy that my mod threw an alley-oop to a chatter to debate me at the fucking top of the hour. This is crazy. She threw it into a cornfield and it had to be found. Like the bond of the bond of trust, the holy bond of trust between streamer and chat was desecrated a long time ago. Okay? It was destroyed completely and utterly. But the sacred bond of trust between a mod and their streamer being cast aside like this, I don't know what to say here. Bro's dramatic as fuck. I am. I have a penchant for drama, but right now in this dramatic moment, drama is what you need. Or maybe you need a subscription. Either a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. Or perhaps you need luck. Luck is how you can arrive at a gifted sub. These are the methods in which you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Low-key anti-Semitic, not gonna lie, uncommon El Hasan take. What is? I don't know if you know this, chatter, but as a Muslim, I have my shit chopped off too. And I think it's fucking insane that someone would go through that process voluntarily as an adult, if that's what you're talking about. Okay? Unless you're talking about me serving a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. How much would it take for me to get impregnated by you? It's not going to happen. But I like that you asked that right after you subscribed. So at least you won't see the 3-minute ad break. Here it is. Good bait. You sounded heartbroken. Uncut, an intactivist journey. I'm sorry for betraying you. I will do it again, though. Yeah, I will never trust you again. How about that? Bro, this shit is I can't get over this. Anyway, now let's get back to a person who is also circumcised, but I suspect as a child and not as an adult. Jon Stewart. Now, Jon Stewart is not a convert, but he is Jewish. And let's hear what his interview looked like as opposed to the fucking weirdo Tony, whatever the fuck that guy's name is, Tony Dukakis. I keep forgetting his last name. Anyway, I don't know why I'm transitioning off the circumcision, but I do have it on my mind. It is hard for me to not see it. Let's come on, man. I feel like this
nearly this hard.
This is too much glaze, bro. Talk about the cool stuff.
But it is. It's a beautifully felt book. I want to ask.
Holy cow! Long time watcher, first time commenter. Why verified accounts only? What do you mean? Anyway, listen. Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote about his change in attitude towards the recognition of Palestinians as human beings. Okay. And most of the media was like shocked by it almost because they're like, you're one of us. Like, you're in the fucking halls of intelligentsia. You're not supposed to fucking say shit like that. And that's pretty much it. And his categorization from one of the chosen ones to someone who is going to quickly fall out of favor has absolutely been noticeable, right? Inside of like the liberal media ecosystem, you do still have people who are extremely critical of Israel that get, you know, some space allotted to them every now and then. But overall, someone like Ta-Nehisi Coates doing that is actually unique because he goes from like being at the tippy top of liberal intelligentsia to being deranked. There are not a lot of people who have gotten to that level. Like, this is Barack Obama's favorite writer. You know what I mean? This is Barack Obama's favorite author being like, yo, Israel's doing an apartheid. I saw it with my own damn eyes. Like, this shit is unacceptable.
There's a certain aspect of your career that has really tried to...
It's not even clear why libs propped him up in the first place. His OG work is just as controversial as his Palestine take. I mean, I think he's still a liberal. That's why he has like a an idealistic notion of how things work for the most part. Also, talking about reparations and making a case for reparations is very different than like directly, especially in the United States of America, where like that seems so far out of reach, as opposed to directly criticizing our ongoing suicide pact with a genocidal apartheid regime is a little different. Fine, he went against the grain in his case, but liberals shouldn't get a medal for doing the bare minimum of recognizing the humanity of other people. I'm sorry, dog, but you coming to the conclusion that what Israel is doing is unconscionable is not the same as him doing that with his fucking platform. The amount of social and political capital that he is basically fucking expending in an effort to utilize his cherished platform, okay, and broad recognition and celebration from liberal intelligentsia to say something like this is brave and should be celebrated, especially when you've literally written an article celebrating Israel and then recognizing the errors in what you have done. Okay, stop stepping on chatters. No, this should be encouraged. It should be celebrated. I will absolutely welcome any and every fucking liberal or any commentator, no matter what their background is, as long as they arrive at this conclusion in an earnest manner and advocate for what is right. That's it. My mom visited Al-Aqsa Mosque in 2022 and is really weird listening to her experience with the checkpoints and hours of waiting and investigations, all that compared to these media clowns who visit, or even random Jewish people who visit Israel and don't have to go through any of that. Mind you, my mom isn't even Palestinian, so I can't even imagine the Palestinian experience. Dude, what matters is when you see it and how you are moved from that experience. Because there's nothing in it for him to come out. Okay, there's nothing in it for him to fucking come out and defend Palestinian emancipation. There's actually more in it for him to go there, see the fucking atrocities, see the apartheid with his eyes, and then whitewash it. Okay, I don't know why that guy's actually gatekeeping being morally correct. Yeah, please guys, stop being so cynical. Okay, the entire purpose of what I do on this broadcast is so that I can change people's minds, okay? I will never cast someone aside for having a genuine change of heart, okay? It's so strange to me, and I think that this is something that you guys really, really, if this is an opinion that you hold, you really should not have this opinion any longer, okay? You shouldn't. It is a very important fundamental that I apply to every aspect of my life. Okay. And it is at the heart of my understanding of rehabilitation over incarceration. It is it is in my commentary whenever I talk about cancel culture. It is very important to me. And it should be important to you as well. If you're a real leftist, if you're a real progressive, you have to give people space to learn and grow. Okay. It's very, very important, and it's also very productive. It's at the heart of building a large and successful movement, okay? It is how you organize. Yeah, but when chatter should have changed your mind, you fight them. Good argument that you just made there. Thank you. Exactly, I do. I like that. Isn't part of our goals of the collective action is to make sure as many people as possible change their minds? This is an extraordinary, and then immediately starts making arguments against it. It is extraordinary. It is extraordinary when someone changes their mind, okay? And I will celebrate that, especially because it's not very common, okay? Stop it. Stop being like this, okay? Especially because so many of you also went through this journey on your own, okay? You quietly went through this journey. I went through this journey. We all did, okay? What the fuck? Like, that's crazy, man. Half of this fucking community did not agree with most of the things that I advocate for before they encountered this community and became productive members of this community, okay? I'm not going to fucking sit here and debate about this. All right? No one is born a Marxist, Leninist, anti-racist child. And if you are, then that probably means you're fucking sheltered. Anyway. Let's see. Jon Stewart still has not accused him of loving terrorism. It's weird to me that Jon Stewart has yet to accuse him of writing a book that will create more terrorists or something. I don't fucking know. Weird.
For the Palestinians.
I was raised with full Zionist indoctrination camp, and even after seeing the West Bank, it was hard to shake so much of the ingrained trust I was brainwashed with. Chatters don't understand what it's like unless you go through it. It takes balls for Coast to come out like this. I mean, yeah, but he's also a black man in America. I think that his I don't think he went through the same process that you did. You know what I mean? Unless you're like an evangelical or some shit, like in growing up in the church, like many non-Jewish people don't go through that same level of indoctrination. For them, it's more so like the only information they have is like severely limited, and that is by design, of course. There isn't like extra justifications. No, I know. I got that. I got that, chatter. I'm saying it's different for you and your journey as opposed to Ta-Nehisi Coates is what I was saying. Like, it makes more sense for you to have gone through this upbringing and have like these hangups. It's not. I think it's like truly interesting that so many Americans are so careless and so indifferent to the cruelty that they also arrive at similar points of view. You know what I mean? It blows my fucking mind. But then again, I never had to go through that because I'm Turkish. You know, my interpretation of Israel has, as long as I've known myself at least, has always been like, oh, that's a country that like America is leading. That's a country that is doing a lot of death and destruction in the region. As a direct imperial vestige. Like, not with those terms, but pretty much that is like the way a lot of people from this area interpret Israel's existence as, for understandable reasons that many of you have become more aware of since October 7, right? I suspect a lot of non-Israeli Jews have become anti-Zionist over the past year, but there's a lot of pressure from the community to stuff it away because we have a tribal mentality where we're very scared of anti-Semitism. I often wonder if I'm a self-hating Jew. You are not a self-hating Jew. Do not ever let anybody fucking tell you that. That is ridiculous. I mean, look, I'm not Jewish, obviously, but having said that, your perspective as an anti-Zionist Jew is closer to Jewish culture, Jewish tradition, and Jewish history than Zionist Jews are. Straight up. It doesn't matter what the indoctrination says. It doesn't matter what so many in your community will tell you. You literally are closer to Jewish tradition and Jewish history. And there are obviously millions of anti-Zionist Jews out there as well that you can look to for pointers on this. It's crazy. Hasan Abi was a 3-year-old Twitter moms talk about? No, dog. I'm just from a fucking Muslim country. What are you talking about? Like, that's why I said I didn't use that language. But like, yeah, if you're from there, if you're from around there, your interpretation of Israel is very different. This is something that a lot of Americans don't understand. Like, you know how when we look at like Chinese internet and we're like shocked at the way that Chinese netizens operate and the cultural norms that they have or the way they communicate or the opinions that they take for granted. That's what it means when you grow up outside of the fucking sphere of Western influence. Okay? And it's still very different than like obviously my upbringing. But yeah, that's just what it is social conditioning. I'm saying that I didn't have to like work super hard to arrive at these conclusions. I was basically born into an environment with these conclusions to begin with. Having said that, of course, I did a lot of reading to truly comprehend the scope and the nature of this conflict and the inhumanity. But, you know, culturally speaking, my understanding was, or my posture against American imperialism was always, what is this? You're so dumb. Yes. Do you think she will be trustworthy? I'm Jewish and I love Israel. Not a bigot here for open discourse. A cap on how much you make? LLL. Sorry, Hasan. You made too much money. Time to give it away. Let's unban this guy. It's also costly to go against others in your in-group. It's not easy. I know. That was like the most common thing I saw with anti-Zionist Jewish Hasan Abi heads at the pro-Palestinian encampment is that like there is definitely a lot of like freezing out those people from all of the aspects of community that you normally engage with. That is like a normal part of your existence, you know? You get ostracized. Michael Brooks said, my Jewish tradition opposes apartheid. Pretty simple. Yeah. Apologize to me. You were honestly seeming pretty libbed up a few months ago, but now all I can do is glaze you. I don't know if it's just my perspective, but some things happen to make you double down, sticking to your guns. Apologize to me because what? No, I'm not going to do that. Iron Mouse debuted her newest VTuber model for you. Okay, dude.
Who the fuck said Hasan mode? Look.
Okay, dude.
Yeah.
No.
I'm a VTuber. You got a fucking problem with that?
Chat, how do I download funny emotes on Twitch mobile? Fucking boomer. Boomer ass. Born in 1993 ass motherfucker. Anyway. Please unlock has lasted 30 minutes, big man. What do you mean? We're just having some fun before the fucking debate starts, okay? Calm down. Calm down. Please answer the question. I don't know either. You're not gonna be able to see it on your regular Twitch chat if you're mobile, okay? You can't. You're gonna need to use a separate application for it. You're the boomer. There's a way multiple. You gotta get a separate app to view the chat with. I have to imagine the emotes on mobile. Yeah, you don't have to imagine them because I literally show chat. So you can see all the emotes if you look at the screen. Anyway, all right, let's finish the Jon Stewart video. Also, for Harris Biden supporters are okay and opposed with what's happening in Israel. So backwards to me, I see some completely okay with everything, but some against. But both parties are in support of Harris Biden. Yeah, it's easy. American foreign policy is brutal and seemingly unchanging. So we as a society have deliberately kind of put that on the back burner. We never think about it. It's just a thing that happens.
Yeah.
Also, people are selfish and don't really care. People are so selfish they don't even care about like their fucking neighbors. They certainly don't care about a group of scary, barbaric, violent animals that they've seen on TV constantly calling for the death and destruction of the United States of America, that they have been conditioned into believing is an enemy of theirs. Hard to accept Israelis doing it because they never want to go through it again. No. That's not what anybody here is saying. They're saying that the like at its very core, Zionism has built that understanding into its very foundation, that like never again to us it unimaginable atrocities have occurred. It's not a real justification, it's a false justification. It's propaganda. That's what it is. And that's precisely the reason why there's so many, dude. There are so many fucking academics, dude. There are so many goddamn scholars specifically that cover the Holocaust, specifically that cover the genocide, that are Jewish themselves, that also say the exact same things that I am saying. Okay? It's like you cannot be that close and make it your life's work and then not recognize right from wrong. Okay? That's it. That's it. Do you think Zionism is a reactionary movement? Yes, of course. It is an ethno-nationalistic fascist movement built around supremacy of one group. Yeah, of course. Of course it is a reactionary movement. Abso-fucking-lutely. What's more interesting is that given the historical background that it was built on top of, and it has been able to, I guess, infiltrate as though it is a progressive ideology. Like, it's kind of wild on that front, especially because it's also attached in a defensive posture against like real bigotry. Anti-Semitism is a real bigotry. I think Ta-Nehisi Coates is more of an overt anti-Zionist than Jon Stewart is, I would say. But that's neither here nor there. It's besides the point.
And when you say, I can almost not cry talking about it.
Jon Stewart, however, historically is one of the most mainstream figures that has been very critical of Israel, like significantly more critical of Israel than most other mainstream figures. So he stands alone in that perspective for sure. Break down the sexual violence claim there. What do you mean, brother? What do you think a chattel slavery breeding program looks like? Black people were not bred, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I can't believe I'm using this terminology, but like black people were, every black person under chattel slavery that had sex with a white person was raped. That's it. They were slaves. It's not a claim. It's just a objective reality. This dude is sick. Can you get him on stream? I'd love to get Ta-Nehisi Coates on stream. Meant explain assertion, not interrogate claim. Thank you.
To do that.
That literally is like a reactionary framework, by the way. It's also ahistorical and unironically is like a Zionist framework. The idea that like Jews were disarmed. Like they were not strong enough to fight back. Like that's what the other side of that conversation looks like. And it's one, historically incorrect. There were definitely some gun-toting motherfuckers on the Jewish side, both on the Allied forces front, specifically inside of the Red Army, but also beyond that in the American front, and also beyond that, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and many other forms of Jewish resistance. No, I'm not talking about Stern and Irgun, dude. I'm not talking about fucking terrorists. I'm talking about like the good fight, okay? Not the bad fight. Anyway. You making a bingo card? No. It's debate time. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's debate. It's debate. It's debate. Okay, prediction time. Prediction time. Are you guys ready? I think Tim Walz has been neutered. Okay? Tim Walz has been neutered. I think that Tim Walz is not going to have as strong of a showing as I suspect him to. Tim Walz been fucking packaged, okay? He's been pack watched, he's been packaged, he's been compromised. He is no longer the secret Somali. Okay? My goat is washed. My goat has lost his sauce. Okay? Adult circumcision time for Tim Walz. It happened. Now, what do I mean by this? Okay? What do I mean by this? This motherfucker came in and he came in and he came out. Okay? He popped off. He single-handedly brought forward an incredibly solid. He told Kamala he's a bad debater. Camp is leaking to the press that he's nervous. That could be to ease people's expectations or set expectations low. But also, not only is he a fucking bad debater and he might be nervous, I do personally think that like JD Vance is definitely a solid attack dog because he's a disgusting person. Okay? He is a disgusting person. He is amoral. He is a bloodless, soulless, careerist little rat monster. Okay? And much like Pete Buttigieg, that type of person does fairly well in debates. You got to be like a sociopath. Okay? Many politicians are. I don't think Tim Walz is. Okay? He doesn't have that smoke. You know who else didn't have that smoke, even though he's a good guy? And I'm not even like comparing them in terms of their ideology, but Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, great dude overall, not a good debater. He was way too limited in his lines of attacks. Okay? Now, Tim practiced with Mayo Pete, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. My point is he's too nice, I think. And beyond that, more importantly, Tim Walz was a very good communicator of even Kamala Harris's dog shit policies. Okay? But ever since the rollout, they've kind of put him on the back burner. Okay? They've kind of basically cast him aside. They're like, all right, Tim. All right, Timmy 2-time. Chill the fuck out. Okay? And I personally think that given the reality that Tim already is like nice, not a very good debater, and also on top of that, the fact that he's like basically rate limited, having to defend Kamala's dog shit policies, that's a triple Monty you don't want to be on. Now, on the other side, you have Jedediah Don Vance, JD Vance, who is patently unlikable, gross, disgusting, amoral, freakish monster, looks like a German boy whose lollipop fell on the floor and there are ants covering it. He always is out there looking like mein lolly. Like, that's what he looks like. He's nasty. He's got eyeshadow. Nobody likes to look at him. Everyone's like, bro, ew. Stop. Can I not look at you, please? Even Trump looks sexier than JD Vance. Okay? Mein lolly. Anyway, JD Vance has that working against him. JD Vance also disgusting podcast monster, you know, just is also like has this like nervous energy. His real fucking nervous, like please like me type energy that he has, I think comes across as really fucking gross. Okay. On the other hand, it seems that Lena Habba was JD Vance's debate coach. So I don't know if this is real or not. But if it is real, he will take a L for sure. I mean, that's crazy. JD Vance is like Jeb Bush, but less sad. Yeah. He's just gross. He sucks. He is a brown noser through and through. I don't think Americans like that type of thing. Overall, I think JD Vance, being the fucking gross little piglet that he is going to attack Tim Walz mercilessly. And maybe Tim Walz will be able to just showcase how weird that is. And if he can do that, then he'll come across unscathed. But if he can't do that, and he's rate limited by Kamala's policies, and he doesn't have a firm grasp of what's in front of him, then he's absolutely cooked. And by cooked, I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter because the VP debates are the most inconsequential thing. I'll be honest with you. Like, there's not a lot of motion here, okay? There's not a lot of motion here. There's not a lot of movement. There's not a lot of momentum. I think the Kamala momentum is gone. As I said, it would go away. Post-DNC especially, I think it just like fucking boom. Stop that shit dead in its tracks. That's why you haven't seen like enough movement in the polls. I don't know if the media will be gracious enough not to bring up Israel or at least the Iranian attacks. They probably have to. I mean, that's a huge story in terms of foreign policy. But maybe they'll abide by the uniparty principle there and ask it in a way that is like favorable to both parties. I can see people considering them more consequential than usual because Trump is brainless. So Vance is thought as the brains of the operation and Harris didn't get a primary. So Walz is the new blood, new quantity that people are interested in. Do you think people are that interested in it? I mean, this is a VP debate and there's only 76,000 people in here that are waiting for it. You know? Which is the original stream, the OG stream? I guess there's 368,000 watching on CBS, so that's, you know, there's a lot of people watching. Is CBS the OG?
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become vice president
Let's
of the United
go.
States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win.
You can't fast forward through the ad breaks because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you're going to have to subscribe. Chat. Subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime.
You know what's at the end of this little journey?
That's right, at the top of the hour, in the middle of the hour, there's a 1-minute ad break, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Subscribe now
This is a CBS
for
News
free
special,
with a Twitch
live
Prime
from
or
CBS
for
News
$6.
headquarters in New York.
Or you can get gifted a sub.
Decides,
Here it is.
The vice
The
presidential
night of the debate. The vice presidential debate is upon us.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and
Fuck
around
you,
the world.
Dan Bongino.
We have a consequential
Suck my
night
dick.
ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war.
Boom,
Americans
Iran!
are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war.
Thank God.
Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question.
He didn't even bring up Palestinians, dude.
A preemptive
He's so
strike
bad.
by Israel on Iran. You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once
the Republican
before. Ask
side
yourself
is cooking on this issue.
When was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to.
I
Nora?
hate that
Margaret,
a lot.
Thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really
be like, yo, your people don't want the Green New Deal, suck my dick.
Invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil?
Good question.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border.
What?
I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this.
No
real
fact
leadership
checks.
Would be saying, you know what?
No
I
fact
screwed
checks
up.
on this
We're gonna
debate,
go back
chat.
to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history.
Brian Kilmeade.
30% decrease in Ohio. But there's
80%
still more
Americans.
work to do. But let's
80
go
to
back
90%
to this
of
on
fentanyl.
immigration. Kamala Harris was
80
the
to 90%
Attorney
of
General
drug apprehensions
of the
are
largest
American
state,
citizens.
the border state in California. She's the only person in this race who
Fuck!
prosecuted transnational gangs
He's
for human
repeating
trafficking
Kamala
and
Bot
drug interventions.
stakes!
But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had
They're gonna
the
lose,
fairest
bro.
and the toughest bill on
They're gonna
immigration
lose.
that this nation's seen.
I think they
it
might
was
lose.
crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative.
Not very
but he's a man of
consequential,
principle,
luckily,
wants to
the
get it
VP
done.
debate. But
Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing
We're
people
going to build the wall
and telling him what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up.
He just
Senator,
said we're building the wall and we're deporting. We're the real deporters.
Children, even
we ain't
if
fake
their
like
kids
these
are US
fucking
citizens.
pussy-ass
You have 1 minute.
libtards on the
Margaret,
Republican
my point is that
Party.
we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop.
Children
Look,
are
I
the
think
best
what Tim
drug
said
mules.
just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
I hate this. I hate this debate.
Issue
It sucks
with
so
a bill
bad.
that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield.
Why does it matter? You want to build a
The
wall.
Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree, it should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity.
Thank God, dude. This bill is approved by Christian God.
And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
the moderators are helping
Tim Walz. I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank you.
Margaret, the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check. And since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books.
Mute him. Oh, they did.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator,
Notice
I want
the
to give you a moment
difference
to respond on that. But
when he's
similarly,
talking about
the
some dumbass right-wing border bill versus this shit, he comes alive
and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017.
That's a
and
lie.
you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on.
Go to the QR code
and
to find out.
Back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? And the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas.
Say it like his daddy.
We're in agreement that we bring those home. The
like
issue
his
is
daddy.
Donald Trump is talking about it.
He's
Kamala
a blood
Harris has
boy
a
for
record
Peter Thiel. Attack
250,000 more
him.
manufacturing
You fucking
jobs
pussy.
just getting out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
Attack
so I appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
No, that's a gross
show
generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this is I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, This is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's
Great
claim? Will you
answer.
create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense.
Point for
in
Waltz
a very
on
big,
this,
a
but
very diverse,
only
and
because
let's
he
be
is
honest,
good on the
sometimes
issue and
a
he's
very,
right on the
very
issue.
messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body,
JD Vance hates abortion because his mom would have gotten one if she knew how he'd be, is a banger.
Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a
Just
national
fucking
ban.
say,
In the
what about
past,
states'
you have
rights for slavery, man? These guys are fucking ridiculous, okay?
after
Just
15 weeks.
end the
In fact,
conversation.
you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family.
We can't be diverse, though.
Yes,
no
Governor,
Haitians
please
allowed.
respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
I'm done. It's so bad. Is Waltz winning or Vance? Dude, first of all, they got this fucking absolute hyena over here, this fucking dipshit loser, to look good. Okay? They did. For a couple different reasons. One, because the format itself actually makes it so that if you are a sincere person, you're going to look like a fucking clown ass, okay? You're going to look like a loser. The format itself, the debate setting in general, especially if you're confident enough in your lies, definitely favors the person who's just like a relentless, shameless fucking liar, okay? Straight up. That's just the truth. What do I mean by this? Tim Waltz is like Tiananmen Square moment or whatever the fuck, or what he said about his like record going to war. Like these are genuinely tiny, minuscule flubs in comparison to being like, I don't give a fuck. I made up the lie that Haitians are eating fucking cats and dogs because the media doesn't cover it. Okay? Like that's not even in the same ecosystem. It is not in the same fucking planet. It's not even in the same goddamn it's not in the same universe, okay? So the idea that these two things are then immediately like placed upon one another as though it's the same level of like lies is ridiculous. But also on top of that, aside from the fucking format, Tim Walz, like I said, is shackled in this structure because he has to fucking defend idiotic propositions. You notice the difference in communication when he's talking about lowering the cost of pharmaceutical prices, lowering the cost of housing. He pops off. When he talks about defending reproductive rights for women, he pops off. Okay? Because his heart is in that. But when he's talking about fucking allowing Israel to do a first strike on Iran, are you fucking kidding me? That was the first question. Like, what a fucking morally bankrupt nation we are. That the first conversation, when you know, we have a goddamn apartheid state doing a genocide, opening up a new front, okay, potentially, and escalating regional conflict into all-out nuclear war, potentially. And that's the first question. Will you give Israel the first strike capabilities to fucking nuke Tehran? Like, what are we talking about? The fuck is this morally bankrupt ass bullshit, dude? We deserve all the bad things. I swear to God. And on that front, he sucked dick. He sucked. He was awful at that fucking answer. He's like, oh, I think Israel has a right to defend itself October 7th. Just carbon copy Kamala Harris's talking points like a goddamn NPC. Same thing with the border proposal. Same thing with the border wall. Tim Walz has been like, the border wall is dumb as fuck when he was, you know, a governor, right? Under the Trump administration. Now he's over here being like, we're the ones who are going to actually push the fucking border wall. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Do you fucking hear yourself? What the hell is going on? Now, overall, I think the format and the statement itself, like the statements coming from JD Vance, are pretty solid because he thrives in this environment. He's been doing a lot of contentious adversarial interviews over and over again. He has a lot of experience. Okay? He has a lot of experience on this front, and he's looking better. And not only is he looking better, despite his gross and nervous energy, okay? Despite his gross and nervous, sweaty, perverted energy that he brings to the goddamn table, the debate format favors him. But also, he even looks better than Trump. Okay? That's a very significant part of this. Because, like, if we're having adult conversations, because JD Vance is supposed to be the adult, okay, the liberal media trained dipshit, okay, against Tim Walz, like, Tim Walz looks like a silly little yokel who's constantly on the back foot, and JD Vance looks like a bloodless monster who's able to communicate his desires better than Trump can.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter.
Also, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I forgot to run it. I'm sorry. I was doing commentary. So subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime to avoid those ads.
I don't know the full
Here
details,
it is.
but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no.
You can get gifted a sub as well if you're lucky.
Here, of course, for example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better.
This terrible
and
stuff.
I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it?
Stop agreeing with one another. I fucking hate
really
you.
Bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence.
No
the
more
gross
agreements.
Majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said.
Bro, if you found out, though, he lied about this, I'm going to lose my mind.
Frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland is, okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was the NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. No! I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity
I know
to
he
find
meant school
solutions
shooting
on this
victims,
that work,
dude. I know.
Protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will...
Our housing policy for the Republican Party is just Hitler. Just straight Adolf Hitler.
Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with, but the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it, if a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah. Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming
Tackle
and
the
not trying to find a
issue.
solution.
It's not the
I was going to ask on this
crossings.
question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same
Tackle the
federal
issue.
land?
It's not the
And I
fucking
think when
border
people
crossings.
hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare,
Price
which was doing
transparency is such a
disastrously until
laughable
Donald Trump came
joke
along.
of a
I think this is an
healthcare
important point
solution.
about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is... So you think the
individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time.
ahead,
We have a
Laura.
number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress works. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to
get the
pay
fuck
their
back to
employees
work,
while they
bitch.
are home taking care of their newborns?
Get back to
You have
work!
2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. but being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company, but the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month.
By the way, moderators have been carrying this for Waltz.
President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris.
They should have let it happen.
It is the threat
so that
of
Joe Biden
censorship.
could have ruined the country. Great answer, sir. Thank you.
Casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump.
A lifelong leader in the Democratic coalition.
We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences.
Almost 1 million people watching the
we ought to
fucking
try to
debate
persuade
coverage.
our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial
RFK
scale.
Jr. and Tulsi
She did it during
Gabbard, lifelong
COVID. She's done it
Democratic
over a
leaders.
number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator. But
me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this. And the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag. Several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state Capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence, and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue
January
was that
6th is
happened.
so boring.
Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this.
I liked
has
it. I want more
massive
January
repercussions.
6s. It
This
was
idea that
funny.
there's censorship to stop
Give it
people
up.
from doing
Give it
threatening
up.
to kill someone.
We need more
threatening to
January
do something. That's
6s.
not-
It was
that's
very
not
funny,
censorship.
objectively.
Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say,
Is your
he
second
is still
821?
saying
No.
he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that.
No, it's
Did
not.
he lose the 2020 election?
A bunch
Tim,
of
I'm
fucking
focused on the
fat
future.
Republicans
Did
trying to
Kamala
climb
Harris
over the
censor
Capitol
Americans
wall
from speaking their mind in the wake
to
of
do
the
what?
2020
Take photos and
COVID
poop inside of
situation?
Nancy Pelosi's office?
That is a damning non-answer.
Has she? It's a
Yeah,
damning non-answer.
it was
for you to not
objectively
talk
funny.
about
Sorry.
censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it.
A lot of you are
further,
liars.
But you guys attack
You are
us
lying to
for not
yourselves if
believing
you think
in
that that wasn't
democracy.
fucking
the most
hilarious.
Sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the
threatening or
power
hate
of
speech.
government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't
Senator,
wear
the
masks.
governor does
That's
have the
not
floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the
Why are you
policies of the
apologizing?
government, which is the right of every American.
You have
Senator,
the
the governor does
floor.
have the floor for 1 minute to
You have
respond
the
to you.
floor,
Yeah.
Tim, you
Well,
fucking pussy!
I don't run Facebook.
You
what
were
I
a
do know
goddamn
is
veteran
I see
for
a
24
candidate out there
fucking
who
years.
refused, and now again,
Have
and this,
some
I'm pretty
fucking
shocked by
backbone.
this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because,
Minnesotans
look,
are literally
when Mike
spiritually
Pence
Canadian.
made that decision to certify that election. That's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So, America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS
This debate
News vice
sucks.
presidential
In the midst of yelling, he
debate
literally just
continues.
addressed the elephants in the room. Pence is not there. I mean, look, dude, look. This debate is mid, okay? I know when, when the dust settles, everyone will make up their minds, but it's just such an ass debate. Luckily for the Democrats who really care about Kamala Harris winning, let's be real, it's not all that consequential. Tim Walz has his high notes whenever he's talking about issues that he actually cares about. But god damn, dude, this is the same exact fucking thing that I felt when I watched Bernie Sanders on that goddamn stage. I was like, dude, fucking attack, dude. Attack! You're debating against a literal Hitlerian candidate who's just sitting there like a fucking insurance salesman on television telling you that the Viagra is supposed to make your dick explode and it's normal and you can't sue the pharmaceutical company. Just address any of his indignity. Address anything that he is doing. Kamala Harris straight up whipped up Donald Trump, sauced him, put him in a fucking pan and fried his ass. Okay? Tim Walz is like, oh my God. Oh, well, I agree with this guy. Don't you know? Oh, I agree with him. I agree. Fucking cook his ass. He sucks. He sucks dick. He's fucking weird. You coined the weird term. Say he's fucking weird because he's weird. God damn, dude. I want to move to Minnesota. He's talked more about how sick Minnesota is. I'm over here looking at fucking house prices in Minnesota. I'm like, do I move there? Seems pretty good to me. Seems like a great place to live. Great governor. The fuck? Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. On the aesthetic front, it is like mind-boggling. It is mind-boggling. It's crazy. Okay. I guess the hope is that like Americans will see that Tim Walz is like a fucking normal guy, even though I think he destroyed that normal guy sentiment with the most important part of the debate, which is the first fucking answer to Israel. Like he came across Israel on border, both of those issues when everyone was locked in, he came across like a fucking, empty suit. And now he comes across like a real human being. But the unfortunate problem is when he comes across like a human being, he's still too fucking docile. Oh. God damn. I do think that this man has been defanged in general. It's just so bad. It literally feels like they are just like, yeah, we hate our presidential candidates. Like, why don't we just run together? Okay. Look at what Trump just retweeted. What did he retweet? My daughter was killed in the Parkland shooting. It's abhorrent that Tim Walz has befriended school shooters, disqualifying. Come on, dog. Are you insane? What the? Wait, is this the one guy who like, whose daughter died in Parkland, but then was like, literally, the one guy whose daughter died in Parkland, but thought that it was like fake? That's the guy, right? It's the one crazy one? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That dude is so insane, dog. He literally thinks the Parkland school shooting was like fake or some shit. It was insane. Anyway, fuck that guy. But also, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just wild. I think it's a perfect demonstration. Like Tim Walz was good pre-Kamala Harris campaign, okay? Tim Walz, bad post-Kamala Harris campaign. Make up your mind about this. To me, it spells, the Kamala Harris campaign is kind of cooking this dude. Like his commentary on issues, the way he communicated the issues that he cared about, the way he spoke to them was significantly better. Oh, wait, it's back.
It. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks
Dick
in between there. And they don't all agree on everything.
Brian, kill me.
They are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world.
Give her money,
but
bro.
They're not
She's
going to be
dying.
able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you.
My God.
And thank you both for participating in the
my
only
God.
vice
This debate
presidential
won't move the needle, but it's not a good thing. Okay? Because the needle has to move. The needle has to move for the Democrats. It's not moving in a good direction. You feel me? And oh my fucking Lord. Oh my God. What an absolutely awful, pathetic fucking waste of time that was. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God, I cannot be alone in feeling this way. Please. Like, I know when we watch debates like this, when debate time rolls around, we got a lot of fucking liberals in here, right? Like a lot of fucking people that normally don't tune in, but just tune in for this type of shit. Okay? And they're going to get very mad at me when I say stuff like January 6th was objectively funny. Okay? Like, they're going to get mad at me. But beyond that kind of stuff, beyond that kind of shit, okay, I personally think this is the Biden debate, but this motherfucker doesn't have any excuses. I know. I mean, Tim Walz didn't do as poorly as like Donald Trump did, obviously. I hated it. I hated it so much. I hated it from the bottom of my fucking heart. The Democratic Party is so captured by right-wing sentiment, so desperately trying to move the needle in the right-wing direction. Was it worse than you expected? No, I mean, even before the debate, I told you that Tim Walz was like neutered and he was going to be bad and that he was not a very good debater to begin with. Okay? But oh my God, every time they said, I agree with you, just like a little piece of me died. I hope I'm not alone in this. But like all of the high level, like all of the most consequential stuff, especially that was front loaded, because these debates, usually they do that because by the time like the end of the debate rolls around, nobody's fucking paying attention. Okay. What do you mean? January 6th was so terrifying for democracy. It was one of the worst things to happen in recent history. Yeah, dude, they were going to be able to fucking stop the process so that, you know, 330 million Americans would hallucinate an alternative reality where they didn't go out and vote and that Joe Biden didn't win. No, that was the least consequential aspect of like Trump's election engineering. Okay. The more consequential stuff was the legal shit that he was trying to do behind the scenes, where there is an active prosecution against that sort of thing, despite the fact that it's been held up in the courts. Okay. January 6th is objectively funny. And one of the dumbest aspects of this entire process, like magically, we're just going to forget if the ballot, if Mike Pence followed through on what Donald Trump wanted to do and just refused to fucking authorize the ballots, all of a sudden we're just going to forget that an election took place. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's not going to happen. It's ridiculous. Okay. They didn't even know what their goals were. They were just a bunch of fucking small business owners that were running around and ultimately just like took selfies inside of fucking rooms and shit and got maced. Okay. Yeah. You will never convince me that a bunch of fucking fat business owners trying to climb the walls of the goddamn Congress was not a hilarious moment. Okay. Anyway, I have to fact check you. January 6th was terrifying. Okay. Anyway, like, but regardless, it's just the amount of fucking right-wing posturing, coming from the Democratic Party, especially from a guy like Tim Walz, is really sad to see. Down the stretch, Vance and Walz competed to see who could trumpet the shittiest endorsement. Vance first met with Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr., but Walz came out swinging by reminding everyone Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala. All in all, completely wasted block of time I regret watching. Yeah. It is very, very bad. It is very, very, very bad. I mean, it's still bad that the Americans attempted to push. Dude, come on. We are not organized nearly enough to be able to do that, okay? Anyway. All right. Ultimately, I'm gonna keep it $1.50. Okay, if the Democrats were just gonna cave and capitulate to right-wing framing, they should have just gone with Josh Shapiro. That's what I said. Okay, if Dems were gonna be this pro-Israel and neuter whatever progressive momentum they would have gone with the Walz pick, they should have just went with Josh Shapiro. Sure, you know, all of his controversies aside, he would have been a better debater. He would have been even a better communicator of Kamala Harris's policies, for sure. Like, I don't think Tim Walz's heart is in it to be like, I love the border wall. I can't wait to build it. I can't wait to fucking, like, he's not there. He's not nearly enough of an empty fucking suit, at least like Josh Shapiro is, you know what I mean? He would have done the Obama speech pattern while being like, yeah, if you like your undocumented migrant, you can't keep it. I'm Josh Shapiro. That type of shit. He would have fucking cooked. He straight up would have cooked. Pennsylvania would have been locked down. Okay. Straight up. Very different election. Very different election for the Democratic Party. You didn't build that? And pussy too? Anyway. It's so bizarre they want to push Walz in every man so bad. It's so unnecessary to win the election and actively alienates voters. No, Walz being an everyman is good. Okay? Walz could be a generational talent. The problem is you just got to let him loose. And the problem and he's not going to be good as a everyman who's like, think about how well he spoke on the issue of lowering pharmaceutical prices, lowering housing prices. Think about how well he spoke about protecting a women's right to choose. Like, those are areas that he's good on, or fucking paid family leave, and how it actually helps small businesses. Like, that's an adequate way to help small businesses, much better than anything else. Like, he popped off. Problem is, he's also tacked on to like a whole bunch of like stupid ass neoliberal ass policies, and that's very hard to effectively communicate, especially if your heart is not in it. Okay? He was great on unions. Like, there were a lot of high notes for Waltz. Problem is, there were a lot of low notes for Waltz too, and the low notes were way more consequential. Okay? Also, I do have to say, I'm not one of these like rad libs, but goddamn, okay? JD Vance, OJD, let me tell you something, okay? This motherfucker, he really likes Tim Waltz, but hates Kamala Harris, okay? I don't know what's going on there. I mean, his wife is an Indian woman, but maybe there's another part of that he just hates. I don't know. He apparently hates Kamala Harris, but likes Tim Waltz quite a bit. I mean, I joked. I said, I'm going to assume it's not because of his preference over the Vikings, you know? It's just weird. It's weird how much he was like, I love you, but you're fucking president. The presidential candidate, I fucking hate her. That bitch. Like, it was really, really weird, okay? It was really fucking weird, man. I kissed the debate. Can someone summarize? It sucked. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Oh. I felt like Kamala Harris hired Hillary Clinton's consultants in 2020. This election is convincing me that much more. I don't know. I just like, yeah. Oh, also, yeah, that was another wonderful part where Vance was like, January 6th wasn't bad. We should have finished the job. Look at how much worse things are because Donald Trump isn't the president. That was cool. He was like, yeah, January 6th was awesome. And also, I agree. And also it should have happened and it should have been completed so that Joe Biden couldn't ruin the country. Okay, that's a cool argument to make. Many Americans are probably not going to agree with that. Not every American has the same attitude that I do towards January 6th being funny, objectively. Okay, even though it is, yeah. But Waltz looked definitely way too docile for sure. I don't know. I just I don't know why the Democrats are just so fucking bad at addressing Republican lies. Like, they do it all the time. It's not like Republicans are like, oh, out of nowhere, we just started lying. And then the Democrats are like, oh my God, I can't believe they lied. It's like they very consistently lie about the same shit. So you should at least predict that angle of attack and have an effective, very quick counter to it. You know what I mean? One of the things that I routinely talk about on this broadcast, if you guys are new here, only watching for the elections or only watching for the debates, is the objective lie, the objective reality of what is going on in terms of like immigration being a burden on our economy. It's a falsehood, okay? Immigrants give way more than they take from the system. Undocumented migrants in general are not responsible for more crimes than documented U.S. citizens are. They're actually responsible per capita for far less crime than natural-born U.S. citizens are. So they're not necessarily a national security problem either. Like, one of the things that the Democrats have completely fucking capitulated and caved on, which Tim Walz didn't even push back on, which makes me go crazy. I want to claw my goddamn eyes out, is when he was like, oh yeah, fentanyl being trafficked across the border, who's going to fix it? He was like, oh, we're going to fix it. It's like, bro, 80% of the drugs that are being trafficked across the border are not being shipped with child mules in the way that fucking stupid ass JD Vance mentioned. It's 80 on some years. Usually it's 90%. Okay. Here's the Cato Institute. U.S. citizens were 89% of convicted fentanyl traffickers in 2022. Okay? 89%. It's Americans that are bringing the fucking drugs, not undocumented migrants, dude. That logistically makes no sense. Like, that's not how you can build an active supply chain, okay? You cannot build a supply chain by trafficking drugs in the pockets of migrants who are going to get apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. It doesn't make fucking sense. It's happening at regular points of entry, and it's happening with American citizens. Like, they're the ones who are bringing it in. And we're just like, nah, dude, it's actually migrants. Sorry. Anyway, it's also wild that everything is behind every problem in America is a migrant, okay? An undocumented migrant, which, by the way, can be a documented migrant, but according to J.D. Vance, that doesn't count either. Turns out documented legal migrants into the country are also undocumented, according to J.D. Vance, which he openly communicated once again. He said it over and over again, which is a crazy thing to say. How are you not going to address that? How are you not going to turn around and be like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? These guys are documented migrants and you want to consider them undocumented and you want to do mass deportation? What kind of freak shit is that? Anyway, I guess some interesting parts about the debate. Some interesting parts about the debate, of course, is that both J.D. Vance and Tim Walz agree that like housing shouldn't be treated like a commodity. Not that I believe either of them actually are committed to that position. Maybe Tim Walz is. Okay. But like J.D. Vance certainly isn't. That was a wild thing to say, though. No documented immigrants in the U.S. abolish citizenship. I agree. Yeah, the United States, no more borders, no masters, no borders. But yeah, they fucking agreed on way too much, man. I hated that.
On Tiananmen Square. I mean, he was talking about riding a bike in Nebraska and the summers, and he went on and on and on. And he should have just said, look, I misspoke. I screwed up. I'm a human. Instead, he looked, he lied about that, and maybe people reminded him of his lies about in his time in uniform, and so that was bad. That's bad. I was.
Just like I lied about the top of the hour ad break not coming. Just kidding. I never lied about that. It's coming for you right now at the top of the fucking hour, baby. Let's go at the top of the hour. There's a streaming ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a
world heavyweight
Twitch Prime. Twitch Primes are free, folks. Here's the streaming ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky.
Harris people are thinking, maybe we should have picked Josh Shapiro.
When you say 10 out of 10 and
they're
Velvet
saying it too.
Fist and so on, by the end of the debate, he was like the guy with like fleet gym shoes on running away from the question. He wouldn't answer the question about the election, couldn't because Donald Trump would not allow him to say that the election was legitimate. But on the health care issue, because I was there, I just want to tell you, the Affordable Care Act has meant so much to so many people. Donald Trump tried 60 times to kill it. Only John McCain saved it. When he couldn't kill it, he cut the budget for marketing of the ACA. He cut subsidies for the ACA. There were many ways in which he tried to strangle the ACA because he couldn't outright kill it. And he said in this campaign that he wanted to eliminate it still. So to hold him up as a champion, the guy who saved the Affordable Care Act, was perhaps the most disingenuous.
God damn it. I need to hear that sweet Axel dick, dude. Come on. CNN. Where is this at? Let's hear what else is, where's the coverage? Where's the goddamn
lies that were
coverage?
spread. There wasn't a lot of
there it is.
hits landed. It was more just playing defense or sticking to the issues that he was trying to push forward on. And there were things he could have fact-checked him on. I was kind of stunned by the Obamacare that he let him get as far as he did on suggesting that Trump was the savior of it. I think that, to be honest, Tim Walz was a little in over his head tonight. I think his performance got better by the end of the night. The best moment, and unfortunately it's probably what the fewest voters are going to have seen, was the January 6th answer. That felt like the moment that he had kind of taken the bait on J.D. Vance being the nice guy and trying to be friendly with him. And in that moment, he's like, wait, this is somebody I don't trust. This is somebody who has lied about things, and he kind of found his bearings there. That was a moment.
Did someone send me the
I
NBC
think
live stream? I want to see
with
some undecided voters say some of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire life, please. I'm the undecided voter, by the way, and I've decided, okay? Actually, I'm even more undecided now. Why am I undecided? Because I wanted to know who would be committed to Israel doing the first strike on Tehran, okay? Who will be the brave candidate, the brave administration that will allow Israel to do nuclear holocaust, okay? And now I'm even more undecided because both of them said yes to it. So now I'm even more undecided, which is why I'm writing in Biden. Okay? That's why I'm even more undecided, because they addressed it, but they both said yes to it, and I couldn't tell which one was more excited about it. It seemed like they were both maximum excited about the prospect of giving the nuclear apartheid state committing a genocide the opportunity to first strike Iran. Okay? That was what my major question was. I was shocked that the media immediately asked that as the first question. Vance and Waltz face off in civil policy focused debate. It's so funny that Trump, in the midst of it all, was like talking about Pete Rose. He was like, this debate sucks. The great Pete Rose just died. He was one of the most magnificent baseball players to ever play the game. He paid the price. Major League Baseball should not have allowed him into the Hall of Fame many years ago. Do it now, before his funeral. This is the man that needs the nuclear launch codes, okay? Once again. Pete Rose was a pedophile, by the way. I didn't know that. I don't know anything about baseball. He was a self-admitted pedo? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck? Oh, that's wild. I guess it's because like all the rock music was like talking about doing statutory rape to minors, so they thought it was cool to say shit like that. That's insane, dude. How are you a self-admitted pedophile? Wild shit. Yeah, he heard she was only 17, if you know what I mean. And he was like, I do know what you mean. I'm Pete Rose. And I agree with this message. I endorse it. Yeah, but like no one has more hits than him ever. So that's gotta like mean something. He was banned from baseball for gambling on the MLB. What does that mean? Does that mean that being a pedophile makes you hit harder? Like, is that my takeaway from this? I didn't know anything about Pete Rose until this moment. And let me tell you, everything I found out about him in the last 3 minutes have been awful. Okay? What the fuck? Vance is on Fox News.
Trump, not Kamala Harris, the person who has sort of broken the entire world. And I just tried to make that point as much as possible, man. Just make it about substance and let the American people make up their mind.
One of the things is I was watching the 181 ballistic missiles being fired from Iran into Israel, and I'm so thankful they got most of them down, but they're now really fighting a forefront war. And I just know in the back of my mind that there is this radical anti-Israel, anti-Semitic even wing within the Democrat.
I hate it, man. It's crazy. Israel about to have a 5-front war tomorrow when they fucking go to war with like Iraq or something. And it's again
Hezbollah,
not Israel's
Hamas.
fault.
They have in their charter, they've stated over and over, they want to wipe Israel off the map. We hear it in the halls of Congress, college campuses. This is a serious, their very existence is at risk here.
No, that's exactly right. And of course, not just their existence, but America's national security here. I mean, if Iran becomes a regional hegemon, it will have a nuclear weapon the next week. That will seriously endanger the United States of America, because the Iranians have shown they're clearly not rational. But you think about this, this happened, Sean, because of confused policy from American leadership. We ask ourselves, like, how did it get to the point where Iran is launching 200 ICBMs at America's most important regional ally? And the answer is because they don't actually know where Kamala Harris stands. Now, you talk about how they've cozied up to sort of this weird pro-Hamas wing within their own party.
That's why, because the Ayatollah loves Kamala Harris.
But it shows that confusion that comes out of that policy invites a lot of aggression, invites a lot of bad guys doing terrible things, and it also, Sean, motivates a lot of really stupid policy. 200 ICBMs, that's not cheap. Iran has a lot of other weapons. How did they fund it? Two reasons, Sean. Number one, Kamala Harris went to war against the American energy sector that radically increased the amount of oil revenue.
Yeah, like, these people are fucking so insane. It's just like the media is so at odds. The media is so at odds with like the popular sentiment expressed by the public on a regular basis, where they just straight up are like, no, Kamala Harris, like, she's not sufficiently pro-Israel. It's like, what do you want her to do? Execute a Palestinian child directly? Her administration is every day. Okay, every day. By the tens, if not hundreds. Okay, what else do you want? You know,
Iran directly firing into Israel. And what should America's response be here?
Well, look, I think it's tough, Sean, because we don't have a president that we can actually trust. I don't even know who the president of the United States is. And that's one thing we didn't actually get into the debate that I really wanted to hammer Kamala Harris on, is that for 3.5 years, America has been saddled with a president of the United States who can't do the job. And the reason is because Kamala Harris lied and said he was up to the job of president. And of course he wasn't. And now we're in this, we've got this terrible crisis in Appalachia, these terrible floods, a lot of people affected. We've got this regional war breaking out in the Middle East, and we don't have effective American leadership.
Best on
I
ever.
think what our response is fundamentally,
Nice shirt.
this is Israel's security, and they have to make the decision about how they're best going to protect their own security, and they need the support of their American allies, not Joe Biden, as confused as he is, standing behind them, effectively promising that he's going to punish them.
No, Chad,
if they
Kamala
dare
Harris
defend
didn't
their own
cause the
side.
hurricane. It was immigrants. Like, what? Come on, get it right. Kamala Harris caused everything bad because she brought the immigrants in who caused the hurricanes.
A viable intelligence service.
Duh.
They're going to make their own decision about how to protect their sovereignty. I think our role here, support our friends, and also get back to some common sense foreign and economic policies so that we can be strong enough to respond to the next national security challenge.
Let me ask you, you kept bringing up a point that I felt was very effective in this debate, and that is she's been vice president nearly 4 years.
Yeah.
And, you know, on day one, I'm going to fix inflation. On day one, I'm going to fix the border. On day one, I'm going to do this and that. And, you know, and Walls kept bringing up the issue of immigration.
Yes.
You brought up the 90 some odd executive orders that they bragged about.
That's right.
But also for 3 years, they said the border is secure, and Harris wants to decriminalize illegal immigration, offer free food, housing, health care, education, sex change operations, amnesty on top of it. And we have all these unvetted illegal immigrants. Now, dozens of Americans have been murdered. I had the parents of two of them on last night, Rachel Morin's
Such a
mom
scandal. Yeah.
and Jocelyn Nungary. Many Americans have been raped, including children. Yep. We have other victims of violent crime, unvetted Harris-Biden illegals.
It's just awful. It's atrocious.
The cost is through the roof. And I think America understands it, but you also brought up other aspects, how it impacts education and the economy and housing and the high cost of housing.
Look, man, so much of our problem is actually due to Kamala Harris's open border. You take 25 million illegal aliens. So take a small community. Let's say you've got a school district with 4,000 or 5,000 kids.
Oh, dude, it's over. I mean, dude, we are so Omega Hitler at this point. This country is just bouldering towards Adolf. Okay, we are leaping. We are sprinting towards Adolf Hitler. Yeah, I saw the uncommitted voter for Israel.
Trump?
Hold on, we got to listen to this fucking guy. This is my guy.
Now,
I didn't learn anything in this debate that kind of helped me reach a conclusion. I was really happy with both of their answers about Israel at the very beginning.
For the record, I will say I'm convinced at this point that that's a op, okay? I think that the undecided voters that they place on these fucking panels is 100% an op, okay? I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to say that right now, okay? 100%. No, this is not a real person, okay? This is not a real undecided person, okay? Half the time we find out that they're not undecided at all, as a matter of fact. But, like, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking specifically. They bring people to say key issues, okay? Key issues that not the general public cares about. Key issues that the media wants to make it seem like the general public cares about, okay? Straight up. Straight the fuck up, okay? Let's hear what this very real undecided voter has to say.
That kind of helped me reach a conclusion. I was really happy with both of their answers about Israel at the very beginning. But I had a crazy day today. I started this morning interviewing Aviva Siegel, former hostage whose husband, Keith Siegel, an American, is still held hostage in Gaza, along with another 6 Americans and over 100 others. And no one addressed that at all. No one addressed rising anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Shut up, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Come on, dude. Oh my God. Be fucking real, dude. Oh my God. She said nobody addressed the issue of rising anti-Semitism on college camp. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, fuck out of here, dude. Okay. Yeah. I'm a stevedore, and honestly, I'm a longshoreman. And one of my primary concerns is the rising issue of anti-Semitism on college campuses. If you ask the average American, they'd probably be like, we're not doing enough anti-Semitism. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Literally. And I'm not even saying that about like Israel. They're just in general, as a standalone. Anti-Semitism is rising and Americans want more of it, okay? Completely removed from Israel. Pro-Israel, anti-Israel on both sides. Most Americans already have underlying anti-Semitic tendencies to begin with. Absolutely zero Americans are voting on the basis of anti-Semitism increasing on college campuses, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh my Lord, dude.
Rising anti-Semitism on college campuses. I have more homework to do. Thanks. I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you all.
Oh, that's great. That's great. That's cool, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. Average rural Pennsylvanian probably, yeah, the average rural Pennsylvanian not probably, definitely believes that, okay? And on both sides of the issue of Israel, for the record, like, they could be, the average rural Pennsylvanian was like, I don't know why we're giving so many tax dollars to the Jew nation. They control the media. That's probably why. Or we need to give more tax dollars to defend Israel because it's the God's chosen children, and I'm an evangelical, but also they run the media. Both sides of the issue is going to be anti-Semitic. It's the United States of America, okay? Come on. Literally. Ridiculous. Like, she didn't even say anti-Semitism rising in America. She said on college campuses, brother. I can't. I can't. Like, what? Like, not even anti-Semitism rising in America, okay? That at least addresses a concern of, like, Jewish voters. For sure. That is definitely a concern of Jewish voters. She said anti-Semitism rising on college. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. No. We're moving. We're moving on from this objectively insane statement from a definitely real undecided voter. Okay? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's so many of the one key thing with like undecided voters that makes me feel like it's always an op is that they're always so right wing. Like, there is, like, you rarely ever see like one undecided voter that's like, dude, I want the housing prices to go down. What the fuck? It's impossible to rent. Okay. I meet real people every fucking day, and that is like their primary concern. But I turn on the television and I see these fucking undecided voters, and they're always talking about like the most weird right-wing issues. They're always so undecided because they're so heavily invested in the right-wing framing for some fucking reason. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know how they're just so always laser focused. NBC, CNN, no matter where you fucking tune into, every undecided voter is like literally just a Trump voter. Almost always. They're almost always just straight up fucking Trump voters, dude. It's wild. Meet Americans where they're at in the fucking real world. They come across like they're goddamn socialists when it comes to like their own economic struggles and how to address them. But turn on the TV and everyone's a goddamn small business owner who's like, we really got to fucking move on this stuff, you know? We really got to make sure that we lower the corporate tax rate a little bit further, am I right? And it's like, bitch, you own an HVAC business. Fuck you mean lower the corporate tax burden? What are you talking about? Oh my God. As a moderate myself, I find myself heavily concerned with asylum seekers and the way Vance described the illegal process of applying for citizenship and made me agree with the Republicans a little bit more now. What are you talking about? Look at comment history. What? As a moderate voter myself. Thank you for covering the Hurricane Helene devastation. If you haven't seen covering the minor story in Tennessee about the CEO made the employees stay during the initial flooding, I think it would find it very interesting, especially since it ties. Wait, what do you mean? There is no illegal process, brother. What are you talking about? Unless you think the Customs and Border Patrol and the Department of Homeland Security is in the tank for fucking Kamala Harris and they secretly want a migrant invasion in the way that J.D. Vance is representing it, you should not believe anything he said. That application process is simply to streamline the applicants, okay? They look through and only give temporary protected citizenship status to migrants when they have a legal claim for asylum. Oh. Anyway. Can you play the whole undecided panel section? Hopefully, we'll look at it tomorrow, most likely. It's one of my favorite parts of like these kinds of debate mania, the debate shit is like when you get to hear from like very obviously right-wing voters that they hand selected on a bunch of key issues that like average Americans definitely do not care about. Okay? Definitely do not care about. Every undecided voter is like, in 2016, I voted for Donald Trump. In 2020, I voted for Donald Trump. I'm an undecided voter. I'm voting for Donald Trump. It's like, well, bitch, why are you on the panel? You're not undecided. You are literally de-fucking-sided. You have decided with more conviction than like 70% of the Democratic electorate. Like, what are you talking about? Democratic Party voters are less decided than you, okay? They're still like, I don't know. The immigration stuff's kind of weird to me. I'm a Democrat, but I don't get it. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers are the ones that are getting like, it's like QAnon supporters that are like, you know, I do think that the Democrats are pedophilic vampires who are actually overtaking the government by the way of deep state and you know, doing targeted blackmail assassination campaigns and then cloning out the fucking candidates with like different versions of them that to make them more docile to communist sentiment. But also, I'm a little undecided on the issue. It's like, no, you're not. You're Ashley Babbitt. You got shot in the fucking head at the Capitol on January 6th, okay? You are Ashley Babbitt. You are not undecided. You have made your decision. What the fuck? Rest in peace, comrade. Ashley Babbitt. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. That was a Pittsburgh area bar, and there's been 2 alleged hate crime attacks on Jewish students at UPenn in 1 month. So That's why the anti-Semitism of college campus is being played up in local media. It's been a headache for Palestinian people in the area. Okay, regardless. Oh. Ridiculous. You bit my January 6th joke. How dare you? I didn't fucking see it. There's too many fucking chatters. Ay, ay, ay. How do you respond to Prezzo calling you out for your Twitter coverage of the debates? He's right, and he's funny, but he's also right. Can't take us on seriously with his armpit next to his tweets. He's correct. Ashley got to go to the Capitol and meet Ronald Reagan the same day. Correct. That's a twofer. What else was I going to say? Yeah, my clear takeaway from the debate, honestly, Walt's in the debate. Yeah. No, he didn't go that far. But my takeaway from the debate is basically that the vice president should just kiss. They should just kiss. You know? I don't know why they just don't kiss. They should kiss more. They kissed already. Like, they spiritually kissed on stage. They sometimes even ideologically kissed on stage, but like they should just physically kiss as well. You know, the real unity ticket. The real unity ticket is not RFK Jr. endorsing Joe Biden or Donald Trump and then Dick Cheney endorsing Kamala Harris. The real unity is JD Vance and Tim Walz kissing each other. And that's what I'm here for. Okay? God, I fucking hated. I hated that process. It's like, I just don't understand. I constantly find myself wondering, like, who is this for? It is not for me. It is never for me. Is it for you? I don't think so. I guess there's people out there that, I don't know, this is appealing to. Oh, let's hear from this freaking nerd.
He said it in an interview, and this is a direct quote, "I certainly would like abortion to be illegal nationally." No caveats there. He added that he was, quote, sympathetic to the view that a national ban was necessary.
Don't discount the viewers. Like, don't discount the NATO voters. Okay, the one NATO voter can't vote anymore because he's in jail for an attempted assassination of the former president. Okay, there was one NATO voter and now he's in jail, so he can't even fucking vote.
And then in the Senate, as recently as late last year, he explicitly pushed a national ban as early as 15 weeks gestation. As a debate moderator said to him, he can try to spin that as just a standard, but it's not like a goal or a target. That was federal legislation, or the idea of it at least, that
for the record, now that I've said that, there's a second NATO voter for sure.
Anderson before he was elected.
Daniel Dale, thank you very much. We're about to get the first reaction from voters to the Walz-Vance debate. Our focus group of undecided voters in Michigan was going to weigh in. Plus, we're awaiting results from our instant poll debate.
Yes, I can't wait. I can't wait for the undecideds to be like, I'm extra undecided because I couldn't understand who wanted to nuke Tehran more. Okay. Here, by the way, I'm not alone in this. He wasn't able to explain anything in any way or even repudiate it with any conviction. Again, it doesn't really matter. Just calling balls and strikes here. But he should have just gone after JD for being unpopular and weird. Why try to make this guy seem normal? Another piece of evidence that there's been a concrete shift in strategy from the Harris camp in recent weeks. This is something that I noticed. This is something that I've been talking about for a little bit. Like post DNC, there was like a noticeable shift. Tim Walz was in the back burner. They like back pocketed him pretty aggressively. They also neutered a lot of the most effective parts of his communication strategy, in my opinion, specifically addressing how fucking weird the Republicans are. I don't know why they did that. Maybe they just like saw something and they were scared. I don't know. Or maybe they're just afraid of victory. That could be a reason. Okay. Because they just stop saying that. They just, whenever they do something and it's like kind of popular, they're like, oh my God, we might actually end up putting up good numbers. We can't do that. Please Let's get back to this boring ass bullshit. Yes, never. Listen. The Democrats have a profound ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, okay? They are literally running against a historically unpopular former president. So unpopular that he has now been assassinated twice, okay? And it didn't do shit to his numbers. Like, please be for fucking real. There is literally no reason for the Democrats to be this close in any of these fucking states. Like, Americans are definitely manic when it comes to their sensibilities in terms of voting. Like, they are of two minds at all times. They'll say, we want amnesty now and we want it for all migrants. And then they'll, in the same breath, say, we want to fucking deport every migrant in this goddamn country. They're all rapists and drug dealers. Okay? Having said that, however, like, there are obvious disparities with some of this polling in terms of like the way that Trump is getting fucking, clobbered. Also, who won the debate? First poll came out. Ed O'Keefe from Flash CBS News poll finds 42% at J.D. Vance, 41% Tim Walz, 17% Ty. Oh. I don't know. It's just really, really devastating. What happens with the third shooter and they succeed? Does Vance auto default to Prez? I don't even want to know. I don't know. The difference for how the campaign strategy is shifting is Jeff Guerin. This guy's now running the Kamala campaign. Wait, actually, 3 weeks into her presidential run was the first time the Biden campaign's pollsters, now hers, held a deep dive call with Kamala Harris' inner circle to discuss what she's been saying on the stump. Over the line came a lot of praise, but also some suggested tweaks. First, said veteran Democratic numbers man Jeff Guerin, summarizing their analysis, "Stop saying we're not going back. It wasn't focused enough on the future," he argued. Second, lay off on the weird talk. Too negative. I have covered this, but I didn't know that guy was like running the campaign. Anyway, he was fired like 2 weeks ago. Was he? Okay, let's see CNN's undecided. Oh, let's go. I'm excited.
Undecided voters, at least that's what they tell us. In the past, they voted for Democrats and Republicans.
At least that's what they
tell us.
tell
They were
us.
watching intently, taking copious notes throughout the course of the debate. And I actually want to start with overall impressions, guys, because all 7 of you came in undecided. One of you said they've made up their mind. Ryan, who are you going to vote for, and what kind of solidified that opinion?
Well, I'm going to be voting for Kamala Harris. You know, one of the stark sort of aspects of that debate that really stuck with me was when they were talking about January 6th and how Mike Pence certified the election, and they were wondering if J.D. Vance would certify the election should Trump lose. And, you know...
What? No! CNN!
So 6 of you still remain undecided. About 35 days until the election. We're going to dig in on some issues in a moment and your reactions to those issues. But first, I want to talk about what Jake Tapper was just talking about in terms of the tone. Everybody seems to agree this was not a...
That is 100%. That is like a Redditor, okay?
Warm and fuzzy was what came to mind for you. What did you see tonight?
I haven't seen a debate like this in a very long time.
I'm sorry. I haven't seen a debate like this in a very long time. They supported each other. They were kind, and it was warm and fuzzy. I mean, you could watch it and not be offended by the words they were using towards each other.
And I think to that point, one of the striking things when we were looking at the data in terms of your guys' responses is your favorability for both candidates, regardless of how you viewed them coming into the night, went up significantly. Johannes, why?
I'm Brian, kill me.
Mainly, I think just the way that they did a debate, just mainly that they did an actual debate in front of me. There was not much fear. There was not much hesitancy. They showed their characters to each other in a way. And as was mentioned, they kind of supported each other as they're going within the debate and not attacking each other personally, but more of the policies and then what they stand for.
So let's talk about some of those policies. One of the things that we heard was a discussion about expertise and taxes in particular. This was from Governor Walz. Take a listen.
Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers.
Dude, what the fuck's going on with the goddamn CNN cover? Do we have another CNN? Do we have another CNN live stream? This shit sucks. It keeps getting cooked.
All you want.
So we've talked about how each of these undecided voters had dials throughout the course of the 90-minute debate. What you saw on the bottom of your screen there, those lines, pink lines for the female undecided voters, blue lines for the male undecided voters, you saw the movement based on that response. I want to grab
I'm
the
not
mic
gonna
from you.
lie. I think it's gonna be really funny because JD Vance is gonna get broad positive reception from this, and they're gonna compare him to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's reception was pretty negative, and that's gonna piss him off.
Sound on expertise, taxes, kind of how he was presenting that case.
Well, it is very important that we have expertise when making these decisions in policy, right? And so him bringing
what is he wearing?
the specifics to say that we need like expertise making these decisions, I believe that was very important, and that in turn made me, turn my favorability towards him.
Yeah, we're having a positive reaction. There was another moment, I think, for Senator Vance
Bro,
that
that's
got
a
a very
different
positive
type of Redditor. That's
The
another
issue of abortion.
Redditor.
Take a listen.
I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options.
Now, Karen, this has obviously been a huge debate in this election throughout the course of the last several months. You're expecting. Congratulations, by the way. That's pretty awesome. What did you hear in that comment from Senator Vance?
Personally, I believe that on the Republican side, it sounded very progressive, more so than I expected tonight. Just saying that the
other CNN coverage paused at the same time as well. There's just something wrong with the live CNN feed.
Over to Caitlin Collins right now. Caitlin?
Oh God,
Thanks,
no,
Jacob.
no, I can't do that. No, I can't hear from this. CBS fact checking has gone insane. During the VP debate, JD Vance claimed housing in the U.S. is unaffordable because we have brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. CBS News confirmed rates this partially true, but it needs more context. Fact check true by real American patriots. Hong Kong Tim caught lying. What the fuck was he saying about the Tiananmen Square? Like why? What? Like why was how? This is how TikTok is reacting to the debate. As much as I dislike JD, I think this debate has been by far the most respectful on both sides in years. They showed empathy and for the most part didn't talk over each other. They didn't trade. That debate was leaps and bounds better than our presidential debate. Oh God, gross. NBC News just polled the group of undecided voters. 5 of 6 said Tim Walz won the debate. Yeah, I still think they're ops. This is damaging because guess what, dude? Everybody knows Tim Walz is a human. His favorabilities look good. But the fact that they keep like agreeing with one another in that debate humanizes the fucking empty shell, the sociopathic empty shell that is JD Vance. My MAGA mom prefers Walz over Vance now somehow. I thought Walz dropped the ball hard. No. So the one thing that I briefly mentioned but didn't talk about too much, didn't dial in too much, okay, which is the fact that like JD Vance reads well in general. He seems like a different type of politician, an empathetic person, a real person, okay? And I think that is part of the reason why there's still like a 50-50 split. Did I say JD Vance? Oh my God, I mean fucking Tim Walz. Sorry. Tim Walz is an empathetic person. He reads as like a normal person. JD Vance, on the other hand, is a lizard person. JD Vance is exactly like he's like a Josh Hawley type where he's just inauthentic. He's an inauthentic piece of shit. Okay. So I think Waltz's normal guy attitude kind of carried him throughout this battle. And I do believe that the media, that like the scorers will look at and respond more positively to the JD Vance style of commentary and debating, because they are also all Yale and Harvard and Ivy League graduates themselves. But average Americans will most likely look at Tim Walz and go, that seems like a normal guy. He seems like a he seems like a teacher. You know what I mean? Approval before and after from CBS. Tim Walz's approval went up but from 52 to 60%, but JD Vance's approval went up 9 fucking points amongst debate watchers. Tone of the VP debate was generally positive. Yeah. And that's not good because people already liked Tim Walz, but people did not like JD Vance before. So them agreeing, this was the other reason why I kept fucking yelling about them agreeing. You're just only humanizing. You're only fucking humanizing the lizard in a skin suit that is JD Vance. And that's part of the reason why you didn't even see JD Vance like defend Donald Trump all that much. And he made it convincingly moderate. He made a convincing moderate of himself, especially after all of the fucking podcast hits that came out about him. He basically was able to conduct himself in a way where he was able to kind of even separate himself from Donald Trump on like negative stuff, while simultaneously, and I mean, he still obviously has to defend Trump. Like, that's what the base demands. But he basically was building his own personal brand on that stage, and he did a really good job at that. And that's actually not very good. Vance was polarizing. Walt stabilized his image. This shit is exactly how Harris destabilized Trump's image during the debate, and why I think Walt's a good pick, if not the best pick in this particular campaign cycle. No, I think you're wrong. I think Vance came in. Vance absolutely came in as the unfavorable candidate, and the polls reflect that reality. JD Vance's favorability is far worse than Tim Walz's favorability across the board, and he was able to conduct himself in a way that made it seem like he was in agreement with fucking a person with high favorability, right? I was shocked at how personal this debate was between the two of them. It definitely did not feel like a typical VP debate. Usually they talk about the top of the tickets like 90% of the time. This time they talked about the tops of the tickets like 40% of the time. Yeah. But yeah, Waltz's performance definitely left much to be desired. It was subpar. Kamala Harris fucking absolutely clobbered the shit out of Donald Trump. JD Vance didn't do that to Tim Walz in the same way, but he definitely outperformed him. Tim Walz, on the other hand, I don't know. I think he could have done better. But the only reason why he didn't take too much of a hit is because he's still objectively more likable and more human than most politicians. Idejder actually has a good point. If it matters, post-debate coverage sometimes matters more than a debate. And Vance is getting clocked in the media because of his J6 answer. Yeah, his J6 answer was insane. And I say this as someone who thinks January 6th was hilarious. But me thinking January 6th is hilarious is one thing. Being the new vice presidential candidate for the former president who did January 6th and a whole bunch of other stuff surrounding January 6th, going up on the national stage and being like, no, actually, they should have finished the job is insane. I don't think that most people care about January 6th that much, but news watchers definitely do. And that's why they'll hit JD Vance a bunch on that front for sure. All right. You don't think we're gaming? It's been a long day. Yes, we are not gaming. You are correct on that front. Okay. Because I'm running the last 3-minute ad break now, and I'm going to go to bed because I'm tired. People saw the same Waltz they saw before the debate, and people saw JD Vance from his MSNBC days instead of podcast JD Vance. Yes. Your mislip shows your bias towards wanting Republicans to win for being so anti-Kamala. Yeah, I definitely want concentration camps in the United States of America. That's why I just don't want the I just don't want the Democrats to do the concentration camps. I want the Republicans to do it. That's why I keep yelling about the Democrats not launching enough of a defense of migrants. Anyway. You think there will be any sound bites of real consequence? Republicans will make fun of the I befriended school shooters line, which was pretty funny. But other than that, I can't really think about it right now. I have to keep thinking, and I will be putting some more thought into this. And I will offer you, of course, massive amounts of coverage tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to look at even some more debate reactions, which is my favorite, honestly. God, I love the American population. I do hate American politics sometimes. Tonight was one of those times, okay? It was not good. It was not good. It was bad. It was objectively bad.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
But
All the shadows
love you guys. By the way, while this was happening, of course, Israel has not stopped pummeling Lebanon and Gaza.
Sunny Lord has on a street bed.